Chapter 501, Take Action. Qinglian, why did you betray us? The captain saved you from the snake man and taught you to practice. We have always treated you as a sister. Why did you betray us? Looking at Qinglian, Yang Mei finally couldn't help it and asked angrily. Dear, you have never treated me as a relative. Hearing Yang Mei's words, Qinglian, who was originally pale, seemed to have changed into a different person, and shouted at Yang Mei hoarsely. What, when did we not treat you as a relative? Yang Mei's face was full of disbelief. Since you treat me as a family member, why do you leave me alone in the base every time you go out? Why? Am I different from you? Qinglian screamed. That's because you are not strong enough. You haven't reached the level of a fighter yet. If we take you to the desert, aren't we taking you to die? After hearing Qinglian's words, Yang Mei didn't know what to say. Okay. Because I am weak, you don't take me out. I admit it, but why don't they want to talk to me in the base? Qinglian sneered. This Yang Mei didn't know how to answer. In the world of mercenaries, strength is the key. Different strengths determine different circles. Qinglian's strength is the lowest in the mercenary group. Naturally, it is difficult for her to integrate into other people's circles, but no one in the group excludes her. But, just because of these, you betrayed us. Yang Mei still couldn't believe it. Mayor, don't say anything, Qinglian is right, we care too little about her. On the side, Zilan interrupted Yang Mei's words and said lightly. Sister Lan. Qinglian was stunned for a moment after hearing Zilan's words. You are right, this is indeed partly our fault. Although we saved you at the beginning, considering your talent, we should actually send you away and let you live an ordinary life, instead of promising you to teach you to practice and let you live in a world you shouldn't live in. Zilan said lightly. But now it's good, you can live the life you want. Mu Huan, you can enter our Blood Rose mercenary group's base so easily. Qinglian gave you our guard force distribution map. It seems that you have been planning for our Blood Rose mercenary group for a long time. Zilan sneered. That's right. There's actually a stupid woman in your mercenary group. I just came to save the beauty, and she's devoted to me. It's really funny. Mu Huan opened his mouth, showing his white teeth, and looked at Qinglian sarcastically. On the side, Qinglian's face had become as dead as ash. Mu Huan, you are very powerful. You have been planning for us for so long. I even suspect that the Samamba snake that bit me was also your trick. But if you think that this can make our Blood Rose surrender, then you are really thinking too much. We are not afraid of death in our Blood Rose. If you want to destroy our Blood Rose, even if we die, we will splash you with blood. Zi Lan's pretty face was full of murderous intent, and she said sternly. Haha, okay, then we will use the blood of your Blood Rose to crown our Yin Snake mercenary group tonight, come on. Mu Huan said with a grim smile. Everyone, come on, tonight, we will kill them all. Just as the Yin Snake mercenary group was preparing to continue the battle, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Who? Hearing the voice, Mu Huan looked in the direction of the voice. In the darkness in the distance, a young man in white was walking slowly under the bright moonlight. The young man had a handsome face, long silver hair, and purple eyes, as pure as purple gems. Captain, this is the young man I told you about. On the side, Zhongli whispered in Mu Huan's ear with a lewd smile. Tisk tisk, this is really top-notch, I, Mu Huan, am lucky. Looking at the young man walking under the light of the moon, Mu Huan couldn't help licking his lips. As if noticing Mu Huan, Bai Ji frowned, and a burst of black light suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body, covering the entire venue in the blink of an eye, including Mu Huan. As his body was enveloped by black light, a heavy hammer suddenly exploded in Mu Huan's brain. Mu Huan screamed immediately, then fell to the ground with his head in his hands and rolled over in pain. Captain, Captain, what's wrong with you? Seeing Mu Huan suddenly fall to the ground and scream, Zhongli was a little panicked. Could it be that some powerful person passed by and was unhappy with them? Hehe, this Seven Sins domain is quite useful. Looking at Mu Huan, who was rolling on the ground in pain, Bai Ji curled his lips and smiled faintly. Bai Ji's new martial soul, the Holy Demon Titan Shura King, was fused from 4 martial souls. Among them, the Angel's Holy Light domain only targets the undead and has a strong healing effect, but there are too few undead, and with the 9 Spirit Begonia martial soul, the healing ability can't play a big role. The abilities of the Titan Martial Soul and the Shura King Martial Soul only work on the body, which is not very good. Only the ability of the Fallen Angel to control the 7 emotions and 6 desires is still somewhat useful. In the 7 Sins domain, Bai Ge can directly detonate the enemy's desires and cause severe damage to the enemy's spirit. It must be said that this magical power is still very powerful. Looking at the group of Yinshi mercenaries who were still suspicious, Bai Ge's heart moved again. Under the 7 Sins domain, as the ability to detonate desire was activated, all the Yinshi mercenaries fell to the ground screaming. The mental damage caused by detonating desire was as painful as using a sharp needle to stir in an already sensitive wound. All the Yinshi mercenaries felt a burst of pain in their minds, and they couldn't help rolling on the ground, wailing and screaming, as if they had stepped into hell. What's going on? Seeing that all the Yinshi mercenaries suddenly fell to the ground and wailed and screamed in pain, Yang Mei and Ziai Lan were full of astonishment. Which senior helped? Everyone couldn't help but scan their eyes around, but no one was found. In the end, everyone could only look at the handsome boy who walked in from the moonlight with a faint smile on his lips. Could it be him? Although it was hard to believe, everyone had to believe it because all the changes had only happened after Bai Ge arrived. Don't worry, they can't do anything to you. Bai Ge slowly walked to Yang Mei and Ziai Lan and smiled. Did you do all this? Because it was dark, no one noticed the 7 Sins domain, but Yang Mei still couldn't believe what Bai Ge said. That's right. Bai Ge smiled faintly. But you clearly don't have Do Qi in your body. Yang Mei still couldn't believe it. That's because your strength is too low. Bai Ge shook his head and summoned the holy demon wings. As 3 pairs of black and white wings stretched out from his back, Yang Mei and Ziai Lan couldn't help but be shocked. Are you Do Wang? Do Wang, almost. Bai Ge smiled gently. By the way, I'll help you solve your poison. Bai Ge stretched out his hand and a drop of blood flew out from his fingertips and was injected into Ziai Lan's body. Bai Ge's blood has the ability to boost poisoning, and can devour all poisons. Soon, Bai Ge's blood swept away the Shamamba snake venom in Ziai Lan's body. After using blood to solve Ziai Lan's poisoning problem, Bai Ge summoned a white crabapple flower. As the holy light fell, the injuries of all the people in the Blood Rose mercenary group healed quickly. Today, you helped me, so I am helping you now. This is fate. I hope you can maintain your kindness. Of course, don't be blindly kind. Bai Ge said with a smile. After speaking, Bai Ge stretched out his hand and waved. As the blood-colored killing god domain expanded, countless blood-colored murderous auras suddenly condensed into substance, turning into sword auras that kept shooting out, killing the Yin Snake mercenary group one by one in the screams, including Mu Huan and Zhong Li. Although Bai Ge had some hatred towards both of them, in the more than 100 years of living in Douluo continent, Bai Ge's mentality has become very calm. Ants are ants, and it is not worth Bai Ge to treat them differently. Just crush them to death. Okay, everything is settled. Sister Mei, Sister Lan, it's nice to meet you. We will meet again if we are destined to. After killing all the members of the Yin Snake mercenary group, Bai Ge smiled slightly, and the wings of the holy demon behind him fluttered. The whole person instantly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. Who is he? Looking at Bai Ge's departing back, Yang Mei was still a little confused. A teenage Do Wang, how could there be such a genius in this world? Chapter 502 Discussion in the Temple. Deep in the Tagar Desert, in the Snake Man Oasis, in the Snake Man Temple. The tall and majestic Snake Man Temple is located in the center of the oasis. Inside the temple, the hall is made of white marble and majestic. The walls are engraved with the totem of the Snake Man tribe. Snake Man soldiers wearing armor and holding spears, wearing helmets, guard both sides of the temple. At the same time, deep in the temple, in a dim hall, under a coiled snake throne, an elder wearing a ferocious mask with horns and fangs sat at the top of a square table, and on both sides of the square table the 3 remaining elders of the snake people were sitting separately. 3 elders, have you thought about who to choose as the Medusa queen of this generation of our snake people? The elder who sat on the upper seat held the snake-headed scepter in his left hand and tapped it lightly with his right hand on the square table. An old voice came out from the hideous mask. Elder, can we really only choose one? Can't we choose both? Our snake people were at a disadvantage in the war with humans and were driven to the cruel Tagar Desert. It's not easy to have 2 candidates for the Medusa Queen in this generation, and their cultivation has reached the Douluo realm. If both candidates can grow up, it will greatly improve the situation of our snake people. Looking at the elder, an elder who looked like an old woman stood up, put his hands on the table, and said excitedly, "Elder Maishi, do you want to disobey the ancestral precepts? Have you forgotten what happened back then? The snake people can only have one Medusa queen. If there are two, the snake people will easily follow the footsteps of the past. Do you want the snake people to split again?" The elder said angrily. Hearing the elder's words, Elder Maishi opened his mouth, but could not say anything. In the end, he could only sit down dejectedly. On the side, the other three elders also whispered. Two queens appeared in the same generation of the snake people. This is not the only miracle of this generation. According to the historical records of the snake people, thousands of years ago, the snake people also had two Medusa queens. At that time, the snake people did not live in the Tagar desert, but in a rich land of the human empire. The appearance of two Medusa queens greatly expanded the power of the snake people, and once clashed with the human empire. As the strength of the two Medusa queens gradually increased, the ambition of the snake people gradually expanded, and finally gave birth to the idea of establishing a country. However, at that time, humans saw the weakness of the snake people and used some unknown method to divide the two Medusa queens at that time, resulting in the division of the snake people. If the snake people who had not split up could still barely fight the human empire, but after being split up, the split snake people were completely no match for humans, so that they were beaten back step by step and were forced to retreat all the way to the Tagar desert. The last surviving queen explained before her death that if two Medusa queens appeared in the snake people again, only one must be chosen, and the other must be executed for the stability of the snake people. Now the situation of that year has reappeared. As the elders of the snake people, they cannot only see the benefits in front of them, but must learn from the lessons of history and see the hidden dangers that may arise in the future. If humans split the snake people again by splitting the two Medusa queens, this time, the snake people who have no way to retreat may be exterminated. Three elders, I understand your thoughts. The pressure from humans is indeed great. You and I know this. The appearance of two Medusa queens is likely to change the current situation of our snake people, but if we are not careful, the appearance of two Medusa queens is likely to make our snake people step into the footsteps of the past again and step into the bottomless abyss from now on. Looking at the three elders, the elder sighed earnestly. We understand what the elder means, but I don't know which candidate queen the elder wants to choose as the Medusa queen of our generation, butterfly or scale. The elder from the Black Snake tribe sighed and asked. I can't make a decision on this, and I dare not make a decision, so I asked you to discuss it together. The elder smiled bitterly. However, for me personally, I do have some ideas in my mind. Please speak, elder. The three snake elders bowed. Among the two candidates for Queen Medusa of our generation, Dai's cultivation talent is better than Lin's, but Dai is too kind. Although we can correct her kindness, her personality is the most difficult to change. We don't know whether we can successfully correct it. As for Lin, although Lin is a little worse than Dai in cultivation, I think Lin's personality is the most suitable to be our Queen Medusa. She cares about our snake people and treats humans ruthlessly, but treats us snake people like a spring breeze. In terms of wisdom and strategy, Lin is also quite outstanding. The talent for cultivation can be compensated by resources, but the personality is difficult to change. So from my personal point of view, I am more inclined to linear. The elder sighed. The elder's analysis is correct. The three elders nodded. I have expressed my opinion. Next, you can discuss who to choose. After saying that, the great elder slowly glanced at the three elders sitting at the square table. The ferocious bull-headed fang mask flickered in the dim firelight, and in a dark corner of the temple, a small black snake suddenly flashed by. Let's start voting. Who should be the queen? Lin or Dai? Let's look at Lin first. Those who choose Lin, raise your hands. Following the voice of the great elder raised his hand first, and then the black snake elder also raised his hand. Okay, Lin has 2 votes. Next, raise your hands if you choose Dai. Hearing the words of the great elder, the venomous snake elder and the charming snake elder who did not vote did not raise their hands, and both chose to abstain. Okay. Dai has 2 votes, Lin has 0 votes, and the final result is that Lin's votes are 2-0 compared to Dai. Lin wins. I declare that the Medusa queen of our snake people is Lin. After getting the result, the great elder stood up with satisfaction and announced loudly. Guards! After the announcement, the great elder sat down again and called the guards. Greetings to the great elder, may I ask what the great elder has to say? A snake guard wearing armor and holding a spear quickly walked in from outside the hall and asked with a bow. Are the two queen candidates Dai and Lin here? The great elder asked. The butterfly queen is in the temple, but the scale queen is not. The scale queen is patrolling the tribes of our snake people with the patrol guards. The snake guard said respectfully. Well, let's do this. When the scale queen comes back, you ask her to come with the butterfly queen. We have something to announce. After a moment of silence, the elder said. Great elder, are we going to formally elect the Medusa queen of our generation? Hearing the elder's words, the snake guard couldn't help but raise his head excitedly. Yes, we have decided to hold the coronation of Queen Medusa tomorrow, so a result must be produced today. The elder nodded. Okay, you go down, wait for the scale queen to come back, don't forget to tell the scale queen about this. Chapter 503 Scale and Butterfly at dusk, the sky was full of sunset glow. In the desolate Tagar desert, a pair of people and horses walked into the oasis where the snake people lived. After entering the oasis, the convoy continued to move forward and finally entered the city of the snake people. The mighty convoy passed through the main central street of the city. Walking in the front was a woman sitting on a tall monster. The woman had a charming and cold face, a red leather bra on her chest, and gorgeous golden ornaments all over her body. At her waist, which was like a water snake, was a red leather long skirt decorated with golden ornaments. Below, a colorful purple snake tail was gently swinging. Seeing the woman, all the snake people on both sides of the street were boiling. Look, the patrol guards are back. It's the queen, and the queen. The queen is back, and she has also captured the hateful human mercenaries. Long live the queen! One by one, the snake people kept waving their right hands frantically, shouting and screaming. For the majority of snake people, Queen Medusa is the ancestral idol passed down from generation to generation by the snake people. The mighty convoy slowly passed through the vast snake city and finally entered a magnificent temple made of marble. As soon as they entered the temple, a large number of armored snake guards with spears came out to greet them. Above them, there were guards waving petals from high above. Hey! 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 Amid the meaningless shouts of countless snake guards in snake language, the convoy finally stopped in front of the temple. The candidate for Medusa Queen Scale, who was sitting at the front, slowly got off the tall windproof purple crystal rhino she was riding, and behind her, several snake warriors from the patrol team also got off their giant scorpion mounts, came to the back of the team, and opened several prison cars holding humans. All of you, come down. Come out. Don't dawdle. Under the urging of the snake warriors, several humans in shackles reluctantly stepped onto the steps of the tall snake temple under the push of the snake warriors. Hey! 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 Amid the shouts of the snake guards, the candidate Medusa Queen Lin led a group of captured humans up the high steps and finally came to the magnificent and majestic main temple. As soon as they entered the temple, they saw a gorgeous platinum throne. On the throne, there was a ferocious snake made of gold, which looked particularly ferocious but majestic. This was the throne of Queen Medusa. However, because there were two Queen Medusas in this generation, Lin and his sister Dai were still candidates. As candidates for Queen Medusa, neither of them was qualified to sit on this throne, so this throne had been vacant. Lin twisted his snake tail expressionlessly and entered the temple. The snake guards on both sides shouted in the meaningless snake language while scattering the pink petals in the baskets in their hands. At the end of the temple, a female snake who was dressed and looked very similar to Lin, but with a different temperament, suddenly came to the temple from the corridor behind the temple. When she saw Lin, she couldn't help but reveal an innocent smile on her face. Sister! The female snakeman shouted happily. With a move of her body, the colorful green snake tail twisted, and the female snakeman came behind Lin in the blink of an eye, hugged Lin and gently rubbed Lin's face with her pretty face, and said tenderly, Sister, why did you come back so late today? Today, when I was patrolling, I encountered several human mercenary groups who wanted to attack our snakeman village, so it took a little more time. Seeing her sister die, Lin's cold face bloomed with a faint smile, and she stroked her sister's cheek a few times lovingly, and Lin said slowly. Human hearing Lin's words, Dai looked at the escorted humans with some concern, and her lips whispered a few times, but she still didn't say anything, but hugged her sister's arm a little sadly. Meet Queen Lin. Just as Lin and Dai were telling each other about their thoughts, a snakeman guard suddenly walked into the main temple, came to Lin, and said respectfully. Mega, what's the matter? Looking at the chief guard of the snake temple in front of him, Lin asked calmly. Nothing, it's just that the Great Elder specifically asked his subordinates to inform you after you come back, and asked you to take Queen Dai to the sacrificial temple when you come back. Moga replied respectfully. Let me take Dai to the sacrificial temple. Hearing Moga's words, Lin's heart sank. After calculating, they should have reached the deadline now. Although worried in his heart, Lin still said calmly, Okay, I know, I will take Dai to the sacrificial temple in a while, you go first. Yes, Your Highness. Moga respectfully left the main temple. Sister, what's the matter, why did the Great Elder ask us to go to the sacrificial temple? Beside Lin, Dai asked with some confusion. Nothing, everything is with my sister, and my sister will always protect you. Hearing her sister's words, a trace of worry flashed across Lin's eyes, but on the surface, Lin still squeezed out a few smiles on her face, hugged her sister, and said softly. Yet. In her arms, Dai hummed softly, but in her heart, Dai seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Although she was naive, she was not stupid. After handling all the things and letting the guards take the captured humans to the prison, Lin took her sister out of the main temple and went to the sacrificial temple on the side. Along the way, the two sisters had their own concerns. Although they held hands, they tacitly did not speak, but just moved forward silently. When they came to the sacrificial temple, looking at the majestic sacrificial temple and the two majestic snake statues outside the temple, Lin frowned, secretly clenched her fists, and made up her mind that no matter what, she must protect her sister. Let's go in. Having made up his mind, Lin held his sister's hand tightly. After saying something softly to his sister, Lin bravely took his sister's hand and walked into the temple. At this moment, in the temple, the four elders were already waiting. Seeing Lin leading Dai in, the head elder sighed in his heart. I wonder if the elder asked my sister and I to come here for some important matter. After entering the temple, Lin let go of his sister's hand, looked up at the elder who was standing on a tall golden snake statue, and asked. Lin, today we have discussed which of you two should officially inherit the throne of the queen. Our final choice is you. Looking at Lin, the elder said in a deep voice. Is it me? Hearing the words of the elder, Lin immediately took a step back, his heart sank. Seeing Lin's expression, the elder shook his head slightly, took out a golden snake blade from his arms, threw it down, and the snake man fell in front of Lin, making a clanging sound. Lin, according to the ancestral precepts of our snake people, there can only be one Queen Medusa in each generation of our snake people. As long as you kill Dai, you will be the Queen Medusa of our generation. Looking at Lin, the elder said solemnly. Chapter 504 Choice. Sister. Hearing the words of the elder, seeing Sister Lin leaning over to pick up the golden snake blade on the ground, gently stroking the blade, with an uncertain expression on her face, Dai stepped back a few steps in fear. After stroking the snake blade several times, Lin suddenly seemed to have made up his mind and turned to Dai. He took Dai's hand and put the snake blade in Dai's hand. Sister. Looking at the snake blade in her hand, Dai looked up at Lin in astonishment. Lin, what are you doing? Seeing Lin's action, the elder on the golden snake statue also showed astonishment. I choose to give up the right to run for the position of Queen Medusa. The rules of the tribe should not say that you can't choose to give up, right? Turning around and looking at the elder, Lin said lightly. But you will die if you do this. The elder was a little angry and slammed the snake-headed scepter in his left hand to the ground, angrily said. Let's die. Lin smiled indifferently, turned around and twisted his snake tail, and in a flash, he had left the temple. Outside the temple, Lin asked a snake guard for a pair of shackles, and then put them on himself. Why are you doing this? Seeing Lin's choice, the elder smiled bitterly. Sister. Looking at the snake blade in her hand, tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes, and Dai's eyes suddenly became a little blurred. Sister, you are the real queen. Holding the snake blade, Dai shouted outside the temple. Outside the temple, Lin just smiled faintly. Becoming the Queen of Medusa is indeed her lifelong wish. She dreams of leading the snake people to get rid of the barren land of the Tagar Desert, but if the price of realizing her dream is to kill her sister, then she would rather choose to give up. Ah, whatever. In the sacrificial temple, seeing that Lin had made a choice and chose to give up, knowing that a forced melon is not sweet, the elder could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Thanks to the gift of the snake spirit, it has pointed the way for us. Everyone, come with me to join our new queen. The elder spread his wide sleeves and spoke loudly to the many coiled snake statues in the temple, and then suddenly half knelt down towards Dai. Join the queen. Led by the elder, the other 3 elders and many snake guards in the temple also half knelt down towards Dai and shouted. Elder, do I have to decide between my sister and I? Can't our snake people have 2 Medusa queens? Holding the snake blade in hand, Dai prayed to the elder. The clan rules cannot be broken. We are not deliberately making things difficult for her. Since she has chosen to give up, you must follow the instructions of fate and ascend the throne. The elder turned around, put his hands behind his back, and sighed. You should adjust your mood and prepare for the ceremony. You can be officially crowned tomorrow. Come on. Escort Lin to the prison and wait for his fate. In addition, bring the humans in the prison here. Suddenly, the elder shouted. Yes. Hearing the elder's words, several snake guards responded immediately. One group of people walked towards Lin and took Lin to the high-level prison, while the other group turned around and twisted their snake tails, left the temple, and went to another prison. After a while, several snake guards escorted several human mercenaries into the temple. After coming to Dai, several snake guards immediately pushed the escorted mercenaries to the temple. Your Highness, kill them. The great elder flew off the platform and landed beside Dai. He raised the snake-headed scepter in his hand, pointed at the human mercenaries who were escorted here, and said in a deep voice. Kill them, why? Can't we kill them? Looking at the mercenaries who were begging desperately, Dai turned around and looked at the great elder with reluctance. No. The great elder shook his head firmly. Your Highness, these human mercenaries were captured by our patrol guards because they attacked our snake village. Do you know how many of our snake compatriots would be broken up and their wives and children would be separated if these human mercenaries succeeded? Pointing at the mercenaries, the great elder said. If a beautiful female snakeman like you is caught by humans, she will be sold to human nobles and become their playthings. Male snakemen will be sent to be slaves to engage in occupations with extremely high mortality rates such as mining and collecting herbs. From then on, they will be enslaved and live a life worse than death. The elder's voice was a little low. We snakemen have always used thunder-like cruel means to kill all human mercenaries who dare to move this idea, thereby deterring all mercenaries. However, despite this, there are still countless greedy humans who attack our snakemen villages without fear of death. If you become the queen in the future and are still so kind to humans, this will undoubtedly push our snakemen to a dead end. Your Majesty, you need to change your mind for our snakemen. The elder bowed his hands, bowed slightly, and said loudly. Hearing the words of the elder, Dai struggled a little. Gritting her teeth, Dai held the sharp snake blade, her eyes constantly wandering between the snake blade in her hand and the human mercenary who kept kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground. Although she kept trying to raise the snake blade in her hand, Dai couldn't bear it. Killing. Although she knew the grudge between humans and snake people, Dai was different from Lin. Dai had been protected by Lin since she was a child, and all the things that the candidate for Queen Medusa needed to do were done by Lin on Dai's behalf. Lin's dream was to become the queen and lead the snake people out of the predicament, but Dai's wish was to escape from the cage of the snake temple and experience a free life, just like her name, Dai, a free butterfly. Sorry, I can't do it, woo-woo. In the end, Dai choked and threw down the snake blade in her hand, sobbing and escaping from the temple. Your Highness the Queen. Looking at Dai's departing back, the great elder sighed helplessly. You, kill them all, I'm going to prepare the ceremony. The great elder shook his head helplessly, and after letting the snake guards kill the human mercenaries in the temple, the great elder twisted his grey-brown snake tail and left the temple. While walking towards another temple, the great elder was worried. This queen is really too worrying. If the queen's ideas cannot be changed, the future of their snake people will be worrying. On the other side, after leaving the sacrificial temple, Dai returned to her bedroom. Sitting on the windowsill, Dai held a dandelion that was blooming like a pom-pom picked from the garden in her hand, looking at the sky outside the window, and her heart was a little absent-minded. Dandelion is Dai's favorite flower, because dandelion can scatter its seeds with the wind and fly anywhere, unrestrained, which is the freedom that Dai has always longed for but could not get. Her fair right hand gently twisted the snow-white dandelion, and the golden pendant on her hand kept ringing because of the shaking of her palm. Looking at the dandelion in her hand, Dai finally made a decision in her heart. Becoming a queen is not her dream is freedom, but her sister Lin's dream is to become a queen. And compared to her, her sister is undoubtedly more suitable to be the queen of their snake people, and only her sister who has been omnipotent since childhood can lead the snake people out of the current predicament, Dai firmly believes. Sister, I know you don't want to kill me, but becoming a queen is not my wish is the unrestrained freedom. Sister, let me realize your dream for you, and I will get the freedom I desire. Holding the snow-white dandelion in her hand and placing it in front of her abdomen, Dai looked up at the sky outside the window. The sky was blue and white, just as she had always seen it. But at this moment, her heart was different. Chapter 505, Forbidden Space Technique. Your Majesty, the Great Elder asked me to inform you that the ceremony is about to begin. Just as Dai was staring out the window in a daze, a snake maid suddenly walked into the bedroom and said respectfully. Ceremony. Hearing the maid's words, Dai calmed down, took a last look at the dandelion in her hand, pursed her red lips, and put the dandelion on the windowsill. I know, I'll be there right away. In the wide cave, the light was dim, and only the top of the cave had a faint moonlight shining in. There were jagged rocks all around, and on the stone platforms protruding from the rock wall, there were ferocious golden snake statues, and in the open mouths of the golden snakes, there was a blazing flame, illuminating the cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a round stone platform, which was full of circles of patterns, and in the center of the stone platform was Lin, whose hands and feet were bound by long magic chains and shackles on her hands. Because she had given up the position of Queen Medusa, the ornaments that Lin had worn that belonged to Queen Medusa had been removed, and now Lin looked like an ordinary snake woman. Seeing her sister walk into the cave, Lin's calm face bloomed with a faint smile, and she did not regret dying in her sister's hands. In addition to becoming a queen and leading the snake people out of trouble, Lin's biggest dream is to protect her sister. When the two dreams conflict, she is willing to die to protect her sister. Wearing a thin black veil and a gorgeous golden headdress, Dai held the golden snake blade in her hand, twisted her snake tail, and slowly walked into the cave. Kill your sister, you will be the real queen. On the side, the elder was standing on a raised platform, holding a snake-headed scepter in his hand, watching Dai. Seeing Dai walking towards Lin, the elder could not help but said in a deep voice. But Dai ignored the elder's words, but with a relieved smile on her face, twisted her green snake tail, and came all the way to Lin. Sister. Looking at the sister who had taken off all the gorgeous clothes in front of her, she was so strange and yet so familiar. Dai's nose suddenly felt a little sour. Sister, you have always protected me, and now it's my turn to protect you. Gently putting down the snake blade in her hand, Dai first took off the black veil behind her and put it on her sister Lin's body, then took off the golden headdress on her head and put it on her sister Lin's head, then the pendant on her chest, the pendant around her waist, the pendant on her shoulder, and the golden bracelet on her hand. Sister, you. Seeing her sister's actions, Lin was obviously a little surprised. Dai, what are you doing? On the side, the elder was also very surprised. But in his heart, the elder understood Dai's thoughts and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dai also chose to give up. This was the best decision for him and the snake people. However, although he was very satisfied in his heart, as the elder who presided over the ceremony, Dai's actions were undoubtedly it was a contempt of the ceremony, and he obviously could not remain indifferent. Stop, what are you doing? The elder roared angrily. Sister. Dai still ignored the elder's roar, and after putting all the ornaments on her sister Lin, Dai suddenly hugged Lin. Feeling the familiar warmth, Dai closed her eyes intoxicatedly, her face was like a dream, and she unconsciously showed an innocent smile. At this moment, her heart was more relaxed than ever. Sister. Opening her eyes again, Dai called softly. Dai, what are you doing? Take the things off quickly. At this time, Lin reacted and struggled. But in response to her sister's struggle, Dai suddenly stretched out her white jade-like hand and gently covered her sister Lin's lips, smiling, Sister, I understand what I am doing now. Sister, your dream is to lead the tribe out of the predicament of being trapped in the desert, and my dream is freedom. We both have things we want to do, and we don't want each other to die, but sister, you are more suitable to be the queen than me. Please forgive my willfulness. I want to experience the feeling of freedom too much, even if the final result is death. Dai hugged Lin, and after whispering, she slowly let go, and while retreating, a very relieved smile appeared on her face. Picking up the snake blade on the ground, with the operation of fighting spirit, Dai aimed the snake blade at the forbidden magic chain in front of her, and slashed it down fiercely. The snake blade with fighting spirit instantly cut off the chains and shackles made of forbidden magic stone. After cutting off the forbidden magic chain, Dai threw the snake blade down, twisted the colorful green snake tail, and slowly stepped back a few steps. Dai, what do you want to do? On the side, the elder once again made an angry voice, come here. Catch her. Hearing the elder's words, the snake guards on the side immediately stepped forward and prepared to take down Dai. But Dai suddenly burst out with Do Huang level Do Chi, instantly knocking away all the approaching snake guards. Don't come over, I don't want to hurt you. Looking at her sister Lin, Dai said while quickly forming seals with both hands. As her hands formed seals, powerful Do Chi fluctuations suddenly burst out from Dai's body like a tide, and the strong purple light instantly illuminated the entire cave. Is this a forbidden space technique? Seeing her sister's actions, Lin couldn't help but panic. Don't. This is a forbidden space technique. Even a Do Zong strongman will be backfired if it is used. With your Do Huang level cultivation, you can't bear it at all. Stop it. Lin tried to stop Dai, but the space fluctuations generated by Lin's use of the forbidden space technique made it impossible for her to get close. Sister, I believe that with you here, the snake people will definitely get rid of the shackles of fate. Sister, goodbye. Dai made seals with her hands and smiled. The brilliant purple light and violent spatial fluctuations surged like a tide. The purple light became brighter and brighter. Finally, with the word goodbye, Dai's figure instantly disappeared in the cave. No. The purple light dissipated instantly. Looking at the place where Dai disappeared, Lin shouted, but in the end he could only put down his outstretched right hand helplessly. On the side, the great elder quickly bent down first and shouted, "Welcome Queen Medusa." All the guards followed suit. Compared with Dai, they were more convinced by Lin, who originally had the heart and demeanor of a strong man. Get up! Looking at the place where his sister disappeared, Lin's face gradually changed from sadness to calmness. When he turned around, Lin's face had completely returned to normal, and he could not see his joy or anger. Your Majesty, she actually dared to violate the clan rules in public. You must punish the traitor severely. On the stone platform, pointing to the place where Dai disappeared, the elder said angrily. Yes, I will bring the traitor back. Looking at the place where his sister disappeared, Lin's expression changed for a while. Finally, Lin took a deep breath, clenched the snake blade he had picked up before, and said in a deep voice. On a rock wall in the cave nearby, seeing what was happening in front of him, a little black snake flashed a hint of humanity in its eyes, and then suddenly turned around and drilled into a small hole beside it. Chapter 506 A Smart Snake. At the same time as the little black snake drilled into the rock wall, not far from the oasis, in a rocky beach, a man in a black robe sitting on a huge rock suddenly stood up, his face showing an ecstatic look. What's wrong, Mo Liao? Are the two candidates for Queen Medusa of the Serpent Clan finally going to decide life and death? Do we need to go over there? Seeing the surprise on the face of the black-robed man, a purple snake-like monster coiled on his shoulder couldn't help but speak in human language and asked. No, one of the candidates for Queen Medusa used a forbidden space technique to teleport herself out of the Serpent Clan temple. I heard from another candidate that this candidate who used the forbidden space technique will probably suffer a very serious backlash. This is a good opportunity for us. The black-clothed man named Mo Liao suppressed his excitement. Mo Liao's mood, whispered. You said that the candidate Queen Medusa left the Snake Temple by performing some kind of forbidden space technique, and she will suffer a serious backlash. Hearing Mo Liao's words, the purple snake beast couldn't help but show ecstasy. Yes, if she suffers a serious backlash, she will definitely not be our opponent. This is a good opportunity for us. Mo Liao clenched his fists, and under the black robe, his vicissitudes of life were full of excitement and excitement. But from what the other candidate queen said, the snake people seem to have regarded the escaped candidate queen as a traitor. According to the ancestral precepts of their snake people, they will capture the escaped candidate queen and then execute her. If we also go to find the defected candidate Queen Medusa, we may bump into the people of the snake people. At that time, Mo Liao's face showed a trace of hesitation. Mo Liao, are you afraid? This is not the Mo Liao I know. Hearing Mo Liao's words, the purple snake monster swallowed its tongue and showed a strange look in its eyes. Aren't you afraid? We are not facing a snake man, but a whole snake tribe. The snake tribe has more than a dozen Dohuangs, and a Dohuang level Queen Medusa with good strength and condition. She was a tough character who once fought against 3 Dohuangs of the Jima Empire alone. Zai Huang, don't tell me you are not afraid. Mo Liao glanced at the 6th level snake monster named Zai Huang, which was actually the Zai Huang phantom snake, and said strangely. Hearing what Mo Liao said, Zai Huang couldn't help but wipe his snake head with his tail, revealing a trace of shame. Well, I don't plan to have a direct conflict with the snake people, it shouldn't matter, right? Please, use your snake brain to think carefully, we are going to snatch the candidate Medusa Queen of the snake people. Although she defected, this candidate Medusa Queen is also the biological sister of that person. Do you think they will let you take their sister away for nothing? Mo Liao looked at Zai Huang Yu snake with some contempt, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Warcraft is indeed a warcraft, and its brain capacity is too small. Then what should we do? Don't you plan to help me? Looking at Mo Liao, Zai Huang Yu snake's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. What are you thinking about? We have been friends for decades. If I didn't plan to help you, I wouldn't follow you out of the mansion and come here. Mo Liao said unhappily. It's just Zai Huang, are you sure what you see in the ancient books is true? Mo Liao still has some doubts. It must be true. I have verified a lot of information. As long as you can help me find the escaped Queen Medusa and let me possess her body, when I cultivate to the peak of Dohuang, I can use the strange fire to evolve into the source of my bloodline, the ancient sky snake, and be promoted to Duzong. Zhuang Yushe was very sure. It seems that the conflict between us and the snake people is inevitable. Mo Liao sighed and shook his head. Mo Liao, you said that the snake people and the Jima Empire have been hostile for generations. Can we find some help from the Jima Empire? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Zhuang Yushe suddenly showed a sinister smile. What do you mean? Mo Liao was a little confused. I say, Lao Mo, don't you always say that you are smarter than me? How come you can't think of such a simple thing? Zhuang Yushe rolled his eyes at Mo Liao. Then tell me, what solution did you think of? Mo Liao was a little impatient. Haha, Lao Mo, I remember you have a Dohuang Dan. Zhuang Yushe smiled flatteringly. Dohuang Dan? Zhuang, what do you mean? This Dohuang Dan is what I plan to use to break through to the 9-star Dohuang in the future. What do you want to do? Hearing what Zhuang Yushe said, Mo Liao couldn't help but show a face full of vigilance. I say, Lao Mo, you are only a 2-star Dohuang now. Isn't it too early to talk about breaking through to the 9-star Dohuang? When I break through to the Do Zone, the Dohuang Dan will be returned to you casually, and I don't plan to let you really take out the Dohuang Dan. Zhuang Yushe rolled his eyes. Then what are you going to do? It's agreed that I won't really give you this Dohuang Dan. Mo Liao said with a look of thief guarding. Don't worry, I won't really want you. I remember you said that there is a Dohuang from the Gama Empire in the Tagar Desert. I think his name is Hai Badong, right? See if you can use the Dohuang pill to lure him out and let him help us find the Queen Medusa who escaped through the Forbidden Space technique. We will act in secret. As long as Hai Badong holds back the people of the snake people, we can take the opportunity to kidnap the candidate Queen Medusa. Isn't that it? The purple ghost snake flashed a sinister light in its bright yellow vertical pupils, and laughed. Hey, Zhuang, I can't tell that you are quite smart. Mo Liao showed a surprised look. Don't treat me Zhuang as an ordinary snake. I am a smart snake with wisdom. The purple ghost snake smiled proudly. Well, let's go to Machin to meet Hai Badong now. Mo Liao nodded, and as his Do-Chi circulated, the grey-brown Do-Chi quickly condensed into a pair of illusory Do-Chi wings behind him. The Do-Chi wings behind him fluttered, and with the purple ghost snake, Mo Liao's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. At the same time, on the other side, after saving the Blood Rose mercenary group, Bai Ji was stretching the holy demon wings produced by the fusion of the angel martial soul and the fallen angel martial soul, soaring in the sky. It was dark at this moment, the moonlight was like water, and the stars were shining. In a hazy cloud surrounded by moonlight, Bai Ji released all his mental power, covering the surrounding desert for hundreds of thousands of miles, and fully detected everything around him, looking for the oasis where the snake people were. Suddenly, in the perception of mental power, the void suddenly rippled. I saw a comatose female snakeman suddenly emerge from the air, then fall rapidly, and finally land on a piece of sand below, and it is unknown whether she is dead or alive. This is... Seeing the picture sent back by the mental power in his mind, Bai Ji couldn't help but move his heart, and quickly turned the holy demon wings behind him, and flew towards the place where the female snakeman fell. Chapter 507 Thinking about the Snake People. At night, the stars are lonely. After sensing the fluctuations in space, Bai Ji immediately fluttered the holy demon wings, turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the direction where the female snakeman fell. The majestic mental power tore the space apart in an instant, and as the void twisted, Bai Ji's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, a figure emerged out of thin air, hovered in the air for a while, and landed on the ground. Stepping on the soft yellow sand, Bai Ji retracted the holy demon wings, and slowly walked towards the female snakeman who fell to the ground, step by step, and slowly walked towards the female snakeman who was lying on the ground, and his life or death was unknown. Bai Ji came to the female snakeman and looked at the female snakeman under his feet, thinking in his heart. According to his memory, the female snakeman in front of him seemed to be called Dai, the sister of Queen Medusa Cai Lin. Although she was not mentioned in the original work, she appeared in the special episode of the anime. This should also be considered an important person. After all, she is the sister of the heroine Cai Lin and the candidate Queen Medusa of the Snakeman tribe. Changing her fate should get a chance to draw a lottery, right? Ding! The host guessed correctly. This candidate Queen Medusa Dai is indeed an important plot character. If the host can successfully reverse her fate, the system predicts that the host will get a gold-level lottery opportunity. In his mind, the system said. Then how can I change her fate? Just simply protect her. Bai Ji frowned and asked in his heart. Just pure protection cannot be regarded as truly changing its fate. If the host wants to truly change its fate, he should find a way to change the concept of the snake people and let the snake people accept the two Medusa queens. Only in this way can it be regarded as changing its fate from the source. In his mind, the system answered. I know. Bai Ji nodded in his heart. The meaning of the system is very simple. He cannot protect this snake girl named Dai for a lifetime. If he does not find a way to change the concept of the snake people and let the snake people accept the two Medusa queens, then the snake people will continue to hunt down the girl named Dai. Her fate has not changed because of him. So the key point is still the snake people, but how to make the snake people accept the two Medusa queens? Just use strength to deter? Although it is not difficult to intimidate a snake people with only one Douluo with Bai Ji's strength, it is not advisable. As a tribe, the snake people, compared with the hatred of the snake people, if the snake people can be conquered, Bai Ji will undoubtedly get more benefits than conquering a force. But how can I make the snake people convinced of me? Bai Ji pondered. Strength can only make people convinced physically, but to be convinced mentally, some means are still needed. The dilemma facing the snake people now is that the Gamma Empire is constantly squeezing their living space. For the high-level officials of the Gamma Empire, Bai Ji can use strength to solve their hostility towards the snake people, but for the humans of the entire Gamma Empire, Bai Ji cannot make everyone give up the idea of making money in the Tagar Desert. At least simple deterrence cannot do it. After all, people die for money, and birds die for food. If you want to really solve this problem, it is best to use peaceful means. The reason why humans and snake people went to war is that the beautiful snake people are highly sought after among the nobles, and male snake people are also excellent slaves. If a new business can be created that is more profitable than selling snake people slaves and is also safer, if this business can be taught to the snake people, can it solve the conflict between humans and snake people? After all, there are safer and more profitable ways. Who would risk losing their head to earn a smaller profit? While thinking in his mind, Bai Ji had a rough idea. However, the idea in Bai Ji's mind is still very rough, and he needs to spend some time to carefully carve it out. After all, if you want to convince the snake people who hate humans, empty words will not work, you still need to show evidence. Hey! With a sigh of relief, Bai Ji slowly squatted down and turned the snake girl lying on the ground over. Under the bright moonlight, a charming snake girl appeared in Bai Ji's eyes. The girl's upper body is human, but her lower body is snake. She is wearing a red leather short skirt, and the same red leather tube top on her chest, revealing a smooth and flat abdomen. And between the snake girl's long and smooth hair, there is a pair of elf-like pointed ears. At this moment, the female snake is lying on the ground with her eyes closed. Although the snake girl looked healthy and uninjured on the surface, Bai Ji's perception showed that the fighting spirit and mental fluctuations in the snake girl's body were very disordered, as if she had used some forbidden means that should not be used and suffered backlash. If the facts were consistent with his memory, then the girl in front of him should have used the forbidden space technique to escape from the snake temple of the snake people, and therefore suffered backlash. The snake people should have begun searching for her now. Let's find a place to stay first. The invisible mental power quickly swept the area of tens of thousands of miles nearby, and in a Gobi desert not far away, Bai Ji found a cave. Leaning over to pick up Dai, Bai Ji summoned the holy demon wings again. With the 3 pairs of holy demon wings fluttering, Bai Ji's figure instantly rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Although there was no cultivation in the clone, with the help of the soul power of the holy demon Titan Shura King, which had transformed into a divine soul, Bai Ji condensed a soul shield around his body, blocking the oncoming strong wind outside the shield. Passing through the clouds all the way, Bai Ji stretched out his wings of the holy demon and flew towards the Gobi desert where his spiritual power locked. Landing in the desolate Gobi desert, surrounded by rugged rocks, Bai Ji found a cave on a rock wall and flew in. Hiss! As soon as he flew into the cave, accompanied by a gust of fishy and evil wind, a huge grey-brown python opened its mouth and bit over. This was a second-level grey stone-spotted python. Bai Ji did not move, but just swept out the majestic spiritual power suddenly, instantly wiping out the soul of the grey stone-spotted python. The ferocious and fierce eyes lost color in the air, and the huge body fell to the ground with a thud, picking up a pile of dust. Ahem! After a few coughs, Bai Ji waved his right hand, manipulated his soul power to stir up the air and blew away all the dust in the cave, leaving only some stones that could be used for people to sit on. He picked up some firewood from outside the cave and piled it up. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and as his soul power operated, a brilliant holy light suddenly bloomed between Bai Ji's fingers. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy light began to be highly compressed and condensed, gradually changing from golden to golden red, condensing into a light ball the size of a marble. Go! Seeing that the temperature was almost right, Bai Ji flicked his finger, and the condensed holy light ball flew out and landed on the pile of firewood that had been arranged, and a raging flame suddenly ignited. The bright fire illuminated the cave, and Bai Ji gently put the butterfly in his arms on the ground, and then looked at the body of the limestone python not far away. Chapter 508 Hai Badong's Doubts. With the same feeling as when he was drawing skins in LOL, Bai Ji split the head of the grey stone python. But unfortunately, there was no magic core inside. Somewhat disappointedly, he skinned the grey stone python, roasted some snake meat to fill his stomach, and then fell asleep on a boulder. The next day, early in the morning, the warm sunlight shone in from the entrance of the cave, illuminating the dim cave. The fire lit last night had gone out at this time, and the sunlight shone on Bai Ji's face, waking Bai Ji up. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Ji yawned, stretched his waist, and climbed up from the ground. Looking at the body of the grey stone python still in the dark of the cave, Bai Ji only ate less than 1/5 of it last night, and the remaining snake meat should be enough to cope with a day today. After moving the stone to the entrance of the cave, Bai Ji lay on the stone and lazily basked in the sun. Suddenly, there was a slight hum sound in the cave, followed by an unconscious weak cry, "Water, water, I want water." Hearing the sound, Bai Ji immediately sat up from the stone, leaped up, and landed beside Dai. Although Dai still had her eyes closed, her consciousness should have been awake, otherwise she would not have shouted for water. But now in this vast desert, where can I find water? Bai Ji was a little helpless, and finally, he could only look at the grey stone python beside him. Walking to the side of the grey stone python, Bai Ji cut open the flesh of the grey stone python, drew some blood from the body of the grey stone python, condensed it into a ball with his internal force, and then held it in his palm. Here. Walking to the side of Dai, Bai Ji half squatted down. He opened Dai's mouth and fed her the blood clot in his hand. Although there was water in the blood smell was too strong. Dai coughed after drinking a little, and then suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and vomited most of the blood. Bai Ji also guessed this result, so he just patted Dai's back to help Dai breathe. "Where is this?" After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Dai seemed to react suddenly, with a confused look in his eyes. He glanced at the cave blankly and muttered, "Who am I?" Where am I? Suddenly, a tearing pain came from his brain, and Dai couldn't help but cover his hands with both hands and screamed in pain. Are you okay? It seems that you have lost your memory. If you can't remember, don't think about it. Bai Ji patted Dai's back and comforted her. Who are you? Hearing Bai Ji's voice, Dai suddenly looked at Bai Ji in confusion. My name is Bai Ji. I haven't asked you who you are yet, but it looks like you have lost your memory. Bai Ji smiled softly and said. I have lost my memory. Dai pointed at herself blankly. That's right. Look, you don't even remember who you are. It's not amnesia, but you just lost your memory. Your brain hasn't recovered yet. Don't think about it for now. Think about it when you're better. Bai Ji nodded and said. So I lost my memory. No wonder I can't remember anything. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai also murmured to himself. Yes, you have lost your memory, but your identity is also easy to recognize. You are a snakeman. There are very few snakemen. If I take you to the snakeman tribe, they will definitely recognize you. Bai Ji smiled. No, I don't want to go back to the snakeman tribe. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai's face suddenly changed and she shouted hurriedly. Why, you are obviously a snakeman, why don't you want to return to the snakeman tribe? We humans are not friendly to you snakemen. If you don't return to the snakeman tribe and stay in the human world, it will be very dangerous. Bai Ji asked with some doubt. Not friendly, but didn't you save me? Dai said weakly. Yes, I saved you, but that's because I am a kind person. I don't hate you snakemen, but most humans hate you snakemen, especially beautiful female snakemen like you. They are very popular female slaves among our human nobles. Your appearance is bound to arouse people's greed. Bai Ji shook his head. Ah! Humans are humans so dangerous. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai couldn't help but hold Bai Ji's arm tightly in fear, and the soft and towering peaks rubbed against Bai Ji's arm. Ahem, but don't worry, I will protect you. No one in this Tagar desert can beat me. Bai Ji coughed a few times and comforted. Thank you so much, you are so kind. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai couldn't help but be overjoyed, suddenly hugged Bai Ji, and rubbed Bai Ji's face with her cold cheek. That, are all you snake people so enthusiastic? When Dai let go, Bai Ji couldn't help but say awkwardly. Snake people, enthusiastic? I don't know, I was just excited for a moment, and then I hugged you subconsciously. I'm sorry, you don't mind, do you? Dai was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, and bowed her head apologetically. It's okay. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Are you thirsty now? Then I will take you to the human town in a while, but you must follow me like now, and you can't leave for a moment, understand? Bai Ji touched Dai's head and said softly. Well, I know, but didn't you say that the human world is very dangerous? Dai nodded, but still a little confused. Haha, the human world is indeed very dangerous for you, but if you want to survive in this Tagar desert, we must get supplies, and the supply point can only be a human town, which is unavoidable, but I am here, you just need to follow me, there will be no problem. Bai Ji smiled and said. So that's the case, don't worry, I will definitely follow you all the time. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai nodded as if she understood, then clenched her fists and showed a serious expression. On the other side, Black Rock City, Black Rock Hotel, a room. In the magnificent room, a middle-aged man in a blue dress with his chest half open was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun lazily by the window. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked. Knock knock knock, come in. The middle-aged man said lightly. Hearing the middle-aged man's response, a waiter pushed open the door and came to the middle-aged man, bowed respectfully, and handed the letter in his hand to the middle-aged man. Master Hai Badong, this is the letter that a Do Huang master asked me to give you just now. The waiter said respectfully. Do Huang. Hearing the waiter's words, Hai Badong suddenly opened his eyes. Slowly sitting up, Hai Badong took the letter from the waiter, opened it, and read it. He quickly scanned the contents of the letter, frowned, and crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball of paper. Do Huang Dan. Hai Badong was a little confused. Do Huang Dan, also known as Huangji Dan, can increase the strength of a Do Huang by 1 to 2 stars after taking it. Each Do Huang can only take it once in his life, but Do Huang Dan is a 6th grade pill. In the Jiama Empire, even the Danwang Guhi, who has recently become famous and is known as the number one in the alchemy world, is only a 5th grade alchemist and cannot refine the Dohuang pill. Who is looking for him? Chapter 509 The Temptation of Dohuang Pill. Are you sure that the person who gave you this letter is a Dohuang strongman? Putting the crumpled paper ball into the ring, Hai Badong frowned and asked the waiter. I'm not sure about this, but that adult has a pair of yellow-brown Do Chi wings behind his back, and his strength is definitely above Do Wang. As for whether he is Do Huang, please forgive me for my poor eyesight and can't tell. The waiter said with some fear and trepidation. I know, you go out. Finding that the waiter didn't know much, Hai Badong waved his hand and asked the waiter to leave. When the waiter left the room, Hai Badong sat on the recliner again and thought in his heart. Although he did not get any specific information from the waiter, the grey-brown Do Chi wings showed that the Do Chi cultivated by this unknown strongman was undoubtedly of rock or earth attributes. If the person who came was really a Do Emperor, among the Do Emperors he knew, there was no Do Emperor who cultivated rock and earth attributes. Could it be that the person who came was not the Do Emperor of their Jiama Empire? Hai Badong came to a rather surprising conclusion in his heart. But after thinking about it carefully, it was entirely possible, because the Do Emperor of the Jiama Empire could not produce a 6th grade Do Emperor pill. Do Emperor pill. Hai Badong suddenly stood up from the recliner and slowly came to the window. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Hai Badong was a little hesitant in his heart. Being able to use a Do Emperor pill as a reward meant that the task he was asked to do was definitely extraordinary. After all, Do Emperor pills were so precious. That was a precious pill that could allow a Do Emperor to rise 1 or 2 stars after taking it, which could completely save a Do Emperor from several years or even more than 10 years of hard practice. If it was not really impossible, Hai Badong was really unwilling to give up. Let's go and see what the mission is first. Having made a decision in his heart, Hai Badong stretched out his hand and opened the window. Behind him, the ice-blue wings of fighting spirit suddenly opened, and Hai Badong's body moved and instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the window, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After flying for dozens of miles, Hai Badong finally arrived above a Gobi desert. Under the Gobi desert, a mysterious man in a black robe with a pair of grey-brown wings of fighting spirit condensed behind him was waiting for Hai Badong's arrival, and on the shoulders of the black-robed man, there was a purple snake-like monster coiled. Swish! Seeing his employer, Hai Badong immediately folded the wings of fighting spirit behind him and landed on the ground like a meteor. You are the ones looking for me. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man in front of him, Hai Badong frowned and asked. Yes, it's us. Meet His Excellency the Ice Emperor. Mo Liao smiled faintly and bowed. You asked me to help you do a task, and the reward is Dohuang pill. I don't want to know the task for now, but you need to show me the Dohuang pill. I won't waste time on something that I don't know whether it exists or not. Hai Badong folded his hands, looked at Mo Liao with a cold look, and said. Of course, we all understand the principle of this transaction. We will definitely not let His Excellency Bing Huang make a wasted trip. Let's show His Excellency Bing Huang pill. Hearing Hai Badong's words, the purple ghost snake opened its mouth, patted Mo Liao's shoulder with its tail, and said. This is a 6th level magic beast. Seeing the purple ghost snake speak human words, Hai Badong couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Among the magic beasts, only the 5th level magic beasts can speak human words, and those who can change their size are undoubtedly 6th level magic beasts. Being able to mix with 6th level magic beasts, it seems that this person should really be a Dohuang strongman. When Hai Badong was shocked, Mo Liao took out a small white jade bottle from the ring. After uncorking the jade bottle, a pale golden pill immediately slipped out of the small jade bottle and landed in Mo Liao's palm, where Mo Liao held it up with the Do Chi that flowed out of his palm. Your Excellency Bing Huang, take a closer look and smell it carefully. This is definitely the Dohuang pill. Zhuang. Yushe said slowly. Hearing Zhuang Yushe's words, Hai Badong carefully looked at the Dohuang pill, and then carefully sniffed the pill's qi. His nostrils moved slightly, and the pill's qi rich in spiritual energy made Hai Badong, who was a Dohuang, feel refreshed. This is most likely the Dohuang pill. Even if it is not, it must be a 6th grade pill of the same level as the Dohuang pill. Hai Badong stared at the Dohuang pill and came to a conclusion in his heart. Have you finished reading it, Mr. Bing Huang? Seeing Hai Badong's solemn expression and his eyes not blinking, Mo Liao raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth and asked. I've finished reading it. Heibodong nodded. Hearing Heibodong say that he had finished reading it, Mo Liao immediately put the Duhuang pill back into the white jade bottle, then plugged the bottle and put it back into the ring. Whether it is the Duhuang pill or other pills, if they are exposed to the air for a long time, the spiritual energy will dissipate, so they must be kept in the jade bottle. Since the Duhuang pill has been confirmed, I wonder if His Excellency the Ice Emperor has made a decision and whether he will accept our mission. Mo Liao looked up at Heibodong and asked. Mission? Heibodong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked up at Mo Liao again. Let's not talk about the mission first. I believe your mission is definitely within my ability, but how can I trust you? If I complete the mission, will you give me the Duhuang pill? One of you is a Duhuang and the other is a 6th level magic beast. If you want to refuse to pay at that time, I can't do anything. Heibodong said in a deep voice. This is simple. We can swear a blood oath. If His Excellency the Ice Emperor completes our mission and we fail to fulfill our promise, then let our cultivation never make any progress in our lifetime. The purple ghost snake raised its tail first and swore. Following the purple ghost snake, Mo Liao also swore a poisonous oath. For fighters, oaths must not be taken lightly. If you take an oath but break it, it is easy for the inner demon to invade and die when you break through in the future. This is the same as for cultivators. You two are generous. Heibodong was a little surprised when he heard that Zai Huang Yushi and Mo Liao had both taken poisonous oaths. Since you two are so generous, I, Heibodong, will not be ignorant. Please tell me what task you want me to complete. Our task is very simple. It is related to the snake people. I believe that as a Dohuang of the Jiama Empire, Your Excellency Bing Huang should not mind offending the snake people, right? Zai Huang Yushi smiled sinisterly and said. Your Excellency should finish it. Heibodong did not answer, but said. Hehe, it's like this. According to the information we found, the snake people have 2 Medusa queens in this generation. One is the one you are familiar with, and the other has been in the snake people temple. But just yesterday, the snake people decided to execute a Medusa queen, but something very strange happened. The Medusa queen who had been living in the temple actually used the forbidden space technique to escape from the snake people temple. According to the information we got, this Medusa queen has suffered a serious injury because of using the forbidden space technique that even the Dozone level can't bear. So we would like to ask His Excellency the Ice Emperor to bring this wandering Medusa queen here. As long as His Excellency the Ice Emperor can do it, we will immediately offer the Dohuang pill with both hands. Zhuang Yoshe was very enthusiastic. Chapter 510 Heibodong's Choice. According to what you said, since the Medusa queen you want has been severely injured, you can catch her yourself. Why are you looking for me? Heibodong asked in a low voice. He was puzzled by the actions of Mo Liao and Zhuang Yoshe. The forces we belong to are different from your Jiama Empire. Your Jiama Empire has always had conflicts with the snake people, but the forces behind us have not. If we take action, it will easily lead to the enemies between the forces behind us and the snake people. Although the forces behind us are not afraid of the snake people, if we provoke an enemy to our forces for no reason, it will be difficult for us to explain when we go back, so we came to you, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor. The Jiama Empire where Your Excellency the Ice Emperor belongs to has always been at odds with the snake people. Even if Your Excellency the Ice Emperor helps us capture the injured Queen Medusa, it doesn't matter. Instead, we will hand over the Duhuang pill to you. Why not? Mo Liao's face was hidden under the black robe, and his tone was light. Heibodong did not answer, of course, nor did he refuse, but frowned and fell into deep thought. But seeing Heibodong hesitate, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yoshe couldn't help but curl their lips at the same time. The temptation of Duhuang Dan, they didn't believe Heibodong could refuse. If I succeed, how should I come to you? After a long time, Heibodong suddenly said. Still here, His Excellency the Ice Emperor just needs to bring the people here, we will wait for His Excellency the Ice Emperor hear good news. Hearing Heibodong's agreement, Mo Liao smiled faintly. This is the portrait of Queen Medusa. Mo Liao took out a portrait and handed it to Heibodong. Well, then I'll leave first. I will bring the person you want to you as soon as possible. After taking the portrait and glancing at it, Heibodong nodded. As the fighting spirit in his body circulated, the ice-blue fighting spirit wings suddenly stretched out from behind, and Heibodong jumped up, and the whole person instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. After returning to Black Rock City, Hai Badong used the wealth and energy of the Mitre family to issue a bounty. The reward was millions of gold coins and a high-level Xian-level technique, and the news of the bounty was offered. On the other side, in the desolate Tagar Desert, Bai Ji was leading Dai, braving the wind and sand to a small oasis thousands of miles away. On the way, a yellow sand giant scorpion attacked Dai without knowing whether to live or die, but was subdued by Bai Ji and tamed as a mount. The two rode the yellow sand giant scorpion and continued to go to the oasis in the distance. Sitting on the back of the giant scorpion, Dai looked around curiously, asking Bai Ji various questions about the desert from time to time, and Bai Ji was a little thoughtful. Although he became a god in Douluo continent, the limitations of the Soul Master system in Douluo continent are still too great. If it is a cultivation system, let alone becoming an immortal, even if it is only the golden core stage, there will be no worries about water, fire and other problems in the wild, because there are various spells. But for Soul Masters, even if they are titled Douluo, if they are in the desert, they may still die of thirst if they are not water attribute Soul Masters. If they are not fire attribute Soul Masters, they will still worry about making fire in the wild, and the Dochi system is similar. Thinking that Bai Ji is the master of a world after all, it is too embarrassing for him to run around for water in another world. Master, look, what is that? Dai pointed at a huge clam soul beast in amazement. At this moment, the clam monster was opening its shell, revealing the soft meat inside. On the soft meat, there was actually a green plant growing, exuding a strong breath of vitality. This is a sand clam, a very common non-ranked monster. It relies on the green grass in its body to attract insects and then kill them. Don't touch it casually, be careful not to get caught. Bai Ji lazily lay on the back of the giant yellow sand scorpion, his head resting on Dai's snow-white thighs. Above his head, the scorpion tail of the giant yellow sand scorpion was fixed with a huge thin bone. The bone blocked the hot sun and cast a shade on the back of the giant scorpion. The giant yellow sand scorpion took a moderate pace and finally arrived at its destination at dusk, a small oasis. In this small oasis, in addition to the water source, there is also a small town called Greenwater Town. Before entering Greenwater Town, Dai was stunned by the scene of people coming and going in front of him. Wow, so prosperous. Is this the giant yellow sand scorpion? There seems to be someone on the giant scorpion. Is it tamed by someone? To be able to tame the monster, it must be a strong man. Did you see it? There seems to be a beautiful snake girl on it. When Dai was observing Greenwater Town, the people and mercenaries in Greenwater Town were also observing the yellow sand giant scorpion, or rather, Bai Ji and Dai on the giant scorpion. Seeing Dai on the yellow sand giant scorpion, many mercenaries were eager to move. You know, the price of a beautiful female snake person in the market starts at tens of thousands of gold coins. But thinking that the person who can tame a yellow sand giant scorpion must be at least at the level of a fighter, or even stronger, it is far beyond the reach of these fighter-level mercenaries, so most mercenaries can only be jealous, and no one dares to approach the yellow sand giant scorpion casually. God knows if they are stung by the yellow sand giant scorpion because they get too close, will they be able to get compensation, or will they be directly sent to the underworld by the owner of the yellow sand giant scorpion? No one dares to try. Riding the yellow sand giant scorpion, Bai Ji stopped in front of a shop. Master, aren't we going to find a hotel? Seeing Bai Ji stopped in front of the shop, Dai was a little surprised. There is no rush for the hotel. Let's go buy something first and find a hotel later. Bai Ji held Dai's hand and took Dai off the giant yellow sand scorpion. After leading the giant yellow sand scorpion to the door of the shop, Bai Ji took Dai into the shop. Excuse me, sir, what do you want to buy? Seeing a young man with extraordinary temperament actually walked in with a beautiful snake girl, the owner of the shop suddenly seemed to smell a cat, showing a smile like Maitreya Buddha, and walked over with a smile. Looking at the boss's enthusiastic smile, Dai was a little scared and hid behind Bai Ji. Do you have a ring here? Looking around, Bai Ji asked. Ring. The boss was stunned at first, and then his old face suddenly bloomed like a chrysanthemum. The smile became even brighter. Yes, 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 sir, please follow me. The boss greeted warmly and took Bai Ji to the counter, then took out a box from under the counter and opened it carefully. In the box, there was a black ring. Sir, please look, this is the ring, and it is also the treasure of our store. Pointing to the black ring in the box, the boss introduced it very solemnly. Chapter 511 Whereabouts leaked the treasure of the store. Bai Ge touched his chin. I wonder how big the space of this ring is. Please forgive me, sir, because the quality of this ring in our store is not too high. Although it is a low-level ring, compared with other low-level rings, the space of our ring is smaller, but don't worry, sir, the price will definitely be reduced, and we will never cheat you. The boss smiled bitterly and bowed. No, I'm still a little curious about how big the space of this ring is. Bai Ge shook his head and said. This storage ring only has 2 cubic meters of space. The boss said awkwardly. Compared to most other low-level storage rings with 3 or 4 cubic meters of space, his low-level storage ring with only 2 cubic meters is indeed a bit small in terms of space. 2 cubic meters. Bai Ge's mouth twitched. This volume is really too small. Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlit Night has 24 cubic meters. Shouldn't the Douluo Kangsheng world be more advanced than Douluo? How come it is worse in terms of space storage equipment? Seeing that Bai Ge seemed a little disappointed, the boss hurriedly said, Don't worry, sir, although this storage ring in our store has limited storage space, it is absolutely good value for money. Then tell me, how much is it? Hearing that there are only 2 cubic meters, Bai Ge was a little uninterested. 2 cubic meters can't hold much stuff at all, it's better to put the stuff on the back of the giant yellow sand scorpion, but it's just more convenient to store. 40,000 gold coins, only 40,000 gold coins, you can take this ring away. Seeing that Bai Ge didn't want to buy it, the boss didn't dare to raise the price, and quickly quoted a more fair price, fearing that it wouldn't sell. Although he kept saying that this ring was the treasure of the town, in the Douluo world, although the ring is precious, it is not a particularly scarce thing, especially the low-level ring, which can be sold to make a fortune. Who likes to put it in the store to gather dust? 40,000 gold coins. Hearing the boss's offer, Bai Ge thought about it, compared some Douluo prices in his memory, and found that it was fair, so he didn't bargain. Anyway, as long as it wasn't deliberately cheating him, it was fine. By the way, do you have daily necessities for sale here? Like bedding, water bags, fire sticks. Bai Ge reported some daily necessities. Yes, sir, don't worry, we have them all. The boss nodded. As for the daily necessities I just mentioned, prepare 30 sets for me, put them in this storage ring, and the money will be deducted from this crystal card. As Bai Ge said, he took out a crystal card from his arms and put it on the counter. This was what he took when he killed Mu Huan before. He just arrived in the world of Douluo Kangsheng and he was short of money. He would not pretend to be noble. Yes. The boss took the crystal card respectfully. After asking the shop assistant to bring 30 sets of daily necessities that Bai Ge mentioned, the boss calculated the price, then swiped the card on a special device, and finally returned the crystal card to Bai Ge. Sir, this is your crystal card. The storage ring and 30 sets of daily necessities in our store cost a total of 20,130 gold coins. After deduction, there are still 135,000 gold coins in the sir's crystal card. The boss handed the crystal card back to Bai Ge respectfully. There are still 130,000? As expected of a leader of a relatively famous mercenary group, this is a good fortune. After taking the crystal card, Bai Ge thought to himself as he took Dai out of the store, then boarded the yellow sand giant scorpion and came to the most upscale hotel in Greenwater Town. Welcome, do you want to have a meal or stay overnight? After getting off the yellow sand giant scorpion, a waiter came up to greet him. The waiter's face turned pale when he saw the yellow sand giant scorpion, and his smile was a little forced, but his tone was smooth, and his professional quality seemed very good. Stay overnight, and help me put it away. Bai Ge said as he led Dai down the giant yellow sand scorpion. Sir, this. Looking at the ferocious giant yellow sand scorpion, the waiter swallowed hard, looking a little embarrassed. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Just lead it to a place and it will stay there quietly. This is your reward. Bai Ge stretched out his hand and threw a gold coin. Okay. Although he was still very scared, the waiter gritted his teeth when he saw the golden coin in his hand. This gold coin is more than he could earn in a year. Holding the golden coin in his hand, the waiter's fear suddenly dissipated a lot, and he looked at the yellow sand giant scorpion as if his face was handsome. Do you have guest rooms here? Holding Dai, Bai Ge came to the hotel counter and asked. Yes, sir, what level of guest room do you want? The shopkeeper smiled and nodded, but his eyes stayed on Dai for a long time. However, Bai Ji didn't care much about the shopkeeper's actions. Along the way, there were countless people who peeked at Dai, but because of the yellow sand giant scorpion, although he didn't have fighting spirit, everyone thought he was a master, and no one dared to cause trouble. Give me 2 of the best ones. Bai Ji put the crystal card on the counter. Master, I don't want to be alone. Hearing that Bai Ji wanted 2 guest rooms, Dai behind him immediately grabbed Bai Ji's arm and said nervously. Then take a room. Hearing Dai's words, thinking that Dai has lost her memory now, it is not safe for her to stay alone, Bai Ji also changed to a room. Here, sir, this is your door number. After handling everything, the shopkeeper handed Bai Ji a door number, on which was engraved the room number corresponding to Bai Ji's hotel. After taking the door number, Bai Ji took Dai upstairs. When the shopkeeper saw Bai Ji going upstairs, his face, which was originally calm, suddenly became extremely excited, and his eyes were full of heat. I didn't expect that Zhang San could have such luck. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands excitedly and took out a piece of drawing paper from under the counter. Opening the drawing paper, a lifelike portrait appeared on the light yellow drawing paper. If Bai Ji was there, he would probably be surprised to find it. The person in this portrait is exactly the same as Dai, or it can be said that the painting is basically Dai. Haha. It's true. I, Zhang San, have made a fortune. When he found out that the female snake man he had just seen was indeed the one in the painting, the shopkeeper Zhang Shan could not help but stand up excitedly. His face was so excited that he almost danced with joy. No, we must go to Black Rock City to claim the reward. Although he was the first to get the news of the reward because he was the person in charge of the hotel under the middle family, he thought that many people in Greenwater Town should have seen it. If someone also knew about the reward and claimed it before him, he would lose a lot. Thinking of this, Zhang San could not help but feel a sense of urgency. He hurriedly left the counter, and after recruiting a few waiters to sit at the table, Zhang San hurriedly left the hotel. But Bai Ji was still completely unaware of all this. Chapter 512 Hai Badong's Attack. The next day, early morning. Waking up from a deep sleep, Bai Ji stretched his body. Since he became a god, he has not slept so comfortably for a long time. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door, and then a somewhat flattering voice came, Sir, our hotel has drawn you as the lucky guest of this month. We have specially prepared breakfast for you. Please open the door. Lucky guest. Bai Ji was a little confused. Is the marketing concept of hotels in the Dopo Kangsheng world so advanced? There are also lucky guests. When will the grand opening promotion be arranged? Master, what's wrong? On the bed, Dai, who was sleeping, was also awakened by the knock on the door and asked in a daze. There is no one here. You can just call my name, not the master. Someone from the hotel is delivering food outside. I'll go open the door. After touching Dai's head, Bai Ji put on his clothes, got out of bed and opened the door. Sir, this is the breakfast given to you by our hotel. A waiter pushed the dining cart in with a smile. On the dining cart, there were all kinds of food including buns, steamed buns, porridge, desserts, roast chicken, fish, and various meats. After placing breakfast on the table in the room, the waiter pushed the food delivery cart away. Smelling the fragrance of various meals, Dai regained consciousness. Flipping off the bed, Dai twisted her colorful green snake tail, came to the dining table, sniffed deeply, and exclaimed, Wow, Master, it smells so good. Master, can I eat these? Looking at the meals on the table, especially the buns and various snacks, Dai clasped her hands tightly, and her bright eyes were almost full of twinkling stars. Wait! Don't eat! Bai Ji frowned. Ah! Why? Dai asked a little stupidly. Because these foods are poisonous. Bai Ji said in a deep voice. According to his perception, these foods are basically poisonous. Although the toxicity is not strong, ordinary people will faint directly after eating them. Even if fighters eat them, they will fall into a coma. This hotel actually poisoned the food delivery. It seems that something must have happened. Bai Ji thought in his heart. Xiao Dai, go pack up, we'll leave now. Turning his head to look at Dai, Bai Ji said. Ah? Leaving now? Dai was still a little surprised. Yes, let's go now. We came here just to replenish supplies. The reason we stayed here for one night was just by the way. But it seems that your charm is still too great. Let's go to the desert. After your memory recovers, we'll see where to go. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Ah! Is this all because of me? Hearing that the reason was because of himself, Dai couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Don't blame you, just blame the greed of human beings. Bai Ji touched Dai's head. After packing up, Bai Ji took Dai downstairs. Where are you going, sir? Seeing Bai Ji wanting to leave with Dai, the shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and his face quickly showed the shopkeeper's exclusive polite smile, and he came up to greet him. Delaying time. Bai Ji frowned. Tell me, who asked you to poison us? Without saying much, Bai Ji grabbed the shopkeeper's throat, lifted him up, and asked lightly. Poison? We didn't poison. The shopkeeper's face turned red, and he said with difficulty. No poison? Do you have to feed you something before you are willing to tell the truth? Bai Ji sneered and directly unfolded the gravity field. With a thought, the terrifying gravity pressed down instantly, and a table was directly crushed into pieces. Did you see that table? If you don't tell the truth again, I will make you become like this table, into pieces. Think about your brain being squeezed out of your head and your bones being crushed inch by inch. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a sneer, and whispered like a devil. Hearing Bai Ji's words, thinking of his own tragic death, the shopkeeper's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled violently like a sieve, and screamed, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Go ahead. Bai Ji said lightly. It's Mitre auction house that issued a bounty order. As long as you can provide information about this girl, you can get a reward of 1 million gold coins, and if you can help capture this girl, you can get more gold coins in a high-level Xian level fighting spirit cultivation method. Pointing at Dai, the shopkeeper trembled. Is it all because of me? Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Dai lowered her head in disappointment, clasped her hands together, clasped her fingers tightly, shrank into a ball, and sat on the ground. Let's go, don't be in a daze, it's not your fault, if you don't leave, someone will really come. Rubbing Dai's head, Bai Ji pulled Dai up from the ground and walked out of the hotel. After arriving at the site of the yellow sand giant scorpion, Bai Ji pushed Dai up, then he also jumped up and sat on the yellow sand giant scorpion, raising the reins in his hand. Sit tight, go. With Bai Ji's shout, the yellow sand giant scorpion immediately screamed and broke through the fence, crawling on its 6 legs like the wind, rushing onto the street quickly, and running wildly towards the outside of Greenwater Town. Hold me tight, be careful not to be thrown off. Bai Ji held the reins tightly, looked ahead, and whispered. Yet. Behind him, Dai nodded gently and hugged Bai Ji's waist somewhat stiffly. Holding the reins in one hand, Bai Ji drove the yellow sand giant scorpion across Greenwater Town. Looking at the countless pedestrians who avoided him, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. The middle family, it seems to be you, Hai Badong. After thinking about it all night last night, Bai Ji already had a rough idea of the strategy plan for the Do Po Kangsheng world. After communicating with the system, Bai Ji already knew the final mission of the Do Po Kangkyang world, which was to become a Do Emperor. But to become a Do Emperor, you must have source energy, and the source energy is in the cave of Tuo Shigudi, and it needs the Emperor Jades of several ancient clans to open it. Bai Ji can get the Emperor Jade of the Xiao family with a little trick, but Bai Ji has no way to deal with the Emperor Jades of the Soul clan and the ancient clan. With Bai Ji's current combat power, he is not yet a Dosheng, so he can wander around in the Jiama Empire, but he can't do it in Zhongzhou. There are too many strong people in Zhongzhou, especially there is a Soul clan. The Soul clan is particularly paranoid about souls. Bai Ji's soul is a divine soul that is not inferior to the Emperor level soul, but Bai Ji does not have the combat power of the Emperor level soul. If he is targeted by the Soul clan, it will be troublesome. So Bai Ji's final idea is to farm in the Jiama Empire first. By being familiar with the plot, he can get enough lottery opportunities to become stronger, and then gather various talented people to train them, such as Xiao Yuxian, Kinglin, and Queen of Medusa Kalin. When the plot begins, his strength should have almost reached the peak of this world. Then he can directly lead his subordinates to Zhongzhou, get various opportunities one by one, and then be promoted to Daudi, perfect. And the middle family is Bai Ge's first target, and Hai Badong came at the right time. Chapter 513. If you ask me to hand it over, I will hand it over, then wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Riding the giant yellow sand scorpion, Bai Ji rushed all the way and left Greenwater town. Not long after Bai Ji left, Hai Badong finally arrived with his men. Where are the people? Entering the hotel, the first floor was in a mess. Seeing the shopkeeper still lying on the ground, Hai Badong felt something was wrong and asked with a cold face. Sir, hey, they left, I can't stop them. The shopkeeper showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Left, when did they leave? A middle family fighting spirit who came with Hai Badong asked. Not long ago, it should be less than half an hour. They left on the giant yellow sand scorpion. They were not fast. If you chase them now, you should still have time. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said hurriedly. My Lord Ice Emperor, they just left. Let's chase them. Douling looked at Hai Badong and asked. No need. You stay here. I can go alone. Hai Badong's face was like unmelted ice, without any change. He just said lightly. But no buts, you are too slow, don't waste my time. Hai Badong interrupted Douling's words with an indifferent expression, and directly activated Do Chi. The ice-attributed Do Chi quickly condensed behind him and turned into a pair of ice blue wings as transparent as ice. The temperature in the hotel suddenly dropped sharply. Swish! Hai Badong took a step forward, and his figure suddenly blurred. The next second, he appeared outside the hotel. Behind him, the ice blue wings of fighting spirit fluttered, and Hai Badong instantly turned into a blue stream of light and soared into the sky, like a meteor in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the horizon. At the same time, on the other side, driving the yellow sand giant scorpion all the way, crossing the Greenwater town, after leaving Greenwater town, Bai Ji continued to drive the yellow sand giant scorpion for a distance, and finally the yellow sand giant scorpion, which could no longer run, began to slow down. Master, are we safe? As the speed of the yellow sand giant scorpion slowed down, Dai loosened her jade arms that were tightly hugging Bai Ji's waist, moved her body back against Bai Ji, and asked nervously. Safe? Don't worry, we are always safe, but in that place, it's hard for me to protect you, but here, no one can take you away from me. Bai Ji turned his head and smiled. Also, didn't I tell you that you can only call me master when there are people around? When there are no people around, just call me by my name. I don't treat you as a slave girl. It seems a bit inappropriate to call you master by your name directly. Dai was still a little hesitant. Then call me big brother, or brother, forget it, call me whatever you like. Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. While chatting and laughing with Dai, the yellow sand giant scorpion carried the two of them and gradually stepped into a Gobi desert. The desolate Gobi desert was surrounded by continuous Gobi and stone peaks. There is a Gobi desert near every oasis. Because there are oases, the desertification of the land is not particularly serious. Suddenly, Bai Ji looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. What's wrong? Dai asked curiously. Here it comes. Bai Ji said slowly. Just as Bai Ji was talking, a blue stream of light suddenly fell from the sky in front of the yellow sand giant scorpion. The blue light dissipated, and a figure appeared. This is a middle-aged man in blue clothes, with a thin figure and a cold face, like ice that has not melted for thousands of years, and behind the middle-aged man, there is a pair of fighting wings carved from ice. With the arrival of the middle-aged man, the temperature around suddenly became cold, but this is a desert. Master, it's snowing. In the sky, ice blue snowflakes kept falling, and a snowflake fluttered into Dai's hand. Holding the snowflake in her hand, Dai was a little surprised. It shouldn't have snowed in the Tagar Desert yet. What do you think of this snow? Do you like it? Releasing the hand holding the reins, Bai Ji didn't care about Hai Badong at all, but turned around, looked back at Dai, and asked with a smile. Very beautiful. Dai showed a happy smile and nodded heavily. But why is it snowing in the desert? Dai was still a little strange. Why is it snowing? Bai Ji suddenly laughed. That's naturally because of the guest in front of us. Hand her over, give it to me. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Hai Badong finally spoke. Give her to you, why? Bai Ji touched his chin and asked. Because I am Hai Badong, give her to me, I will give you 1 million, if you refuse, then I can only take her away from your body. Hai Badong's face was calm, but his tone was full of coercion. As a Duhuang, Hai Badong thought he was very kind for not directly robbing people. Hai Badong? Could it be that you are the famous Ice Emperor Hai Badong, one of the 10 most powerful men in the Jiama Empire? Bai Ji said with an exaggerated expression. It's good that you know, give her to me. Hearing that Bai Ji knew his name, Hai Badong didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He moved directly and came to Bai Ji in an instant, stretching out his right hand. I'm sorry, Hai Badong's name may be useful in other places, but it's not enough for me. Bai Ji smiled brightly. Boy, are you provoking me? Hai Badong's face finally darkened. Provoking you? You can think so, but aren't you also provoking me? You want to exchange the priceless treasure in my hand with a mere 1 million gold coins, aren't you a little too naive? Bai Ji also showed a hint of sarcasm. You. Hai Badong's eyes burst out with murderous intent, and the piercing coldness suddenly burst out from Hai Badong's body. With bursts of freezing sounds, the hard ice layer instantly spread around Hai Badong. As the cold spread, the yellow sand giant scorpion hurriedly retreated. 1 million, plus a high-level Xian-level fighting spirit cultivation method, and give her to me. After taking a few deep breaths, Hai Badong said coldly. I said that what I have in my hand is a priceless treasure, which cannot be measured by value. No matter how high the price you offer, it won't work. Bai Ji shook his head, stretched out his hand and held the slender jade hand of Dai behind him, and said slowly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai was stunned, her face suddenly turned slightly red, and her heart was beating wildly. For the master, I am a priceless treasure. Hearing Bai Ji's refusal, Hai Badong no longer had patience. Turning his head to look at the Gobi desert on the side, Hai Badong stretched out his hand and waved, and the ice-blue fighting spirit burst out instantly, turning into a long dragon roaring and crashing into the Gobi desert, instantly freezing a large area of the Gobi desert. I'll give you another chance, hand her over to me, you can get everything I just said, and your life. Pointing at Bai Ji, the cold air permeated his fingertips, and Hai Badong said coldly. Haha. Bai Ji suddenly laughed. Hai Badong, who do you think you are? If you ask me to hand it over, I will hand it over, then wouldn't I be very embarrassed? If you want it, then come and get it yourself. Looking at Hai Badong, Bai Ji's mouth curled up with a hint of amusement. Chapter 514, Fighting Hai Badong. Come and get it with your ability. Hai Badong's face remained unchanged, but his eyes became colder, and the terrifying cold air spread from his feet to the surroundings, and the sound of freezing became more piercing. It seems that you are destined to be my enemy. Hai Badong said in a low voice. You can think so, anyway, I will not give Xiadi to you. Since you want it, come and get it yourself, and don't say anything else. Sitting upright on the giant yellow sand scorpion, staring at Hai Badong, Bai Ji said lightly. You are the first one who dares to ignore me, Hai Badong, let me see what you are capable of. Slowly raised his right hand, the cold air in his right hand quickly condensed into an ice-blue spear. Hai Badong sneered, turned the ice spear, and pointed it at Bai Ji. Take it! Hai Badong shouted, stomped his right foot on the ground, and his whole body blurred and disappeared in an instant. The next second, Hai Badong suddenly appeared on Beg's right. Die! Looking at Beg who was close at hand, Hai Badong shouted and stabbed the ice spear in his hand. The sharp ice spear made a tearing sound in the air and stabbed directly at Beg. If stabbed by the ice spear, the terrifying cold air would instantly freeze Beg into an ice stick. But just as the ice spear was stabbed out, a white hand slowly and unstoppably stretched out, firmly grasped the ice spear, and prevented the ice spear from moving forward. How is it possible? Hai Badong's calm face changed when he found that Beg's hand holding the ice spear was not affected by the cold air at all. Hai Badong, your speed is still not good enough. Looking at Hai Badong, Bai Ji showed his white teeth, and then the hand holding the ice spear exerted force, and actually snatched the ice spear from Hai Badong's hand. You! Hai Badong was angry. In anger, Hai Badong slapped forward with a palm, and the biting cold air surged out instantly, roaring and sweeping to Bai Ji. Are you angry out of shame? Looking at the cold wave sweeping over, Bai Ji chuckled. Behind him, the wings of the holy demon suddenly opened, quickly embracing Dai in his arms. Bai Ji quickly reached out with one hand, grasped the scorpion tail of the yellow sand giant scorpion, and instantly soared into the sky. In the air, Bai Ji's right arm suddenly tightened, and he actually threw the yellow sand giant scorpion out with force. We have known each other for a while, today I will save your life. Master, it seems that we have implicated Xiao Huang. In Bai Ji's arms, Dai said weakly as he watched the body of the yellow sand giant scorpion gradually turn into a small dot in the air and disappear into the horizon. Ahem, don't worry about this, I let Xiao Huang experience the feeling of flying once. It may be the first yellow sand giant scorpion to fly in the sky. This will surely become its precious qualification in the future. It's not a loss, it's not a loss. Bai Ji coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Wings of Douqi, are you Do Wang? On the ground, Hai Badong condensed an ice spear again. When he saw the illusory wings of the holy demon behind Bai Ji, Hai Badong couldn't help but frowned and said in a low voice. No. But then, Hai Badong overturned his own idea. Because in his perception, there was no Douqi fluctuation in Bai Ji's holy demon wings. There is no Douqi fluctuation in your Douqi wings at all, who are you? Hai Badong looked solemn and was extremely confused. Who am I? In the air, Bai Ji held Dai, and the 3 pairs of holy demon wings behind him fluttered gently, staying in the air. Hearing Hai Badong's words, Bai Ji's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up slightly. I am your future master. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Ji instantly expanded the invisible gravity field, covering a radius of several miles. Under Bai Ji's control, the terrifying gravity wave that was enough to crush steel suddenly pressed towards Hai Badong. Not good. A terrifying trembling feeling suddenly rose from his heart, and Hai Badong's face changed instantly. Without time to retort to Bai Ji, Hai Badong quickly flashed and fled from the spot in an instant. In the next second, the terrifying gravity wave suddenly pressed down, instantly blasting a circular pit with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 5 meters at the original location of Hai Badong. Want to hide? Seeing Hai Badong dodge the first gravity wave, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and his heart moved, and he quickly launched the second, third, fourth, and even the nth gravity wave attack. Damn it! Hai Badong gritted his teeth, and his body kept flashing, dodging the gravity waves bombarding from the air. But because of the suppression of the gravity wave, he had no chance to spread his wings of fighting spirit to the sky. And if he chose to forcefully fly to Bai Ji, it is very likely that at the moment of flying, a terrifying gravity wave would press down and crush him to death. But as the Ice Emperor, Hai Badong is not without a way. Hai Badong continued to dodge the bombardment of gravity waves. While his figure was constantly moving, he quickly made preparations. After dodging the bombardment of gravity waves for the last time, Hai Badong finally arranged everything. Ice Mirror Phantom! Hai Badong shouted loudly, and underground, the buried ice crystals bloomed with bright brilliance, and countless ice mists rose from the ground, combined with fighting spirit to condense countless phantoms of Hai Badong. As the phantom was condensed into shape, Hai Badong's figure blurred again, and then disappeared. At the same time as Hai Badong's figure disappeared, the phantoms on the ground also blurred. Hai Badong and the phantom's movements were actually synchronized. Haha, interesting. Looking at the countless phantoms of Hai Badong moving rapidly on the ground, Beg smiled. His left hand was still holding the butterfly, but Beg slowly stretched out his right hand. Snap! With a crisp snap of fingers, the invisible gravity pressed down again. This time, the intensity of the gravity wave was weakened countless times, but the range covered all the phantoms of Hai Badong. Boom! With a crisp sound of ice breaking, the thin ice layer covering the ground was instantly crushed, and under the bombardment of the gravity wave, all the phantoms of Hai Badong who were constantly moving also instantly shattered and dissipated, but Hai Badong was still nowhere to be seen. Swish! Behind a stone peak, with a burst of air-breaking sound, a blue stream of light suddenly rushed into the sky, revealing a figure in the air. It was Hai Badong. You underestimated me too much. The cold ice wings cut through the sky, and Hai Badong said coldly, although I don't know what your attack is, you think it's too simple to kill me with this attack. Take it, Thousand Thorns Ice Kill. Looking at Bai Ji, Hai Badong shouted loudly and swung his right hand violently. On the ground, the ice layer covering most of the Gobi Desert instantly cracked like a crisscrossing spider web. Under Hai Badong's control, countless ice crystals hidden underground instantly turned into ice spikes, which continued to burst up like a violent storm. Chapter 500 Chapter 15, The Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor appears. Swish! 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 On the ground, the ice layer covering most of the Gobi Desert was constantly cracking, and countless ice spikes were constantly shooting out from the ground, rushing into the sky like a rain of arrows, and under Hai Badong's control, whistling and shooting towards Bai Ji. It's useless. Looking at the countless ice spikes shooting out from the ground, Bai Ji's holy demon wings behind him fluttered, and the whole person quickly rushed into the sky. Facing the chasing ice spikes, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his right hand, and the terrifying gravity suddenly bombarded down, instantly crushing a large piece of ice spikes, and countless broken ice fell to the ground. You fell into the trap. In the air, stretching out the wings of fighting spirit like ice crystal wings, Hai Badong suddenly sneered. Xianbing Longxiang. The mighty icy fighting spirit suddenly burst out from his body. On the ground, a large amount of broken ice seemed to be attracted by something and rushed out again, shooting towards Hai Badong. In Hai Badong's roar, countless fragments mixed with the cold air around him, and finally condensed into a nearly 100-meter-long, lifelike ice dragon around Hai Badong. Ang! The ice dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a loud dragon roar. Its slender body twisted and twisted, circling around Hai Badong, and its lifelike dragon head finally aimed at Bai Ji. Xianbing Longxiang, kill it! Looking at Bai Ji, Hai Badong roared and punched out. The ice dragon around him instantly accelerated and rushed out. Amid the loud dragon roar, the ice dragon's slender tail didn't have time to turn, and it directly whipped a towering stone peak with its tail, smashing the top of the stone peak on the spot, and the terrifying cold air completely froze the broken part. Mysterious ice dragon flying? A very good move, but Hai Badong, I'm almost tired of playing. The holy demon wings behind him fluttered gently, and Bai Ji's mouth curled up a little. Holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, come out. Wrapping his left hand around Dai's slender waist and holding Dai in his arms, Bai Ji shouted and raised his right hand suddenly. Behind him, a figure dozens of feet tall appeared instantly. It was an extremely tall giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, carrying 3 pairs of wings, one black and the other pure white. On the 6 arms of the giant, each held a weapon, namely the clear sky hammer, the 7 killing sword, the 9 spirit begonia, the 9 treasures glazed tower, the black tortoise shield, and the heaven-slaying bow. Hai Badong, let me show you what real power is. Looking at the ice dragon flying towards him, Bai Ji sneered. The holy demon Titan Shura's true body. Bai Ji shouted again, and behind him, under the feet of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's martial spirit, 10 golden soul rings continued to rise, surrounding the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's body. As the 7th golden soul ring rose and bloomed with brilliant light, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, who was only tens of feet tall, quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a giant who was only tens of feet tall into a giant hundreds of meters tall, standing tall and towering. Under the height of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, even the towering stone peaks seemed to become small in an instant. Compared with the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, which was less than 100 meters long, the ice dragon was like an ordinary little snake compared to the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, which was standing tall and towering like a giant. What is this? In the air, when Hai Badong, who was originally controlling the ice dragon and had a calm expression, saw the true body of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor behind Bai Ji, his face suddenly changed. Is this the beast soul of the barbarians? Even if it is the beast soul of the barbarians, doesn't it have to be possessed before it can exert its combat power? This strange giant soul is obviously a physical body. Everything he saw in front of him simply overturned Hai Badong's cognition. Although Hai Badong was a little absent-minded, the ice dragon created by Xianbing Longxiang still had the remaining momentum. It roared and rushed towards Bai Ji. As the dragon's tail swung and swung, it smashed the large gobi and stone peaks around it. Haoshan hammer, Haoshan's true body. Looking at the ice dragon getting closer and closer, Bai Ji shouted again. In the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, 10 golden halos suddenly rose up on the clear sky hammer martial spirit, and as the 7th halo rose and bloomed, the clear sky hammer, which was only a dozen meters long, instantly became nearly 100 meters high. The heavy weight made even the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, who was extremely powerful, tense his muscles while holding the clear sky hammer. The roaring ice dragon was getting closer and closer, and Bai Ji's blood was boiling. Clear sky hammer, break it for me. When the ice dragon was less than 100 meters away from the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, Bai Ji roared and manipulated the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body to rush forward with the clear sky hammer in his hand. The huge and heavy clear sky hammer tore through the air, and with a heavy whistle, the huge hammer head slammed into the ice dragon's head. The clear sky hammer, which weighed more than 1,000,000 pounds, came head-on and directly smashed the ice dragon's head. For a moment, the broken ice fell like a rainstorm, and it seemed as if a super-large hailstorm had fallen in the Gobi Desert. After smashing the head of the ice dragon, the power of the huge Haoshan hammer's true body still did not diminish, and it directly smashed the entire body of the ice dragon with the remaining force, and the last hammer fell hard on a stone peak. Boom! With a loud bang, the towering stone peak was directly smashed into the ground by the Haoshan hammer's true body. The peak of the stone peak was instantly cracked because it could not withstand such a huge force, and dense spider web-like cracks spread all over the stone peak. Finally, the stone peak collapsed. And the collapse of the stone peak was far from the end. The Haoshan hammer, which weighed more than 1,000,000 pounds, first smashed the ice dragon, then smashed the stone peak, and finally fell hard to the ground under the powerful hammer of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body. The vibration caused by this force hitting the ground was no less than a large earthquake. In the powerful earthquake caused by the fall of the clear sky hammer, more stone peaks were collapsed by the earthquake. There were also countless stone peaks in Gobi, which were hit by the clear sky hammer and severely damaged by the flying boulders. The luckier ones only had a few boulders embedded in the peaks and rock walls. Although they were a bit ugly because of the cracks, they were harmless. But the unlucky ones had their peaks directly smashed by the boulders, and the rock walls collapsed. Gravity field, sky collapse. Under the Titan Shura Emperor's true body, the power of the gravity field also increased several times. With Bai Ji's loud shout, a terrifying gravity instantly blasted Hai Badong down from the air. Bang! With a loud bang, Hai Badong was hit hard to the ground. Puff! With a sweet throat, Hai Badong spit out a mouthful of blood, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The wings of fighting spirit carved from ice behind him almost collapsed. Under Bai Ji's gravity bombardment, his body barely withstood it, but his internal organs were severely damaged. Who are you? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hai Badong looked at Bai Ji with fear in his eyes. Chapter 516, Subjugating Hai Badong. Who am I? Bai Ji suddenly laughed. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I can easily kill you. Why, you don't have any fighting spirit in your body, why can you exert such a powerful force? Hai Badong coughed up blood, his face full of complexity. Hehe, there is more power in this world than just fighting spirit. The power I use is called soul power. Bai Ji smiled faintly and replied. Soul power. Hai Badong murmured to himself, why have I never heard of this kind of power? Okay, that's it. Looking at Hai Badong on the ground, Bai Ji's holy demon wings behind him fluttered, and his figure blurred for a while. The next second, Bai Ji appeared in front of Hai Badong. Putting down the still frightened butterfly from his arms, Bai Ji took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Hai Badong, grabbed Hai Badong and lifted him up from the ground. You want to kill me? Looking at Bai Ji, Hai Badong struggled. His originally calm face was a little panicked at this moment. Although he had a cold personality, in fact, he was not a person who was ready to die. Kill you? No, 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 I won't use you for such a big job. I have heard of the name of Ice Emperor Hai Badong. There is only one thing I want to do for you, and that is to use you for my own benefit. Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and the majestic mental power instantly poured into Hai Badong's mind, planting a soul seed in Hai Badong's spiritual sea. Through this soul seed, Bai Ji can feel Hai Badong's emotions, and can also torture Hai Badong through this soul seed, or even directly detonate this soul seed, destroy Hai Badong's soul, and kill Hai Badong. After doing everything, Bai Ji threw Hai Badong out casually. What did you do to me? After rolling on the ground for several times, Hai Badong stood up again with difficulty, covering his head with one hand, and said painfully. I just left a little thing in your brain. If you don't obey me in the future, I will. Bai Ji smiled softly, snapped his fingers, and a tearing pain suddenly broke out from Hai Badong's mind. Ah! The sudden pain in his mind made Hai Badong scream, fell to the ground, covered his head with both hands, and kept rolling in pain. Master, please forgive him, he is so pitiful. Beside him, seeing Hai Badong's painful appearance, Dai said with some reluctance. Don't worry, as long as he is obedient in the future, I will not torture him. If he obeys me, it is not impossible for him to become a dozong in the future, but the premise is that he knows what's good for him. Bai Ji touched Dai's head and smiled. Stop it, I promise you, I promise you. On the ground, I can't bear it anymore. Heibodong screamed in pain. His body had been severely injured, and now with the pain in his soul, the two kinds of pain superimposed, this is simply unbearable for a human. Discovering that Beg actually wanted to torture himself through pain to make him surrender, since he couldn't escape anyway, Heibodong decisively chose to follow his heart. Very good. Hearing Heibodong agree to surrender, Beg smiled and stopped urging the soul seed in Heibodong's mind. After Beg stopped urging the soul seed, Heibodong suddenly felt that the pain in his mind disappeared, and the whole person was indescribably relieved. Looking at Beg again, Heibodong couldn't help but tremble. This guy is simply a smiling devil. But as soon as this thought came up, the pain in his mind came again. Heibodong groaned in pain and fell down again. Now Heibodong, no matter how stupid he was, understood what was going on. His thoughts were being monitored. Thinking of this, Heibodong quickly changed the thoughts in his mind, all of which turned into various praises and compliments to Beg. At this time, the pain disappeared again. Heibodong took a deep breath and stood up again. This time, Heibodong didn't dare to think about anything. When he faced Bai Ji again, Heibodong didn't dare to look at Bai Ji's face, but just lowered his head. Heibodong, your life is now in my hands. I hope you don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, even if you die, I won't let your soul go. Believe me, I have studied the soul. Bai Ji stroked Dai's hair with one hand and said lightly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Heibodong's body couldn't help but tremble again, and his heart was full of despair. Even if he died, his soul couldn't escape? This time, Heibodong finally gave up all his luck and half knelt down to Bai Ji, bowed his hands and said loudly, Greetings, Master. You don't have to call me Master, just call me Young Master. You are at least a well-known figure in the Jiama Empire. It's not good to call me a young master. Bai Ji smiled lightly and said. A young boy? With such strong strength, he must be an old monster. I don't believe you are a young boy. Heibodong complained in his heart. However, even though he complained, he felt relieved when he heard that he didn't need to call Beg Master, but just called him Master. Not long ago, Beg wanted to torture and kill him at every turn, but now he suddenly showed such concern and understanding for him. Even the Ice Emperor Heibodong couldn't help but fall into the Scott Telmo syndrome at this moment, and developed some good feelings and recognition for Beg. Heibodong, I want to ask you a question. Looking at Heibodong, Beg said slowly. What is the question, Master? Heibodong bowed his hands and said respectfully. How did you know about Xiadi? Don't tell me that you, the Ice Emperor Heibodong, would take action because of a task to reward a snake girl. Beg frowned and asked. The task to reward a snake girl. Hearing Beg's words, Heibodong was a little confused. Sir, I didn't accept any bounty mission for the snake girl. Since I became the Do King, I have not been a mercenary. The reason why I came to capture this little girl's ID is because two mysterious Dohuangs entrusted me with Dohuang Dan. Two mysterious Dohuangs entrusted you with Dohuang Dan. Hearing Heibodong's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The two mysterious Dohuangs are definitely not from the snake people. It seems that a mysterious force has intervened. What are the characteristics of these two Dohuangs? Bai Ji tilted his head slightly and asked. Well, one Dohuang cultivates the Do-Chi of rock or earth attributes, but our Jiama Empire does not have a Dohuang who cultivates this kind of Do-Chi, not to mention that this Dohuang has a 6th level magic beast accompanying him. Heibodong pondered for a while and replied. Do you mean that the Dohuang who entrusted you with the Dohuang Dan is not from your Jiama Empire? Bai Ji heard the hidden meaning of Heibodong and couldn't help asking. Chapter 517 You must obey. Sorry, sir, this is just my bold guess. I can't be sure of the specific situation. Although none of the Dohuangs I know have practiced Duki with rock or earth attributes, I can't be sure whether there are Dohuangs who practice this kind of Duki in seclusion in the Jiama Empire. Heibodong shook his head and said. It's really hard to be sure, but one tea we know if we just catch it and ask it. Bai Ji chuckled. They asked you to catch butterflies, didn't they say how to meet after you catch them? They told me to meet in a Gobi desert after I catch them, sir, how about I take you to see it? Heibodong tried. Okay, then let's go over and take a look. Bai Ji showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Bai Ji left his hand suddenly grasped Dai's hand, and his right hand grabbed Hai Badong, and he took a step forward. The next second, time and space changed, and the three of them appeared next to a stone peak. Under the stone peak, Mo Liao, who was wearing a black robe and with a purple ghost snake coiled on his shoulders, stiffened suddenly when he saw Bai Ji and the other two suddenly appear. "Look, are they these two guys?" Pointing at Mo Liao and the purple ghost snake, Bai Ji chuckled. "It's them." Hai Badong nodded very affirmatively, and his heart was full of gloating. "Tear the space, you are Dozun." Staring at Bai Ji closely, Mo Liao was sweating all over. "Not Dozun yet, but it's not much different. Why did you catch my maid?" Holding Dai in his arms, looking at Mo Liao and the purple ghost snake, Bai Ji said slowly. "Don't try to play tricks in front of me, be careful, I will beat you into meat patties." Seeing that Mo Liao was still eager to escape, Bai Ji sneered and summoned the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor again. As the towering giant emerged from behind, the gravity field pressed down instantly, pressing Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe to the ground. "We won't play tricks, sir, please take back your magic power." With tens of thousands of times the gravity pressing on him, Mo Liao felt that all the bones in his body were trembling. He lay on the ground, almost unable to move, and had to grit his teeth and said with difficulty. "Sir, we know we were wrong." Under the strong gravity pressure, Zhuang Yushe was forced to change back to its true form, turning into a purple giant python with a length of tens of meters. At this moment, it was clinging to the ground, trying to raise its head and hissing. "If you want me to take back my magic power, it depends on whether you know what's good for you. If you know what's good for you, I will naturally take it back, but if you don't know what's good for you, hee." Bai Ji sneered a few times. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor raised the clear sky hammer in his hand and swung it fiercely at a stone peak beside him. In a loud noise, the towering stone peak was directly broken in half by the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's hammer and collapsed instantly. This. Seeing the clear sky hammer in the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe swallowed their saliva fiercely at the same time, and their hearts trembled. Being hit by this hammer, the body is estimated to be directly turned into mud. "What meat pie, that's too kind. Don't worry, sir, we will definitely know what's good for us." Zhuang Yushe hurriedly smiled flatteringly. As a demon beast, Zhuang Yushe understands the truth of the law of the jungle better than Mo Liao. Finding that he can't resist Bai Ji at all, Zhuang Yushe directly chooses to follow his heart. "Very good, it's still the same question as before, why do you want to capture my maid?" Bai Ji asked with a curled corner of his mouth. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai also looked at Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe with a puzzled look. She didn't understand. She was just an ordinary snake person. Why did this Douluo human and a 6th level magic beast want to capture her? "If I tell the truth, can you spare my life, sir? I can also submit to you like the Ice Emperor." Zhuang Yushe smiled. "Submit to me?" Bai Ji smiled playfully. "Yes, but you should tell me first, what do you want to do to my little maid?" "Sir, actually it's like this. I read in an ancient book that once the queen of the snake people, Medusa, reaches the peak of Douluo, she will have a chance to use the strange fire to evolve into a higher level existence. I have been trapped in the 6th level for more than 10 years. We Warcraft are not like humans like you, sir. Humans can break through Duzong by pills and practice, but if we want to break through, we need not only pills, but also strong enough blood. Otherwise, we can't break through, so I want." The purple ghost snake said hesitantly. "You want to take over the butterfly, and then wait until you reach the peak of Douluo and evolve through the strange fire." Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sir, spare my life, I don't dare, I don't dare." Seeing Bai Ji narrowing his eyes and looking murderous, the purple ghost snake knocked his head to the ground and begged for mercy. "Don't dare? If you say you don't dare, will I forgive you? Tell me, what are your values? If what you say satisfies me, I will forgive you. If I am not satisfied, then you should know the consequences." Bai Ji said indifferently. "Master, as a servant, Dai has now learned to obey Bai Ji's orders." When Bai Ji said that he wanted to prove his worth, Zhuang Yushe immediately broke into a sweat. It didn't know what its value was. We can work like a cow and a horse for you, charge into battle." After a while of thinking hard, Zhuang Yushe finally found his own value and hurriedly said loudly. Old Mo, tell me. When Bai Ji's eyes turned to Mo Liao, Zhuang Yushe quickly whipped Mo Liao with his tail, reminding him frantically. We can charge into battle for you. Mo Liao smiled bitterly. Very good, although your strength is a little low, as to Huang, you can still do some small things for me in this Jiama Empire, I will spare you this time. Bai Ji's mouth curled. After speaking, Bai Ji once again used his magnificent mental power to leave 2 soul seeds in the minds of Zhuang Yushe and Mo Liao. I have also left 2 little gadgets in your minds. If you serve me in the future, they will be very calm, but if you want to pretend to obey, they will take your lives. Bai Ji glanced at Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe and said slowly. But don't worry, I have always been generous to my own people. As long as you obey me in the future, I promise that your strength will never stop at Dohuang. Of course, the premise of everything is that you must obey. Chapter 518 Go to the Snake Tribe Obedient. We will definitely obey. As soon as Bai Ji finished speaking, Zhuang Yushe jumped out to show his loyalty, and a flattering smile squeezed out of a snake face covered with scales. Very good. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction when he found that the purple ghost snake was so understanding. Although he had been knocking on the man and the snake, being able to subdue this man and the snake would still be of great help to his plan. The understanding of this man and the snake saved him a lot of effort. Tell me, where are you from, the Gamma Empire, or somewhere else? After the man and the snake expressed their submission, Bai Ji withdrew the gravity that suppressed the man and the snake, and then asked. Without the suppression of gravity, the purple ghost snake and Mo Liao breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. We are from the heavenly snake mansion outside the Gamma Empire. Looking at the broken stone peaks around with complicated eyes, Mo Liao sighed and replied. You are from the heavenly snake mansion? Hearing Mo Liao's words, Bai Ji was a little surprised. Tianxi Mansion, this is an extremely mysterious force. Although it did not appear often in the original work, it was able to send 2 Dohuangs to recruit talents in the early stage, and later it cultivated a Kinglan, which turned the 9 Netherworld Python clan in Zhongzhou upside down. Tianxi Mansion should never be underestimated. My lord, do you know our Tianxi Mansion? Mo Liao was a little surprised. Although their Tianxi Mansion is well known in the entire Duqi continent, the Jiama Empire is located in a remote area. They have been in the Jiama Empire for several months and have never heard of anyone knowing their Tianxi Mansion. Unexpectedly, Bai Ji actually knew about it. However, Mo Liao's doubts only lasted for a moment. Thinking that Bai Ji was a Dozun strongman, he definitely couldn't be from the Jiama Empire. In this way, it seems normal for him to know their Tianxi Mansion. Knowing something, but not much, but your sect can let you 2 Dohuang strongmen run around at will, which means that Dohuang is definitely not the top strongman in your Tianxi Mansion. In this way, there is at least a Dozong strongman in your Tianxi Mansion. Bai Ji smiled lightly. My lord is worthy of being in lord, and he is really smart. On the side, Zhuang Yushe immediately flattered with a flattering face. No need to flatter, you don't have to go back to Tianxi Mansion in the future, you can stay in Jiama Empire with peace of mind, now let's go to the snake tribe. Bai Ji glanced at Zhuang Yushe and said. Ah, master, why are we going to the snake tribe? Hearing Bai Ji say that he was going to the snake tribe, Dai on the side immediately grabbed Bai Ji's arm nervously. I have to go anyway. You are the candidate for Queen Medusa of the snake tribe. I have heard of the rules of the snake tribe. They will not let you go unless you want me to destroy the snake tribe, otherwise there will be such a day sooner or later. Now we have 3 Dohuang strongmen here, so it's just right to go to the snake tribe and see if I can convince the snake tribe to accept you. If I can, you don't have to hide everywhere. Bai Ji touched Dai's hair and smiled. Well, okay then. Bai Ji had said this, so Dai could only agree. Although she was afraid of returning to the snake people, she didn't want Bai Ji to destroy the snake people. And when she heard the word Queen Medusa, Dai always felt like something was coming out of her mind. Was it the memory she had forgotten? Sir, do you need me to find a car? Hearing that Bai Ji was going to the snake people, because Zige had just Huang Yushe flattered Bai Ji a lot. Hai Badong, who suddenly felt a sense of crisis, volunteered. Okay, but before that, I will treat your injuries first. Looking at the injured Hai Badong, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand. As the white light flashed, a holy white begonia flower appeared in Bai Ji's hand. 9 Spirit Begonia, heal. Bai Ji's heart moved, and 10 golden soul rings rose from the 9 Spirit Begonia one after another. As the 7th soul ring lit up, the 9 Spirit Begonia, which was only the size of a palm, suddenly became the size of a face, and then bloomed with holy white light. Under the shining of the holy white light, Hai Badong suddenly felt that his injuries and fighting spirit were recovering rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his injuries had healed and his fighting spirit had returned to the peak. Hai Badong's face was full of shock. My injuries and fighting spirit have recovered. Looking at the 9 Spirit Begonia in Bai Ji's hand, Hai Badong was full of disbelief. He was injured internally, and even if he took the elixir, he couldn't recover so quickly. However, under the light of this white flower, he recovered in a moment. This is incredible. Let's go to the nearby town, Hai Badong. Your Mitre family should have power there. Find a car as soon as possible. I hope to reach the snake tribe within 3 days. Looking at Hai Badong, who was still shocked, Bai Ji stretched out his hand to hold Dai's slender waist, and behind him, the holy demon wings spread out. Yes, young master. Being awakened from shock by Bai Ji, Hai Badong bowed his head and bowed. After getting ready, while Beg vibrated the holy demon wings and rushed into the sky, Hai Badong and Mo Liao with the purple Huang nether snake also quickly spread their Do Chi wings and followed Beg into the sky. The target is a nearby town. Sir, look, this is a dragon carriage that I specially asked someone to find. It is pulled by a second-level sub-dragon beast, the dragon. The carriage body is made of hard iron pear wood, which is extremely solid. There is absolutely no need to worry about it falling apart in the middle of the journey. In addition, the body of the carriage is engraved with wind-attributed magic patterns to reduce shock and earth-attributed magic patterns to prevent wind and sand. Sir, sitting in it will be absolutely comfortable and cozy. Pointing to the tall and luxurious dragon carriage in front of him, Hai Badong introduced. After listening to Hai Badong's introduction, Bai Ji circled around the dragon carriage several times. The dragon carriage is pulled by a dragon, so the horsepower is naturally needless to say. Because it is pulled by a dragon, the dragon is huge, nearly 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, so the carriage of the dragon carriage is also particularly tall, and the interior is very luxurious. The curtains are inlaid with pearls and jade. When they are gently opened, they jingle. It is very high-end and looks very expensive. It is very suitable for Bai Ji's identity. Bai Ji is very satisfied. Well, good, this is the one. Bai Ji touched his chin, nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and took Dai's hand and stepped forward to board the Earth Dragon car. You guys come up too, get ready to go. After taking Dai into the car and sitting on the soft leather seats, Bai Ji opened the curtain of the car next to him and said to Hai Badong, Mo Liao and Zai Huang Yu Snake, who were still next to the car. Yes, sir, we will get up right away. Next to the car, Hai Badong had no time to speak, and Zai Huang Yu Snake, the number 1 licking snake coiled on Mo Liao's shoulder, immediately offered a flattering smile. Chapter 519, The Powerful Snakeman Blocking the Road. Hai Badong didn't know how to complain about Zai Huang Yu Snake. He had found the Earth Dragon car, and he would definitely drive it if he got up, so why was Zai Huang Yu Snake always able to flatter him so skillfully every time, which made Hai Badong speechless and tears flow first. You are better at flattering than us humans, are you really a monster? The Earth Dragon car slowly drove away from the town and entered the vast Tagar Desert. On the huge Earth Dragon, Hai Badong, wearing a black robe to block the wind and sand, sat on the neck of the Earth Dragon, holding the reins. Behind him, Mo Liao, who was also wearing a black robe and had a purple ghost snake coiled on his shoulders, sat quietly, staring at the desolate desert, wondering what he was thinking. In the car, Bai Ji lazily leaned on the soft leather sofa. In front of him was a table with fruits and snacks on it, and beside him, Dai opened the curtains of the car, looking at the scenery outside the car with curiosity. System, I have subdued 3 Do Huangs, one of whom is Hai Badong, a character who appeared in the plot. Don't I have a chance to draw a lottery? Sitting on the soft sofa, Bai Ji half closed his eyes, put his right hand behind his head, tapped his left hand on his knee, and asked the system in his heart. The system has received the host's request and is in the process of settlement. Ding! Settlement successful, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver level lottery opportunity. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. Just a silver level lottery opportunity. Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that Hai Badong had some role in the plot. In the early stage, he was known as the Ice Emperor, so he should have a gold-level lottery opportunity. After all, he was subdued together with Hai Badong, and there is a Duhuang Mo Liao and a 6th-level purple ghost snake, but I didn't expect that there is only one silver-level lottery opportunity. It seems that the Ice Emperor Hai Badong, one of the top 10 strong men in the Gama Empire, is not strong enough. Bai Ji shook his head in his heart. Shu. When Bai Ji was complaining, Hai Badong, who was driving the Earth Dragon outside the car, suddenly felt an itchy nose for no reason and sneezed. Who is talking about me? Hai Badong rubbed his nose and looked back at the purple ghost snake on Mo Liao's shoulder with some suspicion. System, use this silver-level lottery opportunity. In the car, Bai Ji said in his heart. The lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won a Dragon Yuan. In his mind, the system congratulated. Dragon Yuan. Bai Ji suddenly sat up slightly, feeling a little surprised. Bai Ji had only heard of the name Long Yuan in one world, that is, Fenjiun world. It was the Dragon Ball of the Shen Long, one of the 4 great beasts in Fenjiun world. But strictly speaking, Long Yuan was only a part of the Dragon Ball. But since it was a Dragon Ball, even if it was only a part, it should have great appeal to snake beasts. After all, as far as Bai Ji knew, there was no world where snakes had not turned into dragons. Just as Bai Ji was about to take out the reward and take out Long Yuan to observe it carefully, the spreading mental power suddenly discovered an uninvited guest. It was a snake man, also wearing a black robe, wrapped tightly all over, with a white mask on his face, and his identity could not be seen clearly. He was blocking the way of the Earth Dragon car, looming in the wind and sand. Someone. Outside the carriage, Hai Badong, who was driving the Earth Dragon forward, frowned when he saw the mysterious snake man blocking the way in the wind and sand, and quickly tightened the reins to stop the Earth Dragon. Who are you? Looking at the snake man, Hai Badong shouted, and the icy fighting spirit in his body surged out. In the blink of an eye, a pair of fighting spirit wings like ice crystals were formed behind him. He jumped into the sky and condensed an ice spear, pointing it obliquely at the snake man in front of him. You don't need to know who I am. Leave the snake man in the carriage to me. The snake man in a black robe spoke in a low voice and stretched out his right hand, which was also wrapped tightly and wearing black gloves. Leave it to you. Hai Badong showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Why should I give it to you, snake man? I am the Ice Emperor Hai Badong. If you don't want to die, stay away from me, otherwise I will make you like this stone peak. Hai Badong threw the ice spear tightly held in his right hand, and the ice spear burst out immediately. After a tearing sound in the air, it instantly hit the top of a stone peak. As the ice spear and the stone peak exploded, extremely cold air instantly spread out, freezing the top of the stone peak. Haha, Ice Emperor Hai Badong. Seeing Hai Badong's demonstrative attack, the mysterious snake man laughed in a low voice. In a burst of orange-red light, surging Doqi rushed out of the mysterious snake man's body, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of Doqi wings condensed behind the mysterious snake man. However, compared with Hai Badong's ice blue Doqi wings, which were carved like ice crystals, the color of the mysterious snake man's Doqi wings was orange-red, as beautiful and gorgeous as maple leaves. Swish! The mysterious snake man fluttered his Doqi wings, and his figure suddenly soared into the sky. Looking at Hai Badong, the mysterious snake man sneered and said, Hai Badong, you'd better be sensible. With your ability, you want to protect me, I'm afraid it's wishful thinking. You are Do Wang? No, you are Do Huang. Feeling the powerful momentum of the mysterious snake man, Hai Badong's face changed a little. Yes, I am also a Do Huang, Hai Badong, you should be more sensible, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will not save your life today. The mysterious snake man lowered his head and sneered a few times. With a wave of his right hand, the gorgeous orange-red Doqi instantly condensed in his hand and formed a gorgeous sword. If you want to save my life, you should ask the Queen Medusa of your snake people to come with you. Although he felt that the momentum of the mysterious snake man in front of him was obviously stronger than his own, Hai Badong still retorted unwillingly. Haha! Hearing Hai Badong's words, the mysterious snake man suddenly laughed up to the sky. Hai Badong, since you are so ignorant, you can't blame me. The mysterious snake man raised the sword in his hand, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth hidden under the mask, and he was ready to attack. But on the ground, seeing that the battle was about to break out, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yuxie also chose to attack. One of them spread out his wings of fighting spirit and rushed into the sky. The other one ejected and manifested a huge monster in the air. It slammed down to the ground. Its slender snake body was raised high and its head raised to the sky and hissed. "Snake Man, we are your opponents." Looking at the mysterious Snake Man, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yuxie roared in unison. "A Dohuang, and a 6th-level magic beast." Seeing Mo Liao and Zhuang Yuxie, the mysterious Snake Man stopped his body that was about to rush out, and his face hidden under the mask was full of doubts. Chapter 520 Strength is the Truth. "Snake Man, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise we will start a massacre." In the desolate Gobi Desert, Zhuang Yuxie raised his slender snake body high, staring closely at the mysterious Snake Man in the air, half warning, half threatening. "Haha, 2 Dohuang, and a 6th-level magic beast, I'm really a little scared, but who can let 3 such strong people guard, I'm really curious." After laughing at ease, the mysterious Snake Man suddenly said coldly. "Snake Man, you don't need to know so much, you are just a Dohuang, we have 3 Dohuang here, you'd better retreat obediently, don't force us to take action." Heibodong tightly grasped an ice spear and said in a cold voice. If it weren't for the fact that Beg and Dai were still in the carriage, Heibodong was afraid that the battle would spread to the carriage, causing the carriage to be destroyed and Beg to be unhappy. Otherwise, Heibodong would have taken action long ago. Although he practiced the fighting spirit of ice attributes, his temper was very tough. "Hehe, you think too much if you want me to retreat. What's wrong with 3 Dohuang level strong men? I'm not afraid." The mysterious snakeman snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand turned. The orange-red fighting spirit surged again, and the long sword was stretched again. At the same time, the orange-red fighting spirit wings behind the mysterious snakeman became more solid. She was ready for the battle. "You are really..." Hearing that the mysterious snakeman was still unwilling to give up, Heibodong gritted his teeth, tightly grasped the ice spear with his right hand, and the veins on his hand bulged. He didn't understand why the mysterious snakeman in front of him was so confident that he wanted to fight 3 people alone. On the other side, in the car, Bai Ji gently lifted the curtain with his right hand, looked at the mysterious black-robed snakeman in the air, and couldn't help touching his chin. This mysterious snakeman who came to rob the butterfly seems to be Cai Lin. Of course, she should not be called Cai Lin now, but this is the heroine, so she should go out by herself. "Master, what happened outside?" Beside him, hearing the noise outside the car, Dai was a little scared and approached Bai Ji, wrapped her arms around Bai Ji's arms, and pressed tightly against Bai Ji. "Don't worry, it's nothing, you wait here, I'll go out and take a look." Bai Ji touched Dai's head, stood up from the soft leather seat, and slowly walked out of the car. "If you want to fight, then fight." In the air, Heibodong pointed the condensed ice spear at the mysterious snake man and shouted. "Very good." The mysterious snake man laughed lowly. But just as the 2 sides were about to start a war, a voice that was neither light nor faint suddenly came over. "Stop! Young master!" Hearing the voice, Heibodong, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yuxie couldn't help but feel nervous at the same time, and quickly turned to face Bai Ji and bowed, looking like a subordinate, which made the mysterious snake man secretly shocked. "It's all my fault for being useless. I have to ask the young master to come forward. Please punish me." This time, Heibodong finally spoke first, facing Bai Ji, bent down hard, and said in a tone full of self-blame. "Damn it, I was beaten to the punch." On the ground, the purple ghost snake couldn't help but feel resentful. It didn't react for a while just now, and was beaten to the punch by Heibodong, which really pissed it off. "Who are you?" Looking at Bai Ji, the mysterious snake man's face was a little gloomy. In her perception, Bai Ji did not have a trace of Doqi in his body, and he looked like an ordinary person with no cultivation, but Bai Ji was so calm, not like an ordinary person at all, but like a strong man with absolute power. Moreover, it is impossible for an ordinary person to make Heibodong, the mysterious Dohuang and the 6th-level magic beast so respectful, but to hide from her perception, could it be that the strength of the person in front of him has surpassed Do's own? The mysterious snake man felt heavy in his heart and tightened the sword in his hand. "Let's go to another place, away from here. I believe you don't want to see her get hurt, right?" Bai Ji put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. 3 pairs of holy demon wings slowly grew behind him. With a slight shake, he soared into the sky. Does he know my identity? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the mysterious snake man couldn't help but be shocked. You stay here. But Bai Ji ignored her reaction, and after giving an order to Hai Badong and others, he directly vibrated the wings of the holy demon, turned into a stream of light and flew away. Damn it! Facing the extremely mysterious Bai Ji, the mysterious snake man could only grit his teeth, leaped and turned into an orange-red stream of light and followed. I know your identity, you are Xiaodi's sister. Bai Ji stood on a stone peak, looking at Lin, and said slowly. Human, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin was shocked, but still sneered deliberately, pretending not to understand. You don't have to deny it, I know everything, in fact, you don't need to take Dai away, I will protect her. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Protect her? Lin sneered. If you want to protect her, you should take her to the human city to hide, but why did you bring her to the desert? I brought Xiaodi here naturally for my own reasons. Bai Ji glanced at Lin and said lightly. What's the idea? Lin asked. I want to take Xiaodi to your snake people. Bai Ji said slowly. No. You are taking her to die. Lin said angrily. To die, are you looking down on me? Bai Ji frowned. As long as I am here, Xiaodi will not be hurt at all. And if you want to hurt Xiaodi, you still have to go through them. 2 Duhuangs and a 6th level magic beast, I believe you should know what this means. Do you think you can convince them? You don't understand what Queen Medusa represents in the snake people, and you don't know why the snake people don't allow 2 Queen Medusas to exist. Lin said angrily. Why should I understand this? I only know that absolute power is the truth. As long as my fist is big enough, even you snake people can only obey, right? Bai Ji shook his head and said slowly. Then let me see how powerful your power is. The fighting spirit that burned like a flame suddenly surged from the orange-red long sword. Lin laughed angrily and raised the big sword in his hand. The whole person flashed out in an instant, leaving a vague red shadow in the air. In the shrill sound of breaking through the air, he slashed the big sword in his hand towards Bai Ji. Clang! Accompanied by a sound of sword, Lin's sword that was slashing towards Bai Ji was actually blocked by a blood-colored long sword. Bai Ji was holding the blood-colored long sword in his hand, with a faint smile on his lips. Is this all the strength you have? Holding the 7 killing swords, Bai Ji's right hand tensed, and an unstoppable force like a demon beast instantly burst out, pushing Lin out fiercely. Bang! Chapter 521 Killing God Domain? Shura Slash. With a sword slash, Lin was instantly knocked away by the force that Bai Ji burst out. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin slammed into a stone peak fiercely, and his whole body was embedded in it. Around his body, cracks continued to spread like spider webs, and pieces of broken stones whizzed down. This strength, is it a demon beast? Struggling to get out of the stone peak, Lin spread his fighting spirit wings again, holding the sword in his hand, gritting his teeth, looking at Bai Ji with incredible eyes. She couldn't believe that a human could have such power. You are not my opponent, give up. Seeing that Lin wanted to fight again, Bai Ji shook his head. Humph. Whether we are opponents or not, we will know after fighting. Lin snorted coldly and said in a low voice. In terms of strength, she naturally knew that she was not Bai Ji's opponent, but the battle between Duhuang was not a simple close combat, a competition of strength, but more of a contest between fighting skills. She didn't know if she was Bai Ji's opponent, but for the sake of the snake people and her sister, she had to find out Bai Ji's strength. Only in this way could she know what she should do. Chaos Blade Slash. Looking at Bai Ji, who was gently flapping his holy devil wings and staying in the air not far away, Lin shouted and swung the orange-red sword in his hand backwards. The orange-red do qi in his body burst out instantly, surging around him like waves, condensing into a series of do qi blades like crescent moons, floating behind him and slowly turning. At the moment when the word slash was shouted, Lin quickly slashed down with the big sword in his hand, and countless crescent-shaped orange-red fighting spirit blades shot out immediately, whistling towards Bai Ji like rain. Swish! 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 Looking at the rain of blades falling from the top of his head, Bai Ji remained calm in the fierce whistling sound, and his mouth curled slightly. Is this all you can do? You know, what I am most afraid of is energy attacks. Bai Ji smiled lightly, pointed the 7 killing sword in his hand at Lin, and the dazzling holy light in his body instantly bloomed and quickly spread out of the body. Angel Realm O Holy Light Purification. As the realm brought by the angel martial spirit, the angel realm has not only the ability of holy light healing, but also a signature ability of purification, which is effective for evil energy. The effect of doubling the bonus, but it can also play a role for ordinary energy, just not much. The dazzling holy light field condensed within a range of 10 meters around Bai Ji, covering Bai Ji like a golden light shield. Countless fighting spirit moon blades fell on the light shield like rain, but were purified in an instant and disappeared without a trace. What is this? Lin was shocked. Damn it, do you think you can make me admit defeat like this? Take it, Sky Snake Bite. Lin raised the sword angrily, and more magnificent orange-red fighting spirit surged out of his body, almost completely covering his body. The orange-red fighting spirit was like a blazing fire, and like the rising morning glow. In the process of surging, the strong orange-red color finally condensed into a red python nearly 100 meters long. Hiss! The huge red python with fighting spirit coiled around Lin's body, winding upwards. After safely coiling up its slender body, the red python aimed its head at Bai Ji, its fiery red eyes glowed with golden light, and after a long hiss, it rushed towards Bai Ji. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noises were the sound of the huge red python's tail sweeping the surrounding stone peaks. Compared with the ice dragon condensed by Hai Badong, the power of the red python is undoubtedly stronger and more powerful. It is also a big burden for Lin to launch such a fighting skill. Now Lin's fighting spirit has almost consumed most of it, and it is impossible to support Lin to launch another similar attack. Let me see how strong you are. Looking at Bai Ji, Lin thought secretly in her heart. This attack consumed nearly 70% of the fighting spirit in her body. Even a Dozong strongman could not take it hard. She wanted to see what kind of strength Bai Ji had to say that he could protect Dai and the snake people. Interesting. Looking at the roaring red python, Bai Ji's mouth curled up a faint smile, and the 7-killing sword in his hand turned, horizontally in front of his eyes, and then swung it diagonally. In the body, the golden angel domain was instantly retracted, and the blood-colored god of killing domain quickly expanded out. As the whole body was enveloped by the god of killing domain, a strong killing intent instantly surged into Bai Ji's heart. This feeling. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed the killing intent with his powerful mental power. He did not reject killing, but he would never be dominated by killing. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Bai Ji turned the 7-killing sword in his hand, and the blood-colored 7-killing sword suddenly trembled. With the trembling of the 7-killing sword, the strong killing aura in the god of killing domain instantly turned into substance. An endless blood-colored killing aura began to surge in the domain, and finally turned into a huge blood-colored long sword together with the god of killing domain. Your move is not good enough. Bai Ji sneered, raised the 7-killing sword in his hand, and the blood-colored long sword suspended in front of him also followed the sword tip upward and stood up. Let you see, less than 10% of my strength, killing god domain Oshura slash. Looking at the red python roaring and rushing towards him, Bai Ji slashed the 7-killing sword in his hand fiercely, and the blood-colored long sword in front of him, which was more than 100 meters long, was also slashed down instantly. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Endless blood-colored murderous aura soared into the sky, turning the entire sky into blood red, and a large amount of blood-colored sword energy burst onto the surrounding stone peaks and gobi, instantly blasting holes in the stone peaks and gobi, and countless broken stones rolled down. At the same time, the more condensed blood-colored long sword had already slashed the red python's head. Almost in an instant, the red python's head was split in two, and then the whole body was cut open. Countless blood-colored sword chi shot out and completely penetrated the red python's body from the inside, instantly turning the red python into a sieve. Hiss! The blood-colored long sword transformed by endless murderous aura was split in two, and the red python screamed in pain as if it had life. But the blood-colored long sword still had the remaining force, from the head, to the body, and finally to the tail. All this happened too fast, just like a hot knife cutting butter. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored long sword completed the achievement from beginning to end, and the sword edge appeared again from behind the red python's tail. In an instant, countless blood-colored sword chi shot out from the sword edge, densely shooting at Lin, and Lin's face suddenly changed, not good. But by the time he reacted, countless blood-colored sword chi had already shot over. Lin could only wave the sword in his hand to sweep away the blood-colored sword energy, and condense an orange-red battle chi armor with his battle chi to protect his body. Chapter 522, The Reaction of the Snake People. Clang, clang, clang. Facing the blood-colored sword energy that was shot out, Lin kept waving the sword condensed by the battle chi in his hand, and with a series of clanging sounds, he picked up the blood-colored sword energy. But there were too many sword energies from the blood-colored long sword, and Lin couldn't handle them at all. Countless blood-colored sword energy fell like rain, and Lin could only barely pick up and sweep away less than one-third of them. The rest of the blood-colored sword energy almost all fell on the battle chi armor on his body. Soon, the battle chi armor was broken by the blood-colored sword energy, and blood-colored sword energy shot into Lin's body, causing Lin to emit aggro-aimed. No, I'm no match at all. Lin gritted his teeth and accepted the reality in his heart. After bursting out a part of the remaining do chi in his body and knocking away the bloody sword chi, Lin turned around immediately. Behind him, the do chi wings like maple leaves fluttered violently, and Lin's whole body instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. You run pretty fast. Looking at Lin's fleeing back, Bai Ge curled his lips, but he didn't mean to chase him. After forcing Lin back, Bai Ge folded the holy demon wings behind him, turned around and rushed down, and quickly landed on the ground. Young master, how are you okay? As soon as Bai Ge landed on the ground, the purple Huang nether snake immediately flattered. It's okay, just a small do Huang, it can't hurt me. Bai Ge waved his hand lightly. Since Zhuang Yushe, Mo Liao and He Bodong all thought he was Do Zun, then he must be Do Zun. Anyway, in terms of combat power, he should not be much different from Do Zun now. And if he exerts the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul to the fullest, Bai Ge even feels that he can barely fight Do Sheng. Isn't Do Sheng just able to move mountains and fill the sea? He can do the same as long as he bursts out all his spirit rings. But unfortunately, the spirit ring has a cooling time, so Bai Ge's Do Sheng combat power is like Ultraman's transformation, which has a time limit. Let's go, let's continue on the road. After solving the problem of Lin blocking the road, Bai Ge returned to the carriage and He Bodong, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe continued to climb onto the back of the earth dragon. As He Bodong raised the reins, the earth dragon continued to move slowly. On the other side, several miles away, Lin was stretching his wings of fighting spirit, turning into a stream of light and flying rapidly in the air. However, the injury in her body flared up, causing Lin to cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. After being hit by several blood-colored sword chi from Bai Ge, she was injured. Although it was not too serious, it was not too light either. And because the blood-colored sword chi was condensed from the killing chi in the killing god's domain, its properties were extremely extreme and condensed. Lin tried to erase it with her fighting spirit, but with her almost exhausted fighting spirit now, she was unable to erase it for a while. Seeing this, Lin could only temporarily give up the idea of erasing the blood-colored sword chi with fighting spirit, and instead just wrapped the blood-colored sword chi with fighting spirit to prevent it from exerting its power in her body. After returning, she would find a way to erase it after her fighting spirit was restored. The fiery red meteor dragged a long tail light, and after a few hours, it quietly fell to the oasis where the snake people were. After returning to her own territory, Lin landed in a secluded forest outside the snake city, removed her disguise, put the black robe and mask into the ring, and then twisted her snake tail and walked towards the snake temple with a calm face. Greetings, Your Majesty. Under the tall snakeman temple, a group of snakeman guards saw Lin and immediately bowed to him. They could not kneel because they had no feet. Well, get up. Lin waved his hand calmly, signaling the guards to get up, and then twisted his snake tail and slowly climbed up the steps, and finally came to the front of the snakeman temple. Your Majesty, where have you been? Before Lin entered the main temple, the elder came to him and asked after bowing slightly to Lin. I was a little depressed recently, so I went out for a walk. Lin replied calmly. Oh, so that's the case. The elder nodded, and he could understand in his heart. Your Majesty, we have recently found out about the traitor. Suddenly thinking of something, the elder said respectfully. Found it? Lin paused, and then pretended to be indifferent and asked, where? According to the information we found, the traitor is coming to our snake oasis at the moment. I don't know what he is going to do. The elder was also a little confused. However, although he was puzzled, the bloodline sensing of the snake people would not be wrong. Since Queen Lin was in the Snake Temple, the Medusa bloodline in the desert must be the traitor Dai. But what is Dai doing back? Is she coming back for revenge? The elder was a little confused. But although Dai's cultivation is the strongest among the snake people, there are more than a dozen Do Wang in their snake people. Even if Dai is a Do Huang, it is impossible for him to defeat more than a dozen Do Wang alone, not to mention that they have Lin. Not to mention that Dai may be severely injured because of using the forbidden space technique. Even if Dai is at the peak, she can't be Lin's opponent. Although Dai's cultivation is stronger than Lin's, cultivation and combat power are two different things. Lin's cultivation is not much worse than Dai's, but in terms of mastery of fighting skills and practical experience, Lin is far ahead of Dai. Do you know her current situation? Lin's face was indifferent, pretending to ask casually. I don't know yet, Your Majesty. The elder shook his head. She has only been away from our serpent temple for less than 7 days, we have been sending people to track her down, but her location has been moving, and she is either in the desert or in a human town. Until today, she was finally found again. We are preparing to send people to capture her and report the situation to Her Majesty the Queen. If you capture her, will you really have to execute her? Lin was silent for a while and asked. Your Majesty, this is the ancestral precepts, which cannot be violated. The great elder was silent for a long time after hearing this, and then bowed down and saluted. Ancestral precepts. Lin's thin lips curled up and sneered. Great elder, you believe in the ancestral precepts so much. If one day someone forces you to break it and you have no ability to resist, this queen is very curious about what you will do then. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? The elder's brows hidden under the ferocious mask could not help but frown. We have 12 fighting kings in the snake tribe, and Your Majesty the Queen. Unless the strong men of the Gamma Empire come out in full force, no one can do anything to us. The elder said in a deep voice. Hee, Gamma Empire. In response to the elder's question, Lin just raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, elder, this queen is tired, so I will go down first. The arrest will be left to you. Lin said lightly, and did not care about how the elder reacted. He turned around and walked towards the bedroom in the temple. The colorful purple snake tail twisted on the bright red carpet. In just a moment, Lin's figure had passed through the temple and entered the corridor at the back. Farewell, Her Majesty. Watching Lin's receding back, the great elder held the snake-headed scepter in his hand and bowed slightly. He had anticipated Lin's non-cooperation. Moga, let Mabas, Yancy, and Haido gather their tribal guards as soon as possible. We will set out in half an hour to capture the traitor. Watching Lin's figure disappear at the corner of the corridor, the elder straightened up, turned to the chief snake guard beside him, and said in a deep voice. Chapter 523, The Interception of the Snake People. Outside the Snake People Oasis, in front of a Gobi desert. The wind and sand were howling all over the sky, and a large number of Snake People warriors were wearing armor and holding weapons stationed in front of the exit. At the front of the Snake People warrior team were 3 extremely tall Snake People, all wearing leather armor. One of the Snake People was sturdy and had slightly dark skin. His hair was tied into a whip and hung behind his head. His body was also covered with strange black snake tattoos. This person was the leader of the Ink Snake tribe among the 8 Snake People tribes, Mabas. Next to Mabas, the leader of the Flame Snake tribe, Yanci, who was covered with fire snake tattoos and had short red hair, was Yanci. The other one, who was covered with black and purple snake tattoos, was thin and had a sinister temperament. He was the leader of the Viper tribe, Heidu. All 3 were Do Wang masters, and the strongest one, Mabas, had reached the level of a 5-star Do Wang. Looking at the entire Serpent clan, he was also a top young master, second only to Lin and Dai in the young generation. Mabas, are you sure the traitor is coming this way? Looking at the desolate Gobi desert in front of him, with its dry and desolate gravel, pale bones, and towering stone peaks, with no human figures in sight, Yanci couldn't help asking. I can be sure that the spies I sent out just now have returned. They did sense the breath of the traitor on a carriage, but... Mabas frowned. But what? Heidu folded his hands and asked in confusion. It's just that they found the Ice Emperor Hai Badong of the Gamma Empire next to the traitor. Mabas's face was a little heavy. Ice Emperor Hai Badong, how could he be with the traitor? Heidu was a little unbelievable. I don't know about this, but no matter what, we must be prepared for the worst. Hai Badong is a Dohuang strongman, If he is determined to stand on the side of the traitor, unless Her Majesty the Queen takes action, the three of us are not his opponents. Mabas shook his head and said in a deep voice. But I have sent someone to notify Yu Mei, Jin Ao, and Beyonce, and they will be here soon. It's just the Ice Emperor Hai Badong. Although the three of us can't beat him, we should be able to delay him. At that time, let someone take the opportunity to catch the traitor back, right? There is no need to call them all over, right? Hearing that Mabas was going to call the other commanders over, Heidu couldn't help but feel that he was making a fuss over nothing, and frowned. No, you don't know, on that carriage, there is not only Hai Badong, but also a human and a magic beast with strength at least above the Grand Fighter. Even if we can hold Hai Badong back, it is still too difficult for the soldiers to catch the traitor. And although the Great Elder said that the traitor may have suffered a backlash and lost his combat effectiveness because of the use of the Forbidden Space technique, this is only the Great Elder's, it's just speculation. No one knows the real situation, so we still have to prepare for the worst. Mabas shook his head. Although he acted roughly, he was always cautious in doing things, otherwise he would not have become the leader of the 8 tribal leaders. Half an hour later, the leaders of the other 5 tribes came. They were Yu Mei, the leader of the Charming Snake Tribe, Jin Ao, the leader of the Golden Snake Tribe, Beyonce, the leader of the Green Snake Tribe, Yin Luo, the leader of the Silver Snake Tribe, and Zimo, the leader of the Purple Snake Tribe. Their strengths were all at the Dowang realm. The traitor is coming soon, you all should be prepared. This mission is not so easy to complete. His eyes slowly swept over the group of commanders who came later, and Mabas said in a low voice. Tap, tap, tap. Creaky, creaky, creaky. Accompanied by a low sound of footsteps and a series of rolling wheels, in the yellow sand, a huge carriage loomed in the wind and sand and slowly drove over. Everyone, get ready. With a loud shout from Mabas, including Mabas, 8 commanders simultaneously operated their fighting spirit, spread their wings of fighting spirit, and flew into the sky, while the snake soldiers with strength at the level of Fighting Master and Great Fighting Master blocked the exit of the Gobi Desert. The entire Gobi Desert is surrounded by steep rock walls on both sides, with only a narrow passage in the middle, through which you can reach the oasis where the snake people are. But in the case of snake soldiers blocking the road, unless all the snake soldiers are driven away, the carriage cannot pass. Stop! Under the leadership of Mabas, the 8 commanders vibrated the wings of fighting spirit behind them, and turned into 8 streams of light, flying from outside the Gobi Desert to the sky in the Gobi Desert, hovering above the route of the Earth Dragon car. Ice Emperor Hai Badong, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to war with our snake people? Looking at Hai Badong driving the Earth Dragon car, Mabas shouted. No, I don't want to go to war with you. Hai Badong sat cross-legged on the Earth Dragon, shook his head slowly, and his thin face was still calm. If you don't want to go to war, stop quickly, and hand over the snake people in your car. Mabas continued to shout. But Hai Badong did not answer Mabas' words this time, but after a moment of silence, he spoke. Although I don't want to go to war with you, my mission is to escort this car to your snake oasis safely. If you insist on me stopping, then we can only go to war. Hai Badong loosened his right hand holding the reins, and the strong cold air quickly condensed in his right hand, and finally turned into a sharp ice spear, which symbolized Hai Badong's decision. Hai Badong, do you think you can do whatever you want in our snake tribe just because you are a Dohuang? I tell you, even if you are a Dohuang, you can't be presumptuous in our snake tribe's territory. Hearing that Hai Badong was unwilling to give in, Mabas's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily. Everyone, come on. Following Mabas's words, the 8 Dohuang level snake leaders immediately flapped their Do-Chi wings and rushed out in streams of light. Everyone's target was the carriage, but because they wanted to capture Dai alive to continue the ceremony, the 8 snake leaders only condensed their own Do-Chi weapons, trying to open the carriage and kidnap Dai. But in the carriage, Bai Ji was leisurely sipping tea. If Lin didn't take action, there would be only 8 Dohuangs, and they didn't need 3 subordinates to attack at the same time. 2 subordinates were enough to resist. He only needed to watch leisurely in the carriage. Wasn't it because of this that he spent a lot of effort to recruit these 3 subordinates? You actually want to offend the young master, you are looking for death. Seeing that the 8 Dohuang commanders actually wanted to destroy the carriage, the purple ghost snake coiled on Mo Liao's shoulder roared sharply. Looking at the 8 snake commanders in the air, the small and slender body of the purple ghost snake instantly tightened, and then suddenly bounced out like a spring. In the air, the small snake, which was only 1 foot long, instantly turned into a giant python tens of meters long. Roar! With a roar, the huge body instantly knocked several Douwang commanders out, and at the same time as landing, the purple ghost snake also swept with its powerful snake tail. In the roar, the remaining Douwang commanders were also blown away. Chapter 524 Memory Recovery. Bang! 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 With a loud noise, the 8 Douwangs who had attacked the carriage were instantly knocked out by the purple ghost snake, and hit the rock wall heavily. In the bursts of shattering sounds, rolling gravel suddenly slid down. Boom! After knocking away several Douwangs, the huge body of the purple glory snake quickly flew across the carriage and finally landed on the Gobi desert with a loud noise. Haha, is this all you snakemen can do? Looking at the snakemen leaders who were sucked into the rock wall, the purple glory snake raised its slender body, opened its mouth, and laughed wildly. 6th level magic beast. Mobas struggled out of the rock wall with difficulty, flapping his wings of fighting spirit and floating in the sky. Looking at the huge purple glory snake, Mobas's face was a little ugly. Boss, they actually have a 6th level magic beast. After Mobas, the other snake leaders also came out of the rock wall one after another, each of them was a little solemn. However, although everyone was a little embarrassed, no one was seriously injured. After all, because of Bai Ji's consideration, the purple glory snake did not use too much force. It's just a 6th level monster. It has only brute force but can't fly. 2 people are enough to hold it back. You two will take care of this 6th level monster, Yan Si and He Du. Yu Mei and Jin Ao will deal with Hai Badong. Beyonce, you, Yin Luo and Zimo, you 3 will bring the traitor back, but be careful of the man in black robe. The 6th level monster was on his shoulder just now. It is very likely that he is also a Douhuang strongman. Mobas said in a deep voice. At this moment, he felt particularly heavy-hearted, but also somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't called all 8 commanders, it would be impossible for him, Yan Si and He Du, to take the traitor away from Hai Badong. Yes. Hearing Mobas's order, the 8 snake commanders were divided into 3 groups. Among them, Mobas, Yu Mei and Jin Ao rushed to Hai Badong, Yan Si and He Du rushed to Zai Huang Yu Snake, and the other 3 snake commanders rushed to the carriage. Everyone, come on! As they rushed out, the 8 snake leaders including Mobas shouted, asking the snake soldiers who were blocking the exit of the Gobi Desert to come on as well. Although the fighting masters and great fighting masters played almost no role in their battle and could only be cannon fodder, when they intercepted Hai Badong, Zhuang Yushe and the mysterious black-robed strongman, they could only rely on these snake soldiers to capture Dai. Xian level low-level fighting skills, green snake poison mist. Xian level low-level fighting skills, Yin Luo thorn. Xian level intermediate fighting skills, purple light slash. Looking at the earth dragon car in front of them, Beyonce, Yin Luo and Zimo swung their weapons at the same time, roaring and launching their own attacks. They had been tricked by Zhuang Yushe before, and they would not make the same mistake again. Just when the poisonous mist that corroded everything, the silver light that pierced the air, and the purple blade that tore the wind and sand were about to fall on the carriage. Mysterious intermediate fighting skill, rock steel shield. With a low and calm shout, Mo Liao, who was sitting on the back of the earth dragon, suddenly flashed and appeared above the carriage in an instant. In his hand, a shield condensed by rock fighting spirit quickly condensed into shape, firmly blocking all attacks. You are a Douwang, no? You are also a Douhuang. Looking at the grey-brown Dou Chi wings behind Mo Liao and the overwhelming momentum surging from his body, the 3 snake leaders' hearts sank at the same time. Mobas actually guessed right. There was actually a Douhuang strongman in this team. Sorry, this road is blocked. Looking up at the 3 Douwangs hovering in the air, Mo Liao slowly put down the Dou Chi shield in his hand and said in a low voice. What about Douhuang? We are not afraid. Beyonce sneered. Everyone hurry up, we will hold this Douhuang, you quickly open the carriage and take the traitor back to me. On the side, Yin Luo shouted sternly. Humph. Hearing Yin Luo's words, and looking at the group of snakemen soldiers approaching him, Mo Liao snorted coldly, and his figure quickly disappeared above the carriage. He flashed quickly around, and countless snakemen soldiers vomited blood and flew out. Damn it, your opponent is us. Seeing that Mo Liao was constantly slaughtering the snakemen warriors on her side, Beyonce immediately roared, and took Yin Luo and Zimo to rush towards Mo Liao in a stream of light, and began to entangle. Xian Bing Long Xiang. In the air, with a roar, countless snowflakes fell down, and in a thunderous dragon roar, an ice dragon roared and instantly knocked Mabas, Yu Mei and Jin Ao away, and knocked down several stone peaks in a row. In the roar, the ice dragon's slender tail hit the rock wall, and a large amount of falling gravel and flying ice flakes harvested the snakeman soldiers in the middle of the Gobi desert like a harvester. No, something seems to be wrong. At the same time, in the Snake Man Oasis, 4 elders including the Great Elder simultaneously noticed the roaring ice dragon in the distance, and their faces changed. They were very familiar with this ice dragon. Let's go and take a look. The 3 elders quickly spread their fighting spirit wings, turned into 3 streams of light, and rushed to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Hai Badong completely suppressed Mabas, Yu Mei and Jin Ao, and the same was true for Mo Liao. While dealing with Beyonce, Yin Luo and Zimo, Mo Liao could also continue to kill the snake soldiers rushing towards Bai Ji's carriage. Only there was the purple glory snake, which had not yet transformed into a human form and was not a flying monster. Facing 2 flying Do Wangs, the purple glory snake could only keep talking trash, trying to provoke Yan Ci and Heidu to fight it head-on. However, Yan Ci and Heidu were completely unmoved by the purple glory snake's trash talk, and just kept using their flying abilities to harass the purple glory snake, making it furious. While the fierce battle was going on outside, Bai Ji was particularly leisurely inside the carriage, while Dai slightly opened the curtains with some fear and looked outside. Outside the carriage, a large number of snake warriors kept approaching, but most of them were killed by Mo Liao's casual blow, and countless blood dyed the earth red, and also dyed the surrounding rock walls red. Dai's body was trembling a little, and countless fragments of memory kept emerging in her mind. The majestic Snakeman temple, countless Snakeman soldiers wearing armor and holding spears. Some people knelt down to worship her, while others raised their spears and approached her. Ah! Dai suddenly held her head and screamed in pain, her whole body huddled up on the leather sofa, her body trembling constantly. What's wrong? Seeing Dai suddenly screaming in pain, Bai Ji quickly put down the teacup in his hand and put his hand on Dai's forehead. As his mental power penetrated into Dai's mind, Bai Ji quickly understood Dai's situation. At this moment, Dai had completely recovered her memory. She opened her eyes with a pale face and smiled weakly, "Master, I remember everything." Chapter 525 The Giant. My sister and I are both candidates for the Queen of Medusa of the Snake Tribe, but there can only be one Queen of Medusa of the Snake Tribe. My sister chose to give it to me, but I gave it to my sister. Now my sister has become the queen. They are here to kill me. Looking out the window, Dai's bright eyes flashed with sadness. Although it was the Snake Tribe that wanted to kill her, the Snake Tribe was where she was born and raised anyway. She was the strongest of the Snake Tribe. She didn't understand why the tribe wanted to kill her for an ancestral precept. She never had the idea of betraying the Snake Tribe. She didn't like being the queen. As long as her sister was the queen, wouldn't it be fine? She wouldn't fight or rob. Why didn't the tribe still let her go? Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you. Seeing the sadness in Dai's eyes, Bai Ji took Dai into his arms with some heartache and comforted her. Bai Ji cared about this simple, kind, and silly girl from the bottom of his heart. Although he called her a maid, in his heart, Bai Ji treated Dai as a sister. Grand Elder, in addition to Hai Badong, there is actually a Do Huang and a 6th-level magic beast. Looking at the chaotic battlefield in the Gobi Desert, the second Elder Hai Shi looked a little solemn. They have all been delayed. Take this opportunity now and quickly catch the traitor back. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Under the blood induction of the snake people, he could clearly feel that another person with the blood of Medusa was in the carriage of the Earth Dragon car at this moment. Let's go. Looking at the carriage below, the Elder took the lead in folding the wings of Do-Chi behind him and swooped down quickly. As the Do-Chi in his body circulated, a layer of fiery Do-Chi had condensed on the snake-headed scepter in his hand. Another blind guy is coming. When the Elder swooped down with the snake staff in his hand, Bai Ji also sensed the uninvited guest attacking from the air and couldn't help frowning. It seems to be an acquaintance. The mental power seemed to detect the figure wearing a hideous mask in the air, and Bai Ji's mouth curled up with a hint of playfulness. Let me give you a big surprise. Sitting in the carriage, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his right hand towards the direction where the 4 snake elders were rushing. Outside the carriage, a huge figure suddenly rose from the ground, and golden halos continued to rise from the feet of the huge figure. In the blink of an eye, the huge figure changed from a giant tens of feet tall to a giant that stood upright. In the process, the right hand of the giant figure, like Bai Ji's action, had already slapped in the direction of the four snake elders. The palm as big as a millstone swelled in the air against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun, with a whistling wind, slapping with unstoppable force. What is that? A huge palm that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared in front of them, and the faces of the four elders changed drastically. However, although they were aware of the danger, they were rushing down in a diving posture and it was too late to stop, and they crashed directly into the giant palm. In an instant, a force like a tidal wave came suddenly, and the four elders groaned in pain at the same time, feeling that their whole bodies seemed to be torn apart, and their internal organs seemed to be displaced under the impact of this huge force. A fishy and sweet smell suddenly surged into their throats, and blood was spit out. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of the giant palm, the four elders seemed to be cut off in a typhoon. Like a kite, it flew out unstoppably, crashing into stone peaks one after another with loud noises, and finally embedded in a stone peak, without any movement. Will it not be beaten to death? In the carriage, a trace of surprise flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Although Bai Ji used a little force because he wanted to vent his anger on Dai, but considering the high status of the three elders in the snake tribe, Bai Ji's strength was limited to a safe range. Because Bai Ji also knew that if he killed all three elders, then the plan to subdue the snake tribe would undoubtedly be ruined. What he wanted to do was just to shock. In fact, even if Bai Ji was alone, as long as he showed the true body of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor, the purpose of shock could be achieved. But as a traverser, since he had subdued three Dohuang subordinates, Bai Ji always felt that it was a bit tasteless if he didn't show them out to show off. But now, he is pretending, but it seems to be a bit too much. You three old guys, can you give me some strength? I slapped you to death without even using any strength. Don't be like this. Even if you are going to die, at least take a full strength slap from me. I will send you to heaven right here, and I will slap you into foam. You don't even need to scatter your ashes. Bai Ji felt helpless. When Bai Ji showed the true body of the holy demon titan Shura and slapped the three elders away, all the snakemen on the battlefield, whether they were the snakemen leaders including mobs or ordinary snakemen warriors, noticed the giant that suddenly rose from the ground. Looking at the giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a weapon, it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Even if the giant had no cultivation, he could raise the snakeman oasis to the ground in less than half an hour just by relying on the attack power and brute force brought by his huge body. What is this? Looking at the true body of the holy demon titan Shura King, Maba's pupils almost shrank into needles, and his heart was full of horror. On the side, the other snake leaders did the same, staring up at the giant in the sky. Bang! As for the little bugs below, the holy demon titan Shura's true body didn't care at all, but instantly unfolded the gravity field under Bai Ji's control. The powerful gravity suddenly pressed down, and the 8 snake leaders in the air were directly blasted down. The snake soldiers on the ground also fell down one after another under the terrifying gravity pressure. Because they had no legs, only snake tails, after being pressed to the ground, the snakes could only lie on the ground and couldn't move at all. After subduing all the snakes, Bai Ji took Dai's hand and slowly walked out of the car. It's a traitor. On the side, Mabaz was pressed to the ground by gravity, and his face was almost integrated with the ground. Seeing Bai Ji and Dai walking out of the car, Mabaz couldn't help but grit his teeth. After walking out of the carriage, Bai Ji took Dai and stepped out step by step through the control of the gravity field, as if stepping on invisible steps, like Feng Su riding the wind, and arrived in the air. Sweeping the snake people on the ground, Bai Ji smiled playfully. Snake people, are you all here for the welcome ceremony? But isn't this way of welcoming a little too polite? Damn it! On the ground, hearing Bai Ji's words, the hot-tempered Yan Ci was immediately angry, but was stopped by Mabaz, who said in a deep voice, Yan Ci, don't be impulsive. Oh, by the way, it seems that your people are not all here yet. As if thinking of something, Bai Ji suddenly clapped his hands as if he had suddenly realized something, turned his head and looked at Shi Fenglan on the side, and waved his right hand gently. Behind him, following Bai Ji's actions, the holy demon titan Shura's true body, like a giant holding up the sky, immediately raised the Haoshan hammer in his hand, and 10 halos continued to rise from the hammer body. As the seventh halo rose, the clear sky hammer, which seemed a little small in the hands of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's true body, instantly became extremely huge. Boom! After exerting the clear sky hammer's true body, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's true body swung the clear sky hammer in his hand fiercely. The power brought by the huge body and the destructive power brought by the weight of the clear sky hammer's true body directly swept away a large area of stone peaks. For a moment, the entire Gobi desert seemed to shake, and countless stone peaks smashed by the clear sky hammer's true body rolled down and fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake violently again. Seeing that the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's true body almost swept away more than 30 stone peaks with one hammer, stone pillars with a diameter of more than 10 meters kept falling down and fell to the ground, and the ground shook continuously. This destructive power, the faces of the 8 snake leaders twisted at the same time. This, are you kidding me? Chapter 526. I think you snakemen should have 2 queens, who is in favor and who is against? Bang! A huge foot suddenly fell from the sky and stepped heavily in front of the 8 snakemen leaders. Looking at the footprint on the ground, the depth was almost more than 10 meters, and the weight of the clear sky hammer was obvious. The hearts of the 8 snakemen leaders were pounding. Almost it's gone. Bang, bang, bang. The holy demon titan Shura's true body took heavy steps, and in the midst of waves of earth-shaking vibrations, he finally came to the stone peak where the 3 elders were embedded. Fortunately, they are not dead yet, just hold on. After sensing that the 3 elders in the peak were not dead through mental power, Bai Ge breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought in his mind, the holy demon titan Shura's true body suddenly stretched out a right hand in front of the stone peak, and after retracting the martial spirit in his right hand, he grabbed the stone peak in front of him. The huge hand grasped the stone peak, and with a click, the towering cylinder was immediately broken into 2 pieces. On the other hand, as 10 golden soul rings continued to rise, the white 9-spirit begonia suddenly bloomed with holy white light. Under the light emitted by the 9-spirit begonia, a section of the stone peak held in the right hand of the holy demon titan Shura's true body suddenly trembled. Finally, accompanied by a burst of cracking sounds, 4 figures suddenly broke free from the stone peak. But just after getting out of the stone peak, in mid-air, the 4 people were directly blasted down by Bai Ge's gravity field. Are you the elders of the snake people? Bai Ge led the somewhat restrained Dai and fell from the sky. He came to the 4 elders and looked at the 4 elders who were lying on the ground and unable to move. Bai Ge smiled and said. Because of Bai Ge's previous palm, the mask on the face of the elder had been broken, revealing a wrinkled old face. Seeing Bai Ge coming with Dai, although Bai Ge did not have a trace of fighting spirit fluctuations in his body, he was slapped away by a slap before, and the elder knew that the person in front of him was a terrifying strong man. Although he was extremely scared, the elder still suppressed his inner fear, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, "Human, who are you? Why do you want to help her?" "No reason, I did it if I wanted to." Bai Ge smiled faintly. "Since you want to help her, are you here to destroy our snake people?" Hearing that Bai Ge was obviously on Dai's side, the elder's heart tightened and his voice became low. "Destroy you? No, no, no." Bai Ge shook his head. "Although you snake people want to kill Xiadi, Xiadi doesn't want me to destroy you. I came here this time to ask you if you snake people are willing to accept 2 Medusa queens." 2 Medusa queens? Impossible. The snake people can only have 1 Medusa queen. This is the ancestral precept. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the elder refused without thinking. "Really?" Bai Ge smiled, but his eyes narrowed slightly. A strong gravity suddenly pressed on the elder, and the elder screamed in pain. "Elder!" On the side, the other 3 snake elders and 8 snake leaders couldn't help but feel nervous and panicked. "Sir, we promise you that we are willing to honor 2 Medusa queens in the future. Please spare the elder." Seeing Bai Ge torturing the elder, Elder Mai Shi kowtowed to Bai Ge and begged. "Mai Shi, don't beg him, just let him torture me to death, our snake people will never surrender." The elder roared. "I say, you old guy, you are tough, right?" Bai Ge was a little unhappy to find that the elder was so ignorant. "Humph! You don't know the dilemma we are facing now. Having 2 Medusa queens can indeed reduce the pressure on our snake people, but once there is a problem, our snake people may step into the bottomless abyss. I will never allow such a thing to happen." The elder endured the pain and snorted coldly. "No one can predict the future. How do you know that if you, the snake people, respect two queens, you will definitely step into the bottomless abyss. You are just seeing things in a cup of snake shadows and throwing the baby out with the bath water. Bai Ji was speechless about this stubborn elder. You are afraid that the snake people will step into the bottomless abyss in the future, but aren't you afraid of me? If I want, it will take less than an hour for me to raise your oasis to the ground. Bai Ji's words revealed a hidden threat. At the same time, under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body suddenly flapped the holy demon wings behind him and flew into the sky. After reaching a high altitude, he threw the clear sky hammer real body in his hand down fiercely. The clear sky hammer real body, which opened 10 soul rings, weighed more than 1 million pounds, and then was blessed with the power of the holy demon Titan Shura real body. After being thrown out, it fell hundreds of miles away with a shrill whistle. Boom! It was like Mars hitting the earth. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire earth began to shake. The real body of the clear sky hammer that fell to the ground actually created a huge pit tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters deep in the Gobi Desert in the distance, and the violent air waves swept the sky was filled with gravel and dust flying everywhere. For a moment, the entire Gobi Desert seemed to have set off a violent sandstorm. Seeing what was happening in front of them, not only the snakemen who were suppressed by the gravity field, but also Hai Badong, Zhuang Yushe, Mo Liao and even Lin who was still watching the battle in the snakemen temple were shocked. Just throwing it down from a few thousand meters high in the sky can cause such a devastating power. If it flies a little higher and then throws it down, can it directly destroy a city? If Bai Ji knew what they were thinking, he would definitely answer directly, yes. Not to mention the Haoshan hammer that is more than 100 meters long and weighs millions of pounds, as long as the height is high enough, even an iron rod can burst out with unimaginable power after falling, as long as the iron rod does not oxidize and disappear in the friction with the air. In Bai Ji's previous life on Earth, the famous space-based weapons were based on this principle, and the space-based weapons used only a few dozen centimeters of mixed metal rods of tungsten, titanium, and uranium, and the real body of the clear sky hammer was nearly 100 meters long and weighed tens of tons. As long as the height is high enough, the clear sky hammer will fall from the sky and smash most of the Duki continent, not to mention the mere Snake Man oasis. Hey, it seems that it won't take an hour, it should only take more than 10 minutes, I can destroy your oasis, and it will be destroyed at once, from the root, how about it, do you want to see it? Retracting the clear sky hammer, looking at the four elders in front of him again, Bai Ji's face bloomed with a bright smile. But now the smile on Bai Ji's face is undoubtedly a devil's smile in the eyes of many snake people of the Snake Man clan. Although it looks good, it is deadly. Ya, what do you want to do? Looking at the endless stone peaks smashed by the clear sky hammer from the sky in the distance, sweeping across the dust that was still filling the air, the elder's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness, and asked with difficulty. Chapter 527 I will protect you snake people. What I want to do, I have already said it just now, I hope that you snake people can respect two Medusa queens together. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. My lord, to tell you the truth, I know that you care about the butterfly queen, but it's not that I don't want our snake people to have two Medusa queens, but our snake people really can't do it now. The elder's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. Why do you say that? Bai Ji frowned and asked in confusion. Sir, you are so powerful, I'm afraid you are not from the Gama Empire. Our snake people once had a glorious history, but because of the conflict with the Gama Empire, we were finally driven to this barren and desolate Tagar Desert. Although our snake people seem to have fought back and forth with the Gama Empire for so many years, it's just that the Gama Empire didn't use its full strength. All along, the ones who fought with our snake people were only the royal family and several major families of the Gama Empire, but the Gama Empire actually has another force, that is the Yunlin sect. The elder sighed and sighed. Yunlin sect? Bai Ji seemed to realize something in his heart. Yes, Yunlin sect. The elder nodded. Although Yunlin sect did not intervene in the war between our snake people and the Gama Empire, that is because we are now helpless against the Gama Empire. Yunlin sect wants to take advantage of the conflict between the two sides. However, once our snake people have two Medusa queens, when the two queens grow up, the people of Yunlin sect will definitely not sit idly by. By then, our snake people will be in danger. The elder lamented. Hearing the elder's words, Bai Ji thought about it and it seemed to be true. In the original book, Yunlin sect has always been eyeing the Gama Empire. The war between the snake people and the Gama Empire is indeed beneficial to Yunlin sect. However, for Yunlin sect, it is in the best interest of Yunlin sect for the two sides to continue to consume each other like this. It is not unacceptable that the Gamma Empire has a slight advantage, but if the Snake people have the upper hand and let the two Medusa queens grow up, if Yunlin sect takes over the Gamma Empire in the future, such a mess will definitely not be held by Yunlin sect. So in order to avoid such a situation, if the Snake people have two Medusa queens and they both grow up, Yunlin sect may really intervene. I understand your idea, but I don't approve of your approach. Bai Ji said in a deep voice. My previous request remains unchanged. As for Yunlin sect, you don't have to be afraid in the future, because I will protect you Snake people in the future. Taking advantage of the words of the Great Elder, Bai Ji directly stated his original purpose without any abruptness. Joining the Snake people was originally Bai Ji's plan. Before coming, Bai Ji had even thought of how to change the situation of the Snake people. As long as he succeeded, for the Snake people, he would be a prophet, a god who led the Snake people into a new era. Great people, what did you say? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder was stunned for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, the elder's eyes showed ecstasy, and his body trembled with excitement. Sir, are you going to protect our Snake people? The elder asked with a trembling voice. That's right, anyway, I came here for no purpose. You are Zayadi's people. As long as you treat Zayadi well, what's wrong with me protecting you? Bai Ji put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Thank you, sir. Hearing Bai Ji's reply, the elder kowtowed to Bai Ji excitedly. With this great god, the Snake people will no longer be afraid of Yunlin sect. Following the elder, the other 3 elders and 8 snake leaders also kowtowed in ecstasy. Before Bai Ji did not show his strength, he was naturally called a human, but after Bai Ji showed the power to destroy everything, all the Snake people called Bai Ji sir. Because they were still enemies before, the Snake people still retained a certain backbone, but when the enemy became their own people, everything naturally changed completely. With such a super strong man backing them up, how dare the Jiama Empire bully their Snake people? Okay, get up. Because they were pressed to the ground by Bai Ji's gravity, the Snake people could not lift their bodies, and kowtowed like they were crawling. Bai Ji couldn't help shaking his head and lifted the gravity field. Thank you, sir. Feeling the power that suppressed them disappear, all the snakemen, led by the Great Elder, respectfully bowed to Bai Ji and then stood up. With you here, why should we, the snakemen, be afraid of the Yunlin sect? From now on, the Butterfly Queen will be the second Medusa Queen of our snakemen. As long as the Scale Queen agrees, we can crown the Butterfly Queen tomorrow. After Bai Ji showed his strength and expressed his willingness to protect the Snake people, the attitude of the elder changed 360 degrees. How hard the bones were before, how respectful they are now. For a snake person like the elder who was half buried in the ground, because the remaining lifespan was not much, and he would die anyway, everything was naturally based on race. And because he was not afraid of death, Bai Ge's power naturally could not deter him. If the power shown by Bai Ji was not enough to completely crush and destroy the Snake people, even if Bai Ji tortured him to the end, the elder would not agree to respect 2 Medusa queens at the same time. But when Bai Ji became the protector of the Snake people, with the protection of a super strong man, the hidden dangers of the 2 Medusa queens were naturally not a concern. Master, I don't really want to be a queen. Hearing that the elder was willing to respect herself as the queen, Dai hesitated. She knew that she was not fit to be a queen. But seeing that Dai did not want to be a queen, the elder became anxious. What if Dai did not want to be a queen? Bai Ji ran away, and was unwilling to protect the Snake people. If such a strong man could protect the Snake people, the situation of the Snake people would definitely be greatly improved, and they could even walk out of the desert. Thinking of this, the elder could not help but hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Queen, we will not embarrass you. In the future, you can do whatever you want, and we will not stop you. Queen, you only need to be the nominal Queen of Medusa, and leave everything to Queen Lin. Queen Lin is worried about you recently. Don't you want to go back and see me? Sister." Hearing the words of the elder and thinking of her sister who has always loved her, Dai hesitated. "Okay, I promise to go back, but in the future, you are not allowed to control me." Dai made a decision in her heart and said firmly. In the Snake Temple, what she hated most was being bound. If she could no longer be bound, then for her sister, she could agree to go back. Chapter 528 I can solve your dilemma. Queen, rest assured, no matter what you do in the future, we will never stop you. The Great Elder promised hurriedly. I hope you can do what you say, Great Elder. Dai hugged Bai Ji's right arm tightly and said softly. Let's go back to your snake people. After taking back the true body of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, Bai Ji led Dai to the Earth Dragon car, and Hai Badong, Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe also returned to the back of the Earth Dragon. Then, under the leadership of 4 snake elders and 8 snake leaders, a large group of snake warriors followed the Earth Dragon car, and the group slowly went to the oasis where the snake people were. Because of the noise caused by Bai Ji's manipulation of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body and wielding the clear sky hammer's real body, most of the Gobi desert outside the Snake Man oasis was destroyed. Seeing the giant in the distance, the snake people in the snake city almost hid in their homes in fear. So the Earth Dragon car, under the leadership of the snake elders and the snake leader, went straight through the snake city and finally arrived in front of the snake temple. My lord, Queen Dai, the Snake Man temple of our Snake Man tribe is ahead. Please move ahead, my lord and queen. Before and after arriving at the Snake Man temple, the Great Elder came to the ground dragon carriage and said respectfully. Let's go down. Hearing the voice of the Great Elder, Bai Ji held the still somewhat uneasy Dai and slowly got off the carriage. Looking at the majestic and tall Snake Man temple in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but admire, your temple is really magnificent after the renovation. My lord, you are too kind. This Snake Man temple was built by our Snake Man tribe when we moved here hundreds of years ago. Until now, it has gone through vicissitudes and is the most noble place for our Snake Man tribe. The Great Elder smiled modestly, and then said proudly. Yes, take us up to see it. Bai Ji touched his chin and said. Yes, sir. The elder saluted respectfully, and then said to the 8 snake leaders, Mabas, you can arrange the 3 gentlemen, and then you can go back to your tribe. Yes, elder. The 8 snake leaders saluted. Let's go, sir, Her Majesty the Queen. With Bai Ji and Dai, the elder twisted his snake tail and slid up nearly 100 steps, and finally came to the real snake temple. In the bright marble square, flowers clustered, fountains flowed, and a golden snake statue stood in the square. Behind the square were magnificent halls of different heights. Greetings, elder. Seeing the elder, the snake guards guarding the temple square immediately saluted respectfully. No need to salute. The elder waved his hand casually, and then under the puzzled eyes of the snake guards, he respectfully took Bai Ji across the square and continued to visit the snake temple. Gradually, the sky darkened. Okay, do you have a place to rest here? Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Ji was tired of walking around, so he couldn't help asking. Yes, please follow me, sir. Under the leadership of the elder, Bai Ji finally came to a magnificent palace. Sir, although this palace is a little shabby, it is quiet and peaceful. If you are not satisfied, I will make room for you tomorrow for a palace you like. On the side, although the elder put on the ferocious mask of horns and fangs again, his old face was still full of respect under the mask. No, just this one. Bai Ji shook his head. The palace in front of him was already very gorgeous, and the environment was not bad. There was no need to find another one. It was troublesome. Then sir, I will take my leave. When the elder was about to leave, Bai Ji suddenly stopped him. Wait. Excuse me, sir, do you have any other instructions? The elder asked. Do you have magic metal here? Bai Ji asked. Magic metal is a general term for metals that can conduct Doqi in the Dupa world. It is often used to forge weapons with magic cores. Xiao Yan's Xianzhong ruler is made of a kind of magic metal. What does the Lord want magic metal for? The elder was a little surprised. For the dilemma facing your snake people now, I have thought of a solution. Maybe you can stop being harassed by human mercenaries and move out of the Tagar desert in a peaceful way. Magic metal is the material I need. Bai Ji said slowly. Lord, do you really have a way to stop us from being harassed by humans? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder hesitated. Although the elder has a full understanding of Bai Ji's strength, as long as Bai Ji is willing to go to the Jiama Empire to show his strength, the royal family and those big families of the Jiama Empire will definitely not dare to target the snake people again. But although Bai Ji is powerful, it is not realistic to want to deter all humans. Because the main harassment of the snake people is not the royal family of the Gamma Empire, nor the big families of the Gama Empire. Perhaps there are shadows of these behemoths, but for the snake people, the main enemy is still the mercenaries who come to the Tagar Desert to pan for gold. Most of the mercenaries who come to the Tagar Desert come from all over the world. They come to the Tagar Desert to make money and are not afraid of death at all. Because the price of the mates and slaves of the snake people has always been high among the nobles of the Gama Empire, they have become the target of all mercenaries. Even if Bai Ge shows a strong strength, as long as the female slaves and slaves of the snake people are still popular in the Gama Empire, the war between human mercenaries and the snake people will never stop. This is the greed rooted in the bones of human beings. There is no need to doubt, elder. Don't worry, as long as the time is right, I will let you know my way. Bai Ge shook his head and did not answer the elder's question directly. Question. I know. I will ask someone to get the magic metal from the treasury and give it to you. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the elder calmed down and bowed respectfully to Bai Ge. Bai Ge was powerful and surpassed Douluo, enough to sweep across the entire Jiama Empire. However, the problems faced by the snake people could not be completely solved by pure strength, but Bai Ge had no reason to lie to him. So after a while of thinking, the elder agreed to Bai Ge without thinking too much. It was just some magic metal. Bai Ge was now the savior of the snake people. The elder was planning to reveal Bai Ge's affairs to the Jiama Empire to reduce the pressure faced by the snake people. As long as Bai Ge's requirements could be met, even if Bai Ge wanted all the beauties of the snake people, the elder could grit his teeth and send them to Bai Ge. But unfortunately, Bai Ge did not speak. Watching the back of the elder disappear in the twilight, Bai Ge's eyes swept across the magnificent palaces, and finally looked at the fiery sunset in the sky. The corners of Bai Ge's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Snake people, are you ready to welcome your future? Chapter 529, Kid, don't ask so many questions. After watching the elder leave, Bai Ge turned around and walked into the palace with Dai. The palace in the Snake Temple, although it looks magnificent from the outside, is very simple inside. There are no expensive decorations and furniture. Only a large bed covered with a gauze curtain is particularly conspicuous. But this is also normal. After all, the snake people are in the Tagar Desert, which is dry and water scarce, and vegetation is sparse. It is too extravagant to cut down trees to make furniture just for unnecessary decoration. Xiao Dai, are you going to sleep in your previous palace tonight, or sleep here with me? Moving his eyes away from the large bed covered with green gauze in front of him, Bai Ge turned his head to look at Dai, who was still looking around, and asked softly. I don't want to go back, I still want to be with my master. Dai shook her head and pursed her lips. Although she has recovered her memory, Dai doesn't like her past life very much. Instead, she prefers the simple and free life now. Aren't you going to see your sister now? Bai Ge frowned, a little confused. My sister is here. Dai suddenly smiled and said. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure walked in from the door with a slender waist twisted. The person who came was a very charming woman, wearing a red leather short skirt on the lower body and a red leather tube top on the upper body, which was decorated with gold ornaments. In addition, the woman was only covered with a thin black veil, with a cold face, a golden snake crown on her head, and a black veil on her face. She was full of cold and charming temperament. It was Lin. Sister. Seeing Lin coming in, Dai immediately showed a happy smile, loosened her hand holding Bai Ge's arm, rushed towards Lin, and threw herself into Lin's arms. Xiao Dai, it's really great to see that you are okay. Hugging her sister tightly, Lin's heart was also full of excitement and joy. Although after seeing Bai Ge's strength before, Lin felt that Bai Ge should be able to persuade the three stubborn elders and the leaders who obeyed the elders. But at that time, things had not really settled down after all, and Lin was actually quite nervous. If it weren't for the injury in the previous battle with Bai Ge, Lin would probably continue to watch the battle in a disguised identity to see if he could help Bai Ge. Now seeing Bai Ge successfully bring his sister back to the Serpent Man Temple safely, Lin didn't know how happy he was. She only has this one sister. For her sister, she is even willing to give up her dream of becoming the Queen of Medusa and willing to die. Now that her dream and her sister can be achieved at the same time, this is simply great news for her. Thank you for saving my sister. Letting go of Dai, Lin turned to Bai Ge and bowed to him solemnly. You're welcome. Actually, I like Xiadi very much. Bai Ge smiled and shook his head at Lin's thanks. If it weren't for his fondness for Dai in his previous life, and if he hadn't had some ideas about the snake people, he really wouldn't have saved Dai, at least he wouldn't have spent so much effort. He did save Dai out of kindness, but also out of consideration for the interests, so Bai Ge didn't think he was qualified to accept Lin's thanks. Really, since I've been with you, I've never seen Ziade so happy. Lin suddenly sighed. Everyone has their own pursuits. Some people pursue wealth, some people pursue power, and your pursuit is to lead the snake people out of the desperate situation of the Tagar Desert. But Ziade is different from you. She only pursues simple freedom and happiness. But because she is the candidate for Queen Medusa of your snake people, you should not have asked her to leave your snake oasis, right? How can a bird that yearns for freedom but is imprisoned in a cage be happy? Bai Ge sighed. Master. Hearing Bai Ge's accurate description of her dream, Dai couldn't help but cover her mouth with emotion, her eyes slightly red, and her voice choked. Simple freedom and happiness? Where is the real freedom in this world? Touching his sister's hair, Lin shook his head in his heart. If it weren't for the protection of the human in front of him, I'm afraid his sister would have been captured by other humans or the snake people on his side. The so-called freedom is nothing more than breaking the shackles with strength. Since Ziade has chosen to follow you, I hope you can protect her in the future. This is my only request as a sister. Lin said softly. I will. Bai Ge replied. Even if Lin didn't say it, he would do his best to protect Dai, because in this world, Dai is the only person around him. He is a person who values feelings. As long as he recognizes friends and relatives, Bai Ge will do his best to protect them. Oh, this is the magic medal you want. As if remembering something, Lin stretched out his hand and a flash of light appeared on the ground. There were black, red, and silver metals. This is ink patterned steel, this is earth core red gold, and this is cold iron. Lin pointed to the black metal, red metal, and silver metal on the ground in turn. Ink patterned steel is a very common magic metal with no special properties. It can be used to make various magic weapons. As for the red earth core red gold, it is a magic metal with fire attributes. It is suitable for making weapons suitable for firefighters with fire magic cores. As for the silver one, it is cold iron, which is a magic metal with ice attributes. It is suitable for making ice magic weapons with ice magic cores. There are only these kinds of magic metals in our snake tribe's treasure house. Are these enough? After the introduction, Lin asked. Enough. Bai Ge nodded. He just wanted to make a magic lamp for the snake people to use as an exhibit. If he could prove that the principle of soul guides could be used for magic guides, then the rest would just need to be copied, and there was no need to experiment one by one, which would be a waste of time. It's good if it's enough. Lin waved his hand, and the metal on the ground was immediately wrapped in orange-red fighting spirit and quickly flew to a corner of the room. There are still things in the tribe that I need to deal with. A maid will come to serve you food in a while. After serving the food, they will stay here. If there is anything, just call them directly. Lin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled mysteriously at Bai Ge with deep meaning. Remember, it's anything. After saying that, Lin left the room with a malicious smile on his face, twisting his waist. After Lin left, Dai suddenly asked in a strange tone, Master, what did my sister mean by what she said just now? Why do I always feel that there is something behind her words? A cough, kid, don't ask so many questions. Bai Ge coughed awkwardly and pretended to be serious. Chapter 530 Gold Level Lottery, Burning Fruit. At night, several beautiful serpent tribe maids brought dinner, several plates of grilled meat, several plates of grilled fish, some vegetables and some fruits. After dinner, Bai Ge sent Dai to another bedroom in the palace. After returning, Bai Ge did not immediately study the magic metal, but sat on the big bed. System, now I have made the serpent tribe agree to respect 2 Medusa queens, and I have also joined the serpent tribe and become the protector of the serpent tribe. How many lottery opportunities do I have now? Bai Ge asked the system in his heart. Ding! The system is calculating. Congratulations to the host, you have won a gold level lottery opportunity. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. System, are you kidding me? Didn't I subdue the snake people? This should be at least a chance to draw a god-level general, right? Thinking of Lin now, who will be Cai Lin in the future, Bai Ge frowned in his heart. Host, do you really think you have subdued the snake people? After a moment of silence, the system asked in his mind. Isn't it? Bai Ji was a little confused. Not really. In his mind, the system answered. Host must understand that individuals, races, and civilizations are different. The host subdued the Ice Emperor Haibadong before, and was able to get the chance to draw a lottery that only the Ice Emperor Haibadong could generate. Now the host is subduing the butterfly, but the snake people are a race. Race and individual are different. If the host wants to subdue the snake people, he must be recognized by more than 50% of the snake people in the snake people. Only then can the host be considered to have subdued the snake people. The system answered. What about the family? After a moment of silence, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. It depends on the size. The system has told the host before that the essence of the system lottery is to steal source energy. In a world, every individual occupies a part of the world's source energy. When the host captures an individual, the system can immediately steal the source energy and give the host a chance to draw. However, if it is a race due to the large size of the race, if there is a progress bar, the host needs to complete 50% of the progress before the system can start stealing source energy. The progress depends on the race's recognition of the host. If it is a family, due to its small size and small number of people, the host only needs to conquer a few important people. Even if more than 50% of the strategy progress is completed, the system can start stealing source energy. The system answered. It seems that it is not based on quantity, but on weight. After listening to the system, Bai Ji understood roughly. This is simply a question of weight ratio. In a family and a race, for example, the weight of the top leaders is 0.6. Because there are few people in the family, the weight of ordinary people is only 0.4. If the top leaders are conquered, the weight ratio will naturally exceed 50%. However, there are many people in the race, and the weight of ordinary people directly reaches 1.2. Even if the top leaders are conquered, the weight will not exceed 50%. If Bai Ji adopts a violent conquest method, as long as he uses the real body of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor to deter, he will soon be able to get more than 50% of the snake civilians to recognize him. However, since he has decided to help the snake people, Bai Ji can only use a harmonious method. System, use this gold level lottery opportunity first. Since the conquest of the snake people has not been completed, Bai Ji can only draw the gold level lottery opportunity obtained by helping Dai to reverse his fate. The gold level lottery opportunity has been used and is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Flame Fruit O purified version. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. Flame Fruit O purified version? Is it the same devil fruit as the original dimensional castle fruit? Bai Ji's heart moved. The dimensional castle fruit that he extracted at the beginning was transformed by him into the pantheon of the Douluo plane. Now there is another flame fruit. Just as he is preparing to practice the burning technique, this flame fruit comes at the right time. Bai Ji's heart moved, and he took the flame fruit out of the system space. With a ripple in the space, an orange-red spherical fruit with spiral patterns suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's eyes. Bai Ji carefully observed the fruit in his hand. The size of the fruit in his hand was about the same as a small grapefruit. The fruit stalk was a green vortex at one end and a flame at the other end. The skin was composed of countless small flame-shaped spiral fruit patterns. From a distance, it looked like a burning flame. Is this the flame fruit? Carefully looking at the fruit in his hand, Bai Ji suddenly felt nauseous. He had tasted the fruit of the castle in another dimension, also known as the fortified fruit, and the taste was indescribable. But thinking of the flame fruit, this devil fruit can make people master the power of fire, and can make people elemental and body into fire. It will definitely have a huge effect on practicing the burning technique and absorbing the strange fire in the future, so Bai Ji must eat it. Fight! Gritting his teeth, Bai Ji closed his eyes and bit down on the flame fruit. As a piece of fruit flesh entered his mouth, an indescribable feeling of nausea suddenly surged into Bai Ji's heart, and his stomach was churning in an instant. As Bai Ji bit down the flame fruit, an inexplicable power suddenly surged into Bai Ji's body with the first piece of flesh. Bai Ji could feel that there was suddenly a special power in his body. Is this the power of the flame fruit? Putting the flame fruit in his hand back into the system space, Bai Ji looked at his right hand, his heart moved, and his fair right hand instantly turned into a burning hand of fire. Go! Bai Ji stretched out his hand of fire, and as his mind started, a huge fire dragon suddenly flew out of Bai Ji's hand, but under Bai Ji's control, the fire dragon did not burn the palace, but circled in the palace. Can I also consume soul power to use the power of the fruit? Feeling that after releasing a fire dragon, the soul power transferred from the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul to his body decreased a little, Bai Ji began to think in his heart. In the world of One Piece, because the power system of One Piece is purely based on the development of the body, it does not produce extraordinary energy in the body, so the devil fruit ability users in One Piece consume physical strength, or more accurately, life energy, when activating the devil fruit. And because he has soul power in his body, soul power can also be regarded as a kind of life energy, but compared to physical strength, soul power can be stored, so when activating the devil fruit ability, soul power can also be used as consumption. Compared with physical strength consumption, soul power consumption is undoubtedly more superior. After all, after the soul power is consumed, physical strength can be consumed again. This is like the dual core versus single core of a mobile phone, the dual core is definitely superior. As long as the energy is sufficient, it is completely possible to turn hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles into a sea of fire in an instant. Feeling the power of the flame fruit, Bai Ji had a general understanding of his current destructive power. Although the power brought by the holy demon titan Shura King is already very powerful, a major disadvantage of the martial soul system is the lack of range destructive power. Now with the flame fruit, finally able to make up for some. Afterwards, Bai Ji tried the elementalization again, but for the elementalization, Bai Ji only planned to use it when practicing the burning art. As for other uses, especially in combat, Bai Ji did not have too much hope. The elementalization can dominate the world of One Piece because there is no extraordinary power such as fighting spirit in the world of One Piece, so the elementalization is only domineering. However, the elementalization is just to turn the body into energy for a short time, not virtualization. Facing the fighting spirit, which is also energy, it will definitely be affected. Chapter 531 I Want to be a Prophet. After experimenting with the ability of the flame fruit, Bai Ji finally focused on the magic metal, and he was going to study the magic lamp. When the future city was established in the Douluo world, Bai Ji once guided the soul guide to study offensive soul guides. Although Bai Ji only provided a research direction and concept at that time, in order to be more professional, Bai Ji also studied some soul guides, including soul guide lamps. In Bai Ji's opinion, whether it is soul guides, magic guides, or technology, they all have something in common in essence. Take the lamp as an example. On Earth, the simplest lighting circuit has three main components. One is the power supply, one is the circuit, and one is the load, which is the light bulb. The principle of the soul guide lamp on Douluo continent is actually the same, except that the circuit has become the soul guide pattern, the power supply has become the soul stone, that is, the black round stone used by the spirit hall when awakening the spirit, and the load has become a kind of crystal that can emit light. If you look at it from the essence, if you want to make a magic guide lamp in the Douluo world, you only need to find and assemble the corresponding power supply, circuit, and load. Because Bai Ji has no knowledge of the magic guides in the Douluo world, the magic guide pattern that should have been used can only be replaced by the soul guide pattern of Douluo continent, but it is not a big deal, but they are all magic patterns that gather light through the flow of some kind of energy. Theoretically, the soul guide patterns of Douluo continent should be applicable in the Douluo world. Even if they are not applicable, Bai Ji's keen mental power can make corresponding adjustments by sensing the impact of the pattern changes, and finally successfully create a glowing magic pattern. Because fire can produce light, the two are two in one, so Bai Ji did not choose ink pattern steel or cold iron, but chose to use the Earth's core red gold with fire attributes to make the soul guide lamp. Because it was an experiment, Bai Ji did not save too much, but directly picked up a piece of Earth's core red gold, stretched out his fingers, inserted it into the Earth's core red gold like a carving knife, and then began to inject soul power and outline the soul guide pattern. Because of his extremely strong mental power, Bai Ji did not make any mistakes in engraving the soul guide pattern. In just less than 3 minutes, he completed the engraving of the soul guide pattern of the Douluo continent soul guide lamp on the Earth's core red gold. Holding the Earth's core red gold engraved with mysterious patterns, as Bai Ji injected his soul power, the Earth's core red gold suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The light is a bit too bright. If we can find a suitable luminous crystal, it should be better. Looking at the golden red light of the Earth's core red gold in his hand, Bai Ji frowned in his heart. Although Bai Ji intends to sell the soul guide lamp as a luxury in the Douluo world, even if it is a luxury, there must be a limit in the price. After all, the Douluo world is different from the Earth. Even if the fighters are rich, they will not waste too much money on something that is not indispensable, because they need to spend more money on cultivation. So BaiGe must make the soul guide lamp as good and cheap as possible, and to be cheap, this requires BaiGe to reduce the cost of manufacturing the soul guide lamp as much as possible. You know, magic metal is very precious in the Douluo world. It is an expensive metal. It can be used as a filament, but if you want to use it as a main body, the manufacturing cost is too high. So although the Earth's core red gold can be used to make circuits and light bulbs at the same time, in order to save costs, BaiGe finally decided to change a method. That is to use cheaper magic metals, such as ink-patterned steel, melt them into ordinary metals to make alloys, and see if they can be used to transmit fighting spirit. Then use ordinary luminous crystals to make bulbs, and do not make power supplies for some magic lamps, but change them to the mode of fighters injecting fighting spirit, while the other part uses magic cores as power supplies, which are sold to fighters and ordinary people respectively. But before that, BaiGe wants to see if he can make this piece of earth core red gold light up if he uses fighting spirit. Putting the earth core red gold with soul guide patterns engraved on it, BaiGe found Dai and asked Dai to inject fighting spirit to see if he could light up the earth core red gold. As expected, it failed. Fighting spirit and soul power are still different after all. If you want to make fighting spirit flow in the soul guide patterns, you still need to make corresponding adjustments to the soul guide patterns. With the cooperation of Dai, after a night of research, BaiGe finally made the soul guide patterns magical. Made the first magic lamp in the Douluo world. This time, BaiGe used black pattern steel as the main body, and inlaid a small piece of earth core red gold as a light bulb. However, compared with crystals that can emit or scatter light, the light emitted by earth core red gold is still too bright and concentrated, even a little dazzling, and the range of illumination is not enough. It is not as soft as the light emitted by luminous crystals or the light refracted, and the range of illumination is wide. But this is not too important. As long as the magic pattern is studied, the problem of materials is a small matter. After all, whether it is ordinary crystals or luminous crystals, there is no shortage of this thing in the Douluo world. The next day, the elder held a coronation ceremony for Dai as promised. The coronation ceremony was also held in the Snake Man Temple, on the square in front of the Snake Man Temple. Under the steps of the temple, there were a group of snake people kneeling and shouting. Although the high-level snake people have always been very taboo about the snake people worshipping two Medusa queens, ordinary snake people don't care about these at all. As the great elder said before, the reason why he dared not let the snake people respect two Medusa queens together was, on the one hand, he was afraid of repeating the mistakes of the snake people's history, and on the other hand, he was afraid of Yunlin sect. Everyone knows that the snake people's queen Medusa is powerful. Lin once fought against 3 Dohuang strongmen of the Jiama Empire with his own strength, and became famous in one battle. He can be said to be the Dingai Shenzhen of the snake people. But Yunlin sect will never allow the snake people to have a second Dingai Shenzhen. Now the strength of Lin and Dai has not exceeded the total strength of the Jiama Empire, so it is not time for Yunlin sect to take action. But as the strength of Dai and Lin increases, one day, Yunlin sect will take action. As the saying goes, how can others snore on the bed? Yunshan, the leader of Yunlin sect, is the strongest man in the Jiama Empire. He is an 8-star Dohuang and has countless Dohuang under him. If Yunlin sect takes action and cooperates with the strong men of the Jiama Empire, the snake people will definitely be hit hard. In order to maintain balance, after repeated consideration, the elder finally decided to resolutely implement the ancestral precepts and leave only one Queen Medusa. However, for the elder's consideration, not to mention the snake people civilians, even some snake people high level, such as the 8 commanders, did not know. Most of the snake people civilians actually complained about the elder's pursuit of the butterfly. After all, the snake people originally had 2 Dohuangs, and the elder insisted on killing one. Isn't this cutting off one's arm? Now, the elder no longer hunted down the butterfly queen, but turned to respect 2 Queen Medusa, which made the snake people civilians very happy. At the coronation ceremony, the elder wanted to reveal BaiGe's existence to all the snake people. After all, a Dozun strongman promised to protect their snake people, which was more exciting than 2 Queen Medusa, but was rejected by BaiGe. After thinking about it, BaiGe's current goal is to be the prophet and guide of the snake people, so as to gain the heartfelt respect of all the snake people. Now he hasn't done anything earth-shattering that can change the fate of the snake people, and it's too low to show up like this. When he develops the final product of the soul guide lamp and completes a series of plans, the snake people will suddenly find that their situation has changed, and they will naturally look for the reason. When he appears again, and then let people cooperate to hype it up, won't his transcendent status as the prophet of the snake people be immediately secured? By then, with a stronger snake people, his gains will probably be even greater. Chapter 532 The Essence of the Snake People's Dilemma. Late at night, the stars are shining. In the snake temple, torches are burning, and the bright flames illuminate the entire conference room. At a large square table, Bai Ji sits in the first seat, and next to him are Dai and Lin, who have restored their Queen Medusa costumes, and on the other three sides, there are 4 elders. I wonder why the Lord called us here. The great elder was suddenly called by Bai Ji in the middle of the night, and his heart was full of doubts. On the side, hearing the words of the great elder, the other 3 elders also looked at Bai Ji with curiosity. Didn't I tell you before that I have found a way to solve the predicament of your snake people, but at that time, although I had an idea for the plan, I was not ready. But now, I am ready. Bai Ji put his hand on the table, his eyes slowly swept around, and smiled slightly. The Lord has found a way to solve the predicament of our snake people. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the great elder was still a little skeptical. Although Bai Ji has great power, the main source of their snake people's predicament is still the beauty of female snake people. As long as human nobles still pursue female snake people, there will be no shortage of human mercenaries who will come to the Tagar Desert to rob snake people regardless of life and death. This is greed rooted in the hearts of humans, and it cannot be eliminated at all. It seems that you still don't really believe it. Looking around, except for Dai who was full of trust, not to mention the 4 elders, even Lin was half believing and half doubting. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little. He shook his head helplessly. Although he felt helpless, Bai Ji could understand it. After all, his solution was too advanced. If we only look at it from the perspective of the natives of the Douluo world, the problem of the snake people is really difficult to solve. After all, killing people is not enough, but it is much more difficult to eliminate the greed of people than killing people. Forget it, I'll talk to you first. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know why your snake people have been attacked by human mercenaries? My lord, it's because the female snake people of our snake people are too popular among human nobles, so those greedy human mercenaries will come to the Tagar Desert regardless of life and death to rob our snake people. The elder sighed. That's right, but the elder only saw the appearance, but did not find the essence of the problem. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. The essence of the problem. After hearing Bai Ji's words, everyone was still confused. Isn't this the reason? Seeing that everyone was confused, Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle, and then began to talk about his analysis of the problem. Although you have discovered the key to the problem, you must see the essence to solve the problem. Your snake people have always tortured the plundering mercenaries to death with cruel means, but there are still humans who are desperate to plunder your snake people's tribes and kidnap your people. Is it because humans are not afraid of death? No. It's just because the greed for wealth overwhelms their fear of death. So if you want to solve the greed of human mercenaries for you, it's not enough to threaten them alone, you must also use kindness and force. Only by using a big stick and a carrot in one hand can human mercenaries be obedient. As long as the problem of mercenaries is solved, I will take time to visit the Gama Empire and help you solve this problem for the royal family and major families of the Gama Empire. Thank you, sir. Hearing that Bai Ji was going to visit the Gama Empire, the elder's face suddenly became happy, and he hurriedly thanked Bai Ji. Bai Ji's words were so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Going to the Gama Empire was just to deter the forces of the Gama Empire. After the great elder, the other 3 elders also thanked Bai Ji respectfully. The problem of human mercenaries was almost unsolvable, so they had given up long ago. What they are concerned about now is how to deter the royal family and major families of the Gama Empire and reduce the pressure of the snake people living in the Tagar Desert. Capital has always been profit-seeking, and the same is true in the Douluo world. If it weren't for the royal family and major families of the Gama Empire restricting the merchant group from trading with their snake people would not have to plunder the mercenaries' supplies. Although there is also a sense of revenge in this. But if there is a choice, the snake people are still more willing to do business with humans. After all, their snake people have many specialties. If they can do business, their snake people will survive in the Tagar Desert much easier. No need to thank me, anyway, I wanted to go to the Gama Empire. Bai Ji waved his hand indifferently. Sir, how can we use both kindness and force? The third elder asked on the side. This is a good question, which is related to the essence of the problem I want to tell you. Bai Ji nodded approvingly. You only know that it is because the nobles pursue the beauties of your snake people that the mercenaries come to plunder your snake people without fear of life and death, but the nobles do not have the ability to plunder your snake people directly. This problem actually has two parts. One part is that the nobles pursue the beauties of your snake people, and the other is that the mercenaries come to plunder your snake people. There is a key link between them, that is money. Because human mercenaries can use the beauties of your snake people to exchange for a lot of money from the nobles, so they will not fear life and death to plunder your snake people, in order to get the beauties of your snake people. But what if you can pay on behalf of the nobles? Bai Ji smiled softly. We pay on behalf of the nobles. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the four elders, including Lin, were all confused. Where did they get the money to give to the mercenaries? That's right. Bai Ji laughed. Sir, but we, the snake people, don't have money either, and even if we had money, we couldn't give it to humans. The second elder smiled bitterly. Haha, who said you have to give gold coins? Don't you give things and let the mercenaries exchange them for money? This can also be called trading. Bai Ji smiled. Sir, but we don't have anything to trade with humans. At least we can't satisfy the appetite of those greedy human mercenaries. The first elder sighed. Don't worry, elder. Since Lord Bai Ji has said so much, I think Lord Bai Ji will definitely should we have found a solution to this problem. On the side, Lin suddenly smiled charmingly, and looked at Bai Ji with a mischievous look, as if to say, see if you are still keeping us in suspense. That's right, you have no solution, but I have found a solution. Bai Ji smiled mysteriously and took out a mysterious object from below. Chapter 533 Look, this is the savior of your snake people. Sir, what is this? Seeing the mysterious object that Bai Ji took out and put on the table, everyone was a little confused. This is an object that looks a bit like a lamp. The lower part is a black base with all kinds of strange magic patterns on it, and the part on the base is inlaid with a piece of red and gold metal. All the magic patterns finally connect and converge to this piece of red and gold metal. Is this a special magic guide? But this doesn't look like a knife, it's also a sword. Is it used to hit people, but the length is a bit too short? The third elder muttered to himself. It's called a lamp, you can also call it a magic lamp. When everyone was confused, Bai Ji smiled and said. Magic lamp? Sir, is this a magic device? But what is this magic device used for? It shouldn't be used for attack, right? The second elder was full of curiosity. It's used for lighting. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Lighting. Hearing Bai Ji's words, everyone was a little stunned. That's right, you try to inject your fighting spirit into it. Bai Ji nodded and said. I'll try. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the second elder grabbed the magic lamp and slowly injected the fighting spirit in his body into the magic lamp. With the injection of fighting spirit, the wick of the magic lamp suddenly burst into a dazzling light. So bright! The sudden burst of light in front of the second elder startled him and quickly covered his eyes with the sleeve of his left hand. The slightly dim meeting room was completely illuminated by the dazzling red and gold light. You can put it down now. I have engraved energy-storing magic patterns in this magic device. The fighting spirit you have injected now is enough to support this magic device to emit light for half an hour. Bai Ji said with a smile. Putting down the magic device in his hand, the second elder was still a little confused. Sir, this magic device called the magic lamp can emit light, which is indeed very rare. But what does this have to do with solving the plight of our snake people? What is the relationship? It's a big relationship. Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. Aren't you short of items that can be traded with humans? What do you think of this magic device called the magic lamp? Sir, is this magic device invented by you? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the first elder was shocked. Yes, this magic device is indeed invented by me. Bai Ji nodded calmly. You should also know about human nobles. Compared with candles, what do you think human nobles would do if they knew that there is such a thing that can use fighting spirit, or even no fighting spirit, but only use magic cores to emit light? They will definitely pursue it very much. The great elder stared at the magic lamp and said word by word. Human nobles are already extravagant and lustful. The magic lamp in front of them is an extremely rare item, and such a small magic lamp can emit a stronger light than dozens of candles lit at the same time. If it flows into the human world, it will definitely be enthusiastically pursued by the nobles. If you can pass on the manufacturing method of this magic device to our snake people, we snake people can use it to do business with human mercenaries. Taking his eyes away from the soul guide lamp, the great elder suppressed his excitement and said, "My lord, this magic lamp is indeed precious. If it is placed in the human world, it will definitely make human nobles crazy, but..." Aside, Mai Shi, the only female elder among the 4 elders, suddenly hesitated. "But what?" The third elder was a little surprised. "But this magic lamp should be made of ink steel and earth core red gold. We don't have much magic metal in stock, so we can't make too many of these magic lamps." Elder Mai Shi sighed. "Don't worry, Elder Mai Shi. If I'm not mistaken, the magic lamp that Lord Beg took out should still be a first-grade product. Since Lord Beg can think of this method, there will definitely be no such mistake." On the side, Lin's red lips opened slightly and chuckled. As expected of Queen Lin, she is really smart. Beg clapped her hands and laughed. "That's right, this magic lamp is actually just my test product. I spent a night yesterday to make it temporarily, so it's normal to have some flaws. This magic lamp is just what I used to show a few elders. The real magic lamp that trades with humans is actually not like this. My lord, you only spent one night. I made such a magic device on the earth." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 4 elders were shocked again. In the Douluo world, although the weapon refiner is not as famous as the pharmacist, the difficulty of casting a magic device is definitely not inferior to that of refining medicine, and the difficulty of inventing a new magic device is not much different from the difficulty of inventing a new elixir. The adult is worthy of being an adult, it is so terrifying. This first-grade magic lamp, I call it the Magic Lamp Type 1.0 version, which belongs to the table lamp. In fact, in addition to the table magic lamp, I also imagine another form of magic lamp, that is, the hanging magic lamp. Looking at the magic lamp on the table, Bai Ji said slowly. "But I haven't perfected the idea of the hanging magic lamp yet, so I'll show you the table magic lamp Type 2.0 version I conceived." After speaking, Bai Ji reached out and took out a fist-sized piece of ordinary metal and a fingernail-sized piece of ink-patterned steel from the ring. Fire! Looking at the ink-patterned steel and ordinary metal in his right hand, Bai Ji's heart moved, and a blazing flame suddenly burst out from his palm. Under the wrapping of soul power, the 2 pieces of metal slowly floated up, and then gradually turned red under the high temperature, and finally melted into iron liquid. Under Bai Ji's control, the ink-patterned steel and the iron liquid of ordinary metal were completely mixed together, and began to shape under the manipulation of soul power, and finally gradually turned into a base like a lamp. After the shaping was completed, Bai Ji retracted the flame. When the temperature of the base dropped to a certain limit, Bai Ji took out a white crystal that had been carved into a lotus shape from the ring and placed it on it. Under the control of mental power, the white crystal lotus and the semi-molten lamp were completely fused into one. Okay, the next step is to carve the magic pattern. Looking at the semi-finished soul guide lamp in his hand, Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction, and took out a sharp carving knife made of black patterned steel from the ring. The handle of the magic guide lamp in his hand is too thin, and Bai Ji can't carve magic patterns with his fingers at all, so it's more convenient to use a carving knife. As for why black pattern steel is used, it is naturally convenient to inject soul power. Holding the semi-finished magic guide lamp, Bai Ji's carving knife is like the wind, constantly carving, and strange magic patterns soon spread all over the magic guide lamp. Chapter 534 Preparations before going to Jiama Imperial Capital. Placing the finished crystal lamp in his hand on the wooden table, Bai Ji clapped his hands. Okay, this is the C-type magic guide lamp Type 2. Because it is just a magic guide device for daily life, it does not require a very high purity magic guide metal, as long as it can conduct fighting spirit. You only need to melt a small amount of magic metal and ordinary metal and mix them together. The alloy formed is enough to make magic lamps. It is not necessary to use magic metal completely. If you can embed a magic core with fire attribute, the effect should be even better. According to my method, your costs should be greatly reduced. Tomorrow, you can find some snake people who practice fire attribute fighting spirit. I will teach them the magic patterns needed to carve magic lamps. In the future, you will mass produce these magic lamps for me. This pedestal magic lamp Type 2 is just one of them. This magic lamp is relatively small and can only illuminate a small area. It should be generally popular among nobles. I think it is more popular among mercenaries. After all, in the wild, making a fire is a dangerous thing. If you can have such a magic lamp, you can directly inject fighting spirit to emit light, which is much more convenient. For the nobles, I think the better selling ones should be hanging magic lamps. Hanging magic lamps are larger than this kind of table magic lamps, and they are hung on the ceiling. They need larger crystals to spread the illumination range of the light. As long as the crystal is beautifully carved, the price will naturally rise. Bai Ge said with a smile. In addition to magic lamps, I actually have some other ideas, such as magic devices that can blow air in hot weather and magic devices that can cool and preserve food. What do you think? My lord, awesome! After listening to Bai Ge's words, the four elders were full of admiration and admiration. The four elders praised Bai Ge's wisdom, and their hearts were also complicated. Shouldn't a Dozun strongman spend all his time practicing? Why does he feel better at understanding people's hearts than the elders who are busy with the affairs of the tribe every day? The next day, the elder really found a group of snake people who practiced fire attribute Dochi. Bai Ge directly passed on the method of making magic lamps that he had explored to all the snake people through the method of mind transmission, and asked these snake people to make magic lamps. While the snake people were making seed-type magic lamps, Bai Ge was also improving and making hanging magic lamps. Hanging magic lamps are actually magic devices made by Bai Ge in imitation of chandeliers. They can also be called magic chandeliers. They are still composed of a base with engraved magic patterns and a crystal lamp. But compared to seed-type magic lamps that can be picked up with one hand, hanging magic lamps are specially installed at home. And because the crystal lamp part of the hanging magic lamp is large enough, it can be carved to be extremely gorgeous, whatever looks good. The gimmick of the magic device plus its high-end appearance means that the price will definitely not be low if it is put on the auction. As long as the name of the magic lamp is known in the Jiama Empire, it will naturally become popular throughout the Jiama Empire. At that time, the magic lamp will definitely be sought after by nobles and countless people. The reason why human mercenaries come to the Tagar Desert is nothing more than to pan for gold, but compared to treasure hunting in the Tagar Desert, it is more reliable to capture snake people. After all, who knows where the treasure is? The Tagar Desert is a dangerous place. If you are not careful, you will either die in the mouth of a monster or die of starvation or thirst because you get lost in the desert. They are all risking their lives, so naturally some fearless mercenaries will glance at the snake people. Although the snake people have always brutally killed captured captives to deter them, mercenaries who dare to come to the Tagar Desert are almost not afraid of death. Compared with the treasure hunting resort, the snake slave girl business in the Tagar Desert is the most famous. But if the reputation of the magic lamp spreads, although the profit earned from a single magic lamp is definitely not as good as selling snake slave girls, this can be compensated by quantity. Moreover, if you are caught by the snake people when selling snake slave girls, you will lose your head. Obviously there is a safer way to make money, naturally no one will choose to sell snake slaves. If the snake people control the business of magic lamps, they can use it to win over some mercenaries. In the past, mercenaries made money by selling snake slaves. The snake people would kill the mercenaries when they caught them. Naturally, the mercenaries hated the snake people very much, because the contradiction between the two is irreconcilable. But in the magic lamp business, the snake people can decide who to sell more magic lamps to. The number of magic lamps that the snake people can produce every day is limited. If some people have more, some people will definitely have less. For money, the mercenaries will definitely turn to please the snake people. At that time, if a mercenary group wants to sell snake people, they will be reported and besieged by their former colleagues because selling snake people destroys their financial resources. And it is impossible for the mercenaries to rob the magic lamps, so for money, the mercenaries will eventually become loyal supporters of the snake people. In this way, Bai Ge completely changed the relationship between the snake people and the mercenaries without bloodshed. The magic lamp business directly turned the mercenaries from jackals that the snake people hated into loyal dogs. And when Bai Ge develops more magic devices, the snake people who master the technology will become more prosperous. With one hand grasping strength and the other hand grasping economy, it will be easy to move out of the Tagar Desert. Of course, as a Chinese, Bai Ge was also wary of piracy by his peers. But after learning about the situation in Douluo world, Bai Ge burst out laughing and found that he had thought too much. Douluo world is undoubtedly the most famous main profession fighter, and the most powerful secondary profession is the alchemist, but as a secondary profession, the foundry is in a miserable situation. Magic devices and magic patterns are obviously a kind of technology system derived from Douluo world, but it may be because the alchemy culture is too prosperous, which makes it difficult for magic pattern technology to grow. But Bai Ge can understand this. After all, compared with external objects, it is definitely better to become stronger, because external objects may be lost, but one's own strength will not. As a secondary profession, compared with the alchemist, naturally no one would think of becoming a foundry. Over time, foundries have become increasingly rare. As fewer people become foundries, the entire foundry industry will naturally be sluggish. Not to mention other things, even in the Jima Empire, the number of foundry masters is not even a fraction of that of alchemists, and most of them are only half-baked. As long as Bai Ge adds a few more mysterious magic patterns to the magic lamp, it will be almost impossible to imitate. In less than half a month, Bai Ge made hundreds of exquisite and gorgeous magic chandeliers, and the snake people also rushed to make tens of thousands of standard magic table lamps. It's time to set off. Chapter 535 Just Call Yukaidi. Early in the morning, in the Snake Temple. My lord, all the magic devices rushed out in the workshop during this period are inside. Outside the palace, a snake guard walked in and handed a storage ring to Bai Ge with a respectful face. This is a high-level storage ring with a storage space of hundreds of cubic meters. It contains all the magic lamps that Bai Ge is going to take to the Jima imperial capital. Well, go down. After taking the storage ring, Bai Ge waved his hand, and then slowly put the storage ring on his hand. Just as Bai Ge was about to get up and leave, a familiar figure suddenly slipped in from outside the palace, came to Bai Ge, and hugged Bai Ge's arm. Master, I also want to go to the imperial capital to play. Looking at Bai Ge, Dai said expectantly. What are you going to do? The Jima Empire is the capital of the Jima Empire. There are humans in it. Aren't you afraid of being abducted and sold by bad guys? Touching Dai's hair, Bai Ge smiled. Master, don't underestimate me, I'm also a Dohuang. Dai puffed up her little face a little angrily, stretched out her jade hand, and grabbed Bai Ge's mischievous hand. Okay, I know you are a Dohuang, but in the Jima Empire people haven't seen many snake people. Aren't you afraid of being watched by others? Bai Ge said with a smile. Master, you don't know this, right? Our Queen Medusa can transform into a human when she reaches the level of a fighting queen. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Dai couldn't help but said with some pride. After that, Dai suddenly activated the secret method of transformation. With a flash of 7-color light, the snake tail of Dai's lower body actually transformed rapidly in the 7-color light, from small and delicate jade feet to 2 slender white legs, and finally change back quickly. As if seeing something he shouldn't have seen, Bai Ge's face suddenly turned red and he said hurriedly. What's wrong? Dai was still a little surprised. You have become a human now, but you haven't changed your clothes yet. Bai Ge pointed at Dai's lower body helplessly. Dai, who had already put on the Queen Medusa costume again, only had a red leather skirt on her lower body at the moment, nothing else. If it was a snake man form, it wouldn't matter, after all, there was only a snake tail below, but after turning into a human, how could she go out and meet people? Her own little maid, she could only be pleasing to the eyes by herself, but Bai Ge was not so generous to show her to others. Clothes? There's nothing wrong with clothes. Hearing Bai Ge talking about her clothes, Dai turned around in confusion, and the red leather skirt fluttered in the wind. Now, Bai Ge saw everything. Feeling that a certain part suddenly became unusually prominent, Bai Ge cursed in his heart, and hurriedly bent down slightly, pretending to be nothing. Xiao Dai, change back first. You can't go to the human world in your current outfit. I'll go find you a set of clothes. Bai Ge sighed and said helplessly. Why, master, didn't you say that I look very beautiful in this outfit now? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Dai couldn't help but step forward with her long legs and hugged Bai Ge's body, pouting. Don't ask so many questions, change back first. Bai Ge was helpless. I can't change, but master, you must take me to the imperial capital to play. Dai pouted and changed back to the snakeman form unwillingly. Wait here for a while, I'll go out and buy you some clothes. Looking at Dai's current outfit, Bai Ge sighed. Spreading the wings of the holy demon, it took more than an hour for Bai Ji to finally buy a few tops, long skirts and shoes suitable for Dai after her transformation from a human town in the desert. Originally, Bai Ji planned to let Dai dress herself, but as a snake person, Dai seemed to have never worn such cumbersome clothes of humans. He asked the maid to dress, but the maid didn't know how to dress. In the end, there was no choice but for Bai Ji to do it himself. Originally, the word "n" should be omitted here, but due to the peeping of a certain high-dimensional beast, Bai Ji could only silently recite the King's In mantra while changing clothes for the little maid. After changing clothes, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him in a red long skirt, the two completely different temperaments of charm and purity were perfectly combined together, and Bai Ji was slightly absent-minded. "Master, how is it, does it look good?" After changing her clothes, Dai put on Queen Medusa's jewelry again, and then turned around in front of Bai Ji, laughing and asking. "It looks good." Bai Ji clapped his hands and exclaimed. "Then master, can I go to the Gamma Empire with you now?" Dai's eyes were full of expectation. "Yes." Bai Ji smiled and nodded, "But your name is a bit strange among humans, why don't I give you a human name, how about it?" "Give me a human name?" "Sure." Dai said happily. "Well, your tail is colorful, and your snake man name is Dai, so your human name is Kaidi, your sister, I will call her Kailin in the future, how about it?" Bai Ji pondered for a while and said. "Kaidi Kailin." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dai silently said in her heart, and then a bright smile bloomed on her face, "Master, this name is very nice, so I will be called Kaidi in the future. As long as you like it." Bai Ji also smiled. After leaving the palace, they came to the square of the Snake Temple. A middle-aged man in blue was waiting for Bai Ji's arrival. It was Hai Badong. As the Ice Emperor of the Gamma Empire, Bai Ji would naturally bring Hai Badong with him since he was going to the Gamma Empire. You know, Hai Badong has a middle family behind him, and there is a heroine named Yafei in the middle family, but Yafei should still be a girl now. However, although Hai Badong was brought with him, Bai Ji did not take Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe from the Sky Snake Mansion with him, but left them in the Snake Tribe. According to the plan, after arriving at the Gamma Empire, Bai Ji would put the magic lamp on the middle auction house for auction. When the reputation of the magic lamp spreads, the snake people will start to negotiate with some mercenary groups in the Tagar Desert. Although theoretically speaking, with the strength of the mercenary groups in the Tagar Desert, they should not pose a threat to the snake people. However, in order to prevent the major mercenary groups in the Tagar Desert from coveting the technology of the magic lamp and attacking the snake people together, Bai Ji still left Mo Liao and Zhuang Yushe in the snake people, just in case. "Young master, you are here." On the other side, seeing Bai Ji coming, Hai Badong turned around and saluted Bai Ji. "Well, get ready to go." Bai Ji waved his hand casually, and with the operation of soul power, 3 pairs of holy demon wings suddenly unfolded from behind. And beside him, Kaidi also operated his fighting spirit and unfolded a pair of purple fighting spirit wings. Swish! The holy demon wings behind him fluttered, and Beg instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, and Dai also jumped up and turned into a purple stream of light and followed closely. Hai Badong took a last look at the snake people, and his eyes were somewhat complicated. With a sigh in his heart, Hai Badong also activated his fighting spirit, unfolded his fighting spirit wings that looked like they were carved from ice crystals, and instantly soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 536 Earth Emperor Jia Xingtian and the Nether Sea Dragon. Jiama Imperial Capital, also known as the Imperial Capital City, is located in the central part of the Jiama Empire. It is the most magnificent and prosperous city in the entire Jiama Empire. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunrise broke through the sky, 3 streams of light suddenly flew from the distant sky towards the Imperial Capital City. Wow, what a magnificent city! In the air, looking at the towering Imperial Capital City in the distance immersed in the golden glow of the sunrise, Cai Dai couldn't help but exclaimed. In the Tagar Desert, most cities are just towns, and the only Black Rock City is adjacent to the Tagar Desert. Under the erosion of wind and sand for many years, it is also a bit dilapidated, far less magnificent than the Imperial Capital City. Remember to follow me closely when you enter the Imperial City later, and don't get lost. Bai Ji chuckled at the side. No way. Cai Lin was a little embarrassed. Hai Badong, this is the ring with all the magic lamps produced by the snake people recently. When you return to the middle family, help me auction these magic lamps as soon as possible. Remember, make sure everyone knows about this. I will go to the Gama royal family first, and then go to your middle family. Bai Ji took off the ring with the magic lamp, threw it to Hai Badong, and said, "Yes, young master." Hai Badong took the ring and replied respectfully. After arriving above the imperial city, the three streams of light suddenly separated. Bai Ji took Ca Island and flew towards the Gama Palace, while Hai Badong flew to the middle family. Gama Palace, Back Mountain. This is a mountain forest full of spiritual energy. The lush forest stretches for hundreds of miles. In the forest, there is a blue lake, and next to the lake is a courtyard full of quaint atmosphere. Xiao Yi, come to Grandpa. In the courtyard, an old man with a white beard was teasing a little Lolita of 5 or 6 years old with a smile. Roar! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the lake outside, accompanied by a roar of beasts, and a huge and ferocious head suddenly emerged from the water. This is a monster that looks like a dragon. It is covered with dark blue scales, reflecting the cold light under the sunlight. There is also a spiral blue horn on this huge head, and a pair of scarlet giant pupils as big as lanterns look even more terrifying. Hearing the movement outside, the old man who was still smiling suddenly changed his face. Xiao Yi, don't move here. Grandpa will go out to check the situation. After instructing his granddaughter, the old man solemnly activated his dou qi, spread his grey-brown dou qi wings, and flew out of the courtyard in an instant. The old man's name is Jia Xingtian. He is the father of the current Emperor Jiama, and can also be said to be the current emperor. In addition, he has another identity, that is, a Dou Huang strongman. Old man, what's wrong? Arriving above the lake, the Jiama Empire's national guardian beast, the Yuhai Jiao beast, still looked like it was facing a great enemy. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Xingtian, I feel the danger, there. Hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the 6-star demon beast Yuhai Jiao beast said in a deep voice. Is there danger? Hearing the words of the Yuhai Jiao beast, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but be startled. He looked up in the direction pointed by the Yuhai Jiao beast, and saw a figure approaching rapidly in the sky in the distance. With Duhuang level strength, Jia Xingtian quickly saw the full figure. It was a boy who looked less than 18 years old, with silver hair and purple eyes, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, handsome and unparalleled appearance, and extraordinary temperament. Behind the boy, there were 3 pairs of half-black and half-white illusory wings. This is Duhuang, oh no! Duhuang! Seeing the flying boy, Jia Xingtian he was shocked. He had seen many Duhuangs, but the one in front of him should still be a teenager. He was already a Duhuang at such a young age. It was impossible, right? Old man, am I dazzled? This should be a teenager who is not more than 18 years old. How could he be promoted to Duhuang at such a young age? Jia Xingtian murmured to himself. Xingtian, I remember that you humans can return to youth after breaking through Duzong. In the lake, the Yuhai Jiao beast said in a deep voice. You said he is a Duzong. Jia Xingtian was a little surprised and doubtful. I don't know, I can't sense his strength, but my intuition tells me that he is very scary. The Yuhai Jiao beast shook his head. Very scary. Jia Xingtian's face became a little solemn. The intuition of the Warcraft has always been strong. Since the Yuhai Jiao beast feels that the person coming is very scary, then the strength of the person coming must not be lower than them, at least Duhuang. If it was a Dozong, the visitor should be able to step on the void, but he didn't, so he should be just a Duhuang, but his strength might be stronger. Although he was a little apprehensive, as the ancestor of the Jiama Empire. A strange strong man with at least Douwang's strength came to visit, Jia Xingtian couldn't just let him come. In the courtyard behind him, his granddaughter Yao Ye was still there. Thinking of this, Jia Xingtian didn't care about anything else. Whether it was for the safety of his granddaughter Yao Ye, or for the face of him or the Jiama royal family, he was not allowed to retreat at this moment. Looking at the young man flying in the sky, Jia Xingtian suddenly fluttered the dou qi wings behind him, and instantly soared into the sky. Excuse me, who are you, and why did you trespass into our Jiama royal family's forbidden area? Jia Xingtian flapped his dou qi wings and blocked in front of Bai Ji, with a solemn expression. In the lake, the Yuhai Jiao beast also rode the water flow and soared into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth in the air, with a ferocious face and cold light flashing in its huge pupils, staring at Bai Ji fiercely. Seeing the Yuhai Jiao beast, Bai Ji's heart could not help but move. In the original work, the Yuhai Jiao beast was seriously injured due to long-term battles, so that it could not even attack, but that was 20 years later. Although the Yuhai Jiao beast should be a little injured now, the problem should not be particularly serious. At least in front of him, the Yuhai Jiao beast can still be so full of energy, which shows that it should be in very good condition. However, even so, a mere 6th level Yuhai Jiao beast, even at its peak state, could not pose any threat to Bai Ji. Under the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, the Yuhai Jiao beast, which is less than 100 meters long, is just a larger loach. Looking at Jia Xingtian and the Yuhai Jiao beast, Bai Ji suddenly laughed. It seems that you should be the Earth Emperor Jia Xingtian. As for this demon beast, it should be the Yuhai Jiao beast, the guardian beast of the Jiama Empire. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Jia Xingtian's face couldn't help but darken. Although he knew that Bai Ji might be an old monster, he was still a little annoyed when he saw Bai Ji calling his name directly in this young appearance. As for the Yuhai Jiao beast, he didn't care much. It seems that you know me, that's right. I am Jia Xingtian, known as the Earth Emperor. I don't know why you are looking for me. Jia Xingtian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Chapter 537 I will help the senior change his name. It's nothing. I just had nothing to do recently, so I went to the Tagar Desert and had some fate with the snake people. I heard that the Jiama Empire has been oppressing the snake people, so I came to ask for justice. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. Sir, it seems that you are not a snake man, right? Jia Xingtian's old face showed a hint of coldness, and he was a little alert. He was related to the snake people, so it seemed that this person had bad intentions. If you are not a snake man, you can't stand up for the snake people? Then this Yuhai Jiao beast demon beast is not a human either, so why can he be the guardian beast of your Jiama Empire? Bai Ji sneered. It seems that you are deliberately looking for a challenge. Jia Xingtian's tone became low, and the majestic earth attribute fighting spirit surged out of his body. For a moment, the whole space seemed to suddenly become heavy under the oppression of the thick earth attribute fighting spirit. Your Excellency can think so. Bai Ji smiled. He didn't come here to find trouble, could he come here to drink tea, but when he saw the Yuhai Jiao beast, Bai Ji had some ideas in his mind. Originally, Bai Ji's body had a trace of star-forging Dragon King bloodline, but because the clone ability can only breed one bloodline, and it takes at least 10,000 years to breed a galaxy dragon like the star-forging Dragon King, and it must be continuously supplied with the power of the origin. Because it takes too long and the cost is too high, in the end, Bai Ji only used pure human bloodline to breed this clone. And without the star-forging Dragon King bloodline, although the holy demon Titan Shura King martial spirit makes up for it, and his strength has also improved compared to before. But Bai Ji always felt that his current body was definitely not as strong as when he was in the far north, when he was possessed by the star-forging Dragon King martial soul and fought against the Titan Snow Demon King. Although the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor martial soul has always been Bai Ji's trump card to win. But since it is a trump card, it must be hidden tightly, only in this way can it be considered a trump card. Seeing the Yuhai Jiao beast in front of him, Bai Ji suddenly wanted to see. Now if he does not rely on the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor martial soul, how strong is he? In the past, in the Douluo world, because the Douluo world's cultivation methods and martial arts were very scarce, the various martial arts that Bai Ji extracted could still play a relatively large role. But in the Douluo world, facing the Duhuang level opponents, Bai Ji's previous martial arts are basically useless. In the air, can you still use the Spiral 9 Shadows? Compared with fighting skills, the role of martial arts is really limited. Of course, it's not that the martial arts are rubbish. The main reason is that Bai Ji extracted martial arts from the yellow martial arts world, and the yellow martial arts world is basically a low-level martial arts world. It's nonsense to say that martial arts from the low-level martial arts world become bad in the high-level martial arts world. Take the Dopo world as an example. The fighting skills in the Dopo world are basically high-level. When they are performed, they can respond to the external spiritual energy, and every move is full of the power of heaven and earth. And the martial arts in the low-level martial arts world are still luck after all. How can they be compared with some high-level fighting skills that can change the celestial phenomena? Bai Ji's current foundation is still too poor. Boy, if you want to stand up for the snake people, it depends on whether you have the ability. Jia Xingtian laughed anxiously. Originally, when he heard the words of the Yuhai Jiao beast, Jia Xingtian was still afraid that Bai Ji was a dozone. But from a close distance, Bai Ji did not have the aura of a Dozong strongman, and could not step on the void, but he could make the Yuhai Jiao beast feel the danger, so he should be at the Do Huang level. As for why he could not sense the Do Qi in Bai Ji's body, Jia Xingtian just thought that Bai Ji's practice was special. After all, Bai Ji's Do Qi wings were very special. But a mere Do Huang dared to come here alone to provoke him, the Earth Emperor Jia Xingtian? It seems that he, Jia Xingtian, has not made a move for too long, and some people have forgotten his reputation. However, seeing Bai Ji's young appearance, Jia Xingtian still felt a little apprehensive. Such a young Do Huang must have a big force behind him, so he just taught him a lesson. If he was too heavy-handed, it would be troublesome. Boy, you look young, but you have reached the Do Huang realm at such a young age. It is not easy. As a senior, I will not take advantage of you. Let's do this. I will fight you without fighting skills. If you can't beat me, please leave. The contradictions between my Jiama Empire and the Snake people are complicated and not as simple as you think. Jia Xingtian said slowly. Fight me without fighting skills. Bai Ji was stunned when he heard Jia Xingtian's words. He was obviously provoking him, so why was he so humble? However, seeing the fear in Jia Xingtian's eyes, Bai Ji suddenly understood. Does Jia Xingtian think that there is someone behind him? Although Bai Ji knows that he is just an outsider in the Dupa world, Jia Xingtian in front of him doesn't know. He looks like a teenager of 16 or 17 years old now. In the Dupa world, it is unreasonable for such a young Duhuang to have no big power behind him. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Things seemed to become interesting. Senior Jia Xingtian is really modest. Bai Ji smiled. Since Jia Xingtian gave him face, Bai Ji would not slap others in the face for no reason, although he came here to slap others in the face this time. Then let's do it this way. I will only throw one punch. If Senior Jia Xingtian can catch it, I will turn around and leave. But if Senior Jia Xingtian can't catch it, what should I do? I can't catch it. Jia Xingtian sneered in his heart. He is an 8-star Do Huang, just like Yunchen of Yunlin sect, he is the strongest man in the current Jiama Empire. However, compared with Yunchen who practices Wind Attribute Do Qi, he practices Earth Attribute Do Qi, and his offensive ability is insufficient, but in terms of defense, he is the first Do Huang in the Jiama Empire. Even if it is a 9-star Do Huang's fighting skills, as long as it is not above the heavenly level, he has absolute confidence that he can carry it. The young man in front of him was so young, and he was already a peerless monster to be promoted to Do Huang. How could he be stronger than him? Boy, I practice Earth Attribute Do Qi. In terms of defense, only Do Huang who practice Gold Attribute and Rock Attribute Do Qi can compete with me. If I can't take your attack, my name will be written backwards from now on. Jia Xingtian said proudly. Then from now on, senior will be called Tian Xingjia. Bai Ji smiled, and didn't care about Jia Xingtian's dark face at all. Boy, don't talk nonsense about this matter that hasn't even started yet. Don't worry, Senior Jia Xingtian, I will let your name be written backwards right away. Bai Ji's face was full of smiles. He slowly clenched his fist and pulled it back. All the muscles in his body tightened up in an instant, and all the tendons were suddenly pulled apart like a strong bow. Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Jia Xingtian frowned and muttered in his heart, this kid, does he want to beat me up with his fists without using his fighting spirit? Although he was a little confused, after years of fighting, Jia Xingtian knew that he should not underestimate the enemy. Therefore, Jia Xingtian still poured all the fighting spirit in his body out of his body and condensed a grey-brown fighting spirit armor outside his body. The armor condensed by the earth-attributed fighting spirit looked extremely thick and solid, like a mountain lying in the air. On the side, the Yuhai Jiao beast also controlled the lake water and slowly fell back into the lake, quietly looking at the two figures in the sky. Chapter 538 It seems that you want to default on your debt. Adding the palace, the back mountain. In the sky, Jia Xingtian was wearing a heavy grey-brown Do Qi armor. The Do Qi armor formed by the earth attribute Do Qi looked extremely thick and solid, as indestructible as a mountain. Not far from Jia Xingtian, Bai Ji had already clenched his fists, and his whole body was tense like a bow. Looking at Jia Xingtian, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Senior Jia Xingtian, are you ready? I'm going to take action. Come on, I'm waiting for you at any time. Jia Xingtian looked indifferent, stroking his snow-white long beard, and the grey-brown Do Qi wings behind him fluttered lightly, proudly floating in the sky. Then the junior is here. As soon as the voice fell, a violent explosion sounded in the air instantly, which was the sound of a gas explosion caused by a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Amid the explosion, a blurry afterimage appeared in front of Jia Xingtian like teleportation, and then a white jade fist suddenly cut through the sky, and with a shrill whistle, it hit Jia Xingtian's Do Qi armor heavily. Bang! Not good. With a loud noise, Jia Xingtian, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his face. Where the white jade fist fell, cracks appeared on the Do Qi armor like spider webs. As the cracks spread, the originally thick and hard Do Qi armor was instantly broken, and an unstoppable and powerful force suddenly reached Jia Xingtian's body. Crack! With the sound of a broken bone, a mouthful of blood was spit out. In the eyes full of disbelief, Jia Xingtian's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily into the forest on the ground like a falling meteor. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the surging air waves swept around like a raging sea, blowing a large area of trees to the ground. In the center of the landing point, there was only a bottomless pit, dark and no one could be seen. Damn, I won't kill him with one punch, will I? Seeing that there was no movement in the pit for a long time, Bai Ji scratched his head. He has not yet entered the state of martial spirit possession. Logically speaking, his strength should not be exaggerated enough to kill a Dohuang with one punch. Could it be a scam? Xingtian. Seeing that Bai Ji punched Jia Xingtian into the ground with one punch, the face of the Yuhai Jiao beast in the lake suddenly changed. As the waves surged, the Yuhai Jiao beast rode the water and quickly swam across the lake, landed on the shore, and came to the place where Jia Xingtian fell. At this time, in the deep pit, Jia Xingtian finally climbed up. Jia Xingtian, who had a proud look just now, was now particularly embarrassed. His elegant and flowing white clothes were now full of holes and covered with dust, even on his white hair and snow-white beard, and at the corners of his mouth, there was blood. Old buddy, I'm fine, cough cough. While climbing up, Jia Xingtian coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. I didn't use so much force, I got internal injuries. Looking at Jia Xingtian's miserable appearance, Bai Ji was speechless. Climbing out of the deep pit and looking at Bai Ji who was still in the sky, Jia Xingtian felt a little scared. Where did this young man come from? His strength was just like that of a monster. Could it be that the monster was transformed? Senior Tian Xingjia, are you okay? Looking at Jia Xingtian on the ground, Bai Ji greeted with concern. Tian Xingjia. Hearing Bai Ji's words, thinking of what he just said casually, Jia Xingtian's face suddenly turned black, and he felt inexplicably angry. He couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. This punch was too heavy, and it even caused his internal injuries. Jia Xingtian has never regretted so much, he shouldn't pretend to be so arrogant. Boy, who are you? You have such a powerful body, are you a monster? Staring at Bai Ji, Jia Xingtian said angrily. Monster? How could I be a monster? Bai Ji shook his head. If it's not a monster, are you still a Dozong? Jia Xingtian laughed angrily. A Do Huang, how could there be such a powerful force? I'm not Dozong, but I didn't say I was Do Huang, right? Bai Ji sneered. I said, Senior, if you want to shirk your debt, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush, and call me an old man. I think you are an old man, you are not annoying, but I am annoying. You. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Jia Xingtian was furious. He has been a Do Huang for so many years, and no one dares to talk to him like this. Boy, are you here to provoke me on purpose? After taking a few deep breaths, Jia Xingtian calmed down. I never said that I came to solve the problem peacefully. The Jiama Empire oppressed the snake people. As a prophet of the snake people, I naturally have to seek justice for the snake people. Since you don't cooperate, it's just right. I still need a few servants, and you are the ones. Since the face has been torn, Bai Ji didn't pretend anymore and sneered. You want to take me, Jia Xingtian, as a servant? Boy, you are not qualified. You think you can win by plotting against me? That's ridiculous. Your power is indeed strong, but can it be compared to the magic beast? Fighting 1 against 2 is simply courting death. Jia Xingtian also sneered. I plotted against you? Bai Ji was speechless. Didn't you bring up the matter just now? You actually blamed me. You are worthy of being the emperor of the Jiama Empire. You are thick-skinned. But since the relationship has been torn, Bai Ji will not pretend anymore. Anyway, he has injured Jia Xingtian, so it's not a loss. Others can't fight 1 against 2, that's others, it doesn't mean I can't, and besides, I said, Senior Tian Xingjia, with your current state, can you make a move? Bai Ji said sarcastically. As for the Yuhai Jiao beast, I just want to experience how powerful the 6th level magic beast is. Old buddy, let him see what real power is. Magic beasts cannot practice fighting skills, but in terms of strength, no human of the same level can be a match for magic beasts. Jia Xingtian spread out his wings of fighting spirit again, and while speaking in a cold voice, he circulated his fighting spirit and condensed a set of fighting spirit armor on his body again. I know. The Yuhai Jiao beast answered in a low voice. Don't hold back, let's kill him together. Jia Xingtian secretly transmitted the message, ruthlessly. Originally, he didn't want to make enemies with Bai Ji. After all, he was able to practice to the Duhuang level at such a young age. There must be a powerful force behind him that their Jiama Empire couldn't afford to offend. The previous agreement of 1 punch was to make Bai Ji leave by himself. But since Bai Ji was looking for death, Jia Xingtian couldn't care less about it. Since Bai Ji chose to stand on the side of the snake people, he was the enemy of their Jiama Empire. If Bai Ji was not killed, there would definitely be endless troubles in the future. Although killing Bai Ji would also be exposed, if it went smoothly, it would solve a threat. Chapter 539, Bai Ji's strength relative to the Dopo system. Old buddy, let's go together. Looking at Bai Ji, Jia Xingtian shouted, and the Doqi wings behind him fluttered, instantly turning into a stream of light and soaring into the sky, heading straight for Bai Ji. Although it was a bit dishonorable to fight 2 against 1, Bai Ji was not weak, and his identity was mysterious. For the sake of the Jiama Empire, Jia Xingtian could only put aside his face. Roar! Hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the Yuhai Jiao beast also roared, and its whole body tensed up instantly, and then it suddenly shot up. At the same time, in the blue lake, under the control of the Yuhai Jiao beast, the water waves rushed up to the sky, turning into lifelike water dragons, roaring towards Bai Ji. Come on! Seeing the roaring Yuhai Jiao beast shooting towards him, Bai Ji's eyes lit up, and the holy demon wings behind him fluttered, and he quickly faced the Yuhai Jiao beast. However, as for Jia Xingtian, during the flight, Bai Ji unfolded the gravity field, and directly used the powerful gravity to blast Jia Xingtian down from the sky, and then the black tortoise shield martial soul was thrown out by Bai Ji and blocked in front of Jia Xingtian. Since you are injured, then take good care of your injuries and don't get involved everywhere. What is it? Looking at the shield in front of him, Jia Xingtian was somewhat doubtful. This should be a magic device, but can it work without anyone manipulating it? Jia Xingtian was extremely curious about the black tortoise shield, but at this moment, he knew that he had more important things to do. What a strong gravity, but it's not enough to trap me, Jia Xingtian. Feeling the pressure on his body, Jia Xingtian sneered in his heart. As a practitioner of earth-attributed Do Qi, Jia Xingtian also has the Do skill to manipulate gravity. With a thought in his mind, Jia Xingtian directly activated the Do skill to manipulate gravity, offsetting the influence of gravity, and then suddenly flapped the Do Qi wings, ready to support the Yuhai Jiao beast. But just after flying up, a huge shield suddenly appeared in front of him, directly knocking Jia Xingtian back. I knew it wasn't that simple. Seeing the shield above his head, Jia Xingtian was annoyed. On the other side, Bai Ji had already arrived in front of the Yuhai Jiao beast. Roar! Seeing that Bai Ji did not run away in the face of its attack, but even wanted to fight back, the Yuhai Jiao beast immediately showed a ferocious look, opened its bloody mouth and bit Bai Ji. Want to bite me? Just as the bloody mouth was about to bite, Bai Ji's holy demon wings fluttered, and suddenly rose a few meters, came to the top of the Yuhai Jiao beast, and stepped directly on the head of the Yuhai Jiao beast. In this kick, Bai Ji did not hold back at all, and the unstoppable force directly acted on the head of the Yuhai Jiao beast through this kick. Although the Yuhai Jiao beast's skull was not crushed, it also made the Yuhai Jiao beast roar in pain. Under this kick, the Yuhai Jiao beast, which had originally bounced up and was flying in the sky, was directly stepped down by force. When Bai Ji stepped on the head of the Yuhai Jiao beast, several water dragons also attacked under the control of the Yuhai Jiao beast. The lifelike water dragons were like real dragons, opening their bloody mouths and biting Bai Ji angrily. However, the real fatal point of the water dragon was not the bite, but the strong impact brought by its huge weight. However, under Bai Ji's mental perception, it was obviously impossible for these two water dragons to attack successfully. Just when the water dragon was about to hit him, Bai Ji stepped on the head of the Yuhaijiao beast again with a fierce kick, forcibly interrupting the Yuhaijiao beast's control over the water dragon, and he took advantage of this reaction force to jump high in an instant and avoid the attack of the water dragon. You want to sneak attack me? It's impossible. In the air, Bai Ji raised his middle finger in his heart, but a whistling sound suddenly came from above his head. Come on! Bai Ji's eyes lit up, and he saw that under the perception of his spiritual power, the dark sea dragon beast actually took advantage of the momentum of falling and whipped its tail like a long whip while falling. Looking at the dark blue tail that almost covered the sky above his head, Bai Ji was not afraid at all, but excitedly swung his right fist up. Bang! A force like a mountain pressing down on his head suddenly came from the tail, and Bai Ji immediately fell into the lake with the dark sea dragon beast like a meteor. Haha, is this the power of the demon beast? It's really powerful. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, a figure suddenly rushed out of the lake, and with the figure rushing out of the lake, there was also a dark blue dragon head with an extremely ferocious appearance. Human, you are still safe and sound after taking my tail whip. You are very strong, but you actually fell into the lake. This is my territory. Now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. The scarlet eyes of the Yuhaijiao beast, which are as big as lanterns, flashed a deep cold light, and the bloody mouth full of fangs opened and closed, and said in a deep voice. Haha, it depends on whether you have the ability. Bai Ji laughed. Don't talk nonsense, take my punch. Looking at the Yuhaijiao beast in front of him, Bai Ji's holy demon wings behind him suddenly fluttered, and he clenched his right fist and rushed towards the Yuhaijiao beast again. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Ji did not use any weapons, but fought with the Yuhaijiao beast with his fists. The Yuhaijiao beast, which is more than 100 meters long, relies on its huge body, and every blow is powerful and heavy, as if a mountain is smashing down. If it weren't for Bai Ji's body, which also had the foundation of the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prajna Sutra and the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover during the Douluo period, as well as the influence of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, he would probably not be a match for the Yuhaijiao beast. But even so, every time he went head to head with the Yuhaijiao beast, Bai Ji felt very reluctant. After all, the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prajna Sutra and the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover can only be regarded as the top martial arts of the middle martial arts level, but the Douluo world is a genuine fantasy world. It is still too reluctant to use the ability of the middle martial arts world to dominate the high-level world. A dark blue jiao tail flashing with a cold light suddenly pulled over, and Bai Ji still vibrated the holy demon wings as usual and punched to meet it. But competing with a jiao long in the water is too disadvantageous. There is no force point. Even if Bai Ji has the ability to fight with the Yuhaijiao beast, he will be knocked away in various ways because there is no force point, especially in the water. Bang! With a dull sound, the white jade-like fist and the huge dragon tail collided with each other, and a huge force came. Bai Ji flew out again and fell into the lake. In the water, Bai Ji summoned the 9 spirit begonia. As the holy white light fell, the injuries on his body healed again. However, after so many battles, Bai Ji had a rough understanding of his own strength in normal state. If he does not summon the martial soul now, his strength should only be at the Duhuang level. If the martial soul is attached, he should be able to reach the Duzong level. If he summons the martial soul's true body, he should be able to reach the Duzun level. Finally, all the soul rings should be able to reach the semi-saint level in a period of time. However, the Dozhung level is something Bai Ji cannot reach now, because the Dozhung in the Dupo Kangsheng world has surpassed most of the gods in the Douluo world, including the inheritance in the original work. The sea god and Azura god given to Tang San. The gods of the Douluo world are not gods by their own power, so they can only barely create a small world with the same attributes as their own godhood, such as the sea god realm and the killing city, which are not big. However, the Dosheng of the Dupo world can open up a small world in the void where people can reproduce and thrive. The difference between them is obvious. Chapter 540 Titan Azura Body, holding a dragon in one hand. It's almost done. Kaidi should have caught the person. Under the lake, Bai Ji looked up at the lake after taking back the 9 spirit begonia. Behind him, the holy demon wings fluttered violently, pushing the water flow. A reaction force came, and Bai Ji soared into the sky in an instant. In a wave of water, he rushed out of the lake in the blink of an eye. Yuhai Jiao Beast, you are very good. Would you like to consider following me? I can help you turn into a dragon. The holy demon wings fluttered lightly behind him, hovering in the air, looking at the Yuhai Jiao Beast, Bai Ji said leisurely. Turn into a dragon. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Yuhai Jiao Beast opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp and white fangs, and licked the dark blue scales on its lips with its scarlet tongue. It's a very tempting condition, but I am the guardian beast of the Jiama Empire. You want me to turn against you with a vague and illusory dragon transformation? Are you thinking too much? The Yuhai Jiao Beast said sarcastically. Well, forget it, you missed the chance to change your fate. Bai Ji pretended to sigh and took out the dragon Yuan from the system space. Sensing the strong and pure dragon energy emanating from the dragon Yuan, the Yuhai Jiao Beast couldn't help but change his face. What a powerful dragon energy, what is in your hand, is it the blood essence of a powerful dragon monster? This is dragon Yuan, which is part of the blood essence of a real dragon, but since you don't want it, I'll take it away. Bai Ji pretended to sigh, and after showing the dragon Yuan and explaining it to the Yuhai Jiao Beast, he actually took it back. No. Give it to me. Suddenly losing the breath of dragon essence, the Yuhai Jiao Beast roared. Transforming into a dragon is the common wish of all magic beasts with dragon blood. As a dragon magic beast, the Yuhai Jiao Beast naturally yearns to transform into a dragon. Seeing that the opportunity to transform into a dragon is in the hands of the human in front of him, but it is hidden, the Yuhai Jiao Beast suddenly became furious. Boom! Under the control of the Yuhai Jiao Beast, the entire lake suddenly surged. In the sky, the originally clear sky was quickly covered by dense dark clouds, and thunder and lightning rolled in the clouds. Before, the Yuhai Jiao Beast only used strength and water control ability to fight Bai Ji, but after discovering that Bai Ji had dragon essence, the furious Yuhai Jiao Beast undoubtedly entered the explosive state and burst out with all its strength. Haha, do you still want to rob? Seeing the furious Yuhai Jiao Beast, Bai Ji smiled playfully. He took out the dragon essence just to tease the Yuhai Jiao Beast, and naturally expected that the Yuhai Jiao Beast would be furious, but so what? Okay, I won't play with you anymore, let's end it. After testing his own strength, looking at the Yuhai Jiao Beast riding the current in the lake, Bai Ji retreated quickly while summoning the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a giant suddenly appeared on the lake, his feet suddenly fell into the lake, and huge waves suddenly surged up, and with golden halos rising from the giant's feet, the giant's body began to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye it became a giant holding up the sky. The lake with a depth of more than 200 meters barely submerged the giant's knees. In the mountains and forests nearby, Jia Xingtian was still struggling with the basalt shield. Because he was injured by Bai Ji and under the suppression of the gravity field, Jia Xingtian could not break through the obstruction of the basalt shield at all. Hearing the movement from the direction of the lake, Jia Xingtian looked towards the lake. When he saw the giant holding up the sky with 3 heads and 6 arms, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but widen his eyes, his heart full of fear. What is this? Little snake, is it you who want to bite me? Looking at the Yuhai Jiao Beast in the lake, Bai Ji raised his lips. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor leaned down slightly and grabbed the Yuhai Jiao Beast with his right hand. Under the pressure of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, the Yuhai Jiao Beast, which had been in a violent state because of the dragon Yuan, also woke up at this time. However, under the gravity field, the Yuhai Jiao Beast could not move at all. It could only watch the huge hand grabbing itself in the angry roar. Hualala! Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor grabbed the Yuhai Jiao Beast with his right hand. The huge palm stirred the water flow, and the Yuhai Jiao Beast could not get away no matter how it struggled. Yuhai! In the mountains and forests nearby, seeing the Yuhai Jiao Beast being caught by the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but become anxious. This dark cloud blocks my light. Above his head, the thick dark clouds covered the sun, causing Bai Ji to frown. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, which was originally walking towards the shore, suddenly stopped and raised the hand holding the 7 killing sword. As golden halos rose from the 7 killing sword, the 7 killing sword suddenly turned into a giant sword 100 meters long. Then with a wave of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, the 7 killing sword's true body instantly split the dark clouds above his head into 2. At the same time, countless blood-colored sword chi shot out, annihilating all the dark clouds in an instant, and the bright sunlight suddenly shone down again. With the wings of the holy demon behind him fluttering, Bai Ji quickly soared into the sky, and finally landed on the shoulder of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body held the Yuhai Jiao beast tightly in one hand, stepped across the lake, and finally walked to the shore and walked towards Jia Xingtian. Looking at Jia Xingtian, who was still struggling with the Suanwu shield, Bai Ji waved his right hand, and the Suanwu shield instantly turned into a stream of light and flew back to Bai Ji's hand. Without the obstruction of the Suanwu shield, Jia Xingtian looked extremely ugly when he saw the giant coming towards him. This giant should be the ancient Titan giant in the legend, but how could the Titan giant suddenly appear here, and with 3 heads and 6 arms, could this Titan giant have practiced some special fighting skills? While Jia Xingtian was thinking about it, the real body of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor had already walked in front of Jia Xingtian and threw the Yuhai Jiao beast down. With a loud bang, the Yuhai Jiao beast fell heavily into the forest. While Bai Ji was quietly looking at Jia Xingtian, a purple stream of light suddenly flew over from a distance and landed beside Bai Ji. It was Kaidi, and in Kaidi's hand, there was actually a comatose man wearing a dragon robe. Ling Tian. Seeing the man in Kaidi's hand, Jia Xingtian's face changed drastically. What do you want to do? Seeing that his son was also caught, Jia Xingtian said angrily. Jia Xingtian, are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? Bai Ji laughed sarcastically. What do you mean? Jia Xingtian frowned. Submit. Bai Ji said in a deep voice. I want you, your son, and the Yuhai Jiao beast, and your entire Jiama royal family to submit to me, otherwise, there is no need for the Jiama royal family to exist. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body swung the 7-killing sword in his hand violently. With a shrill whistle, a blood-colored sword light shot out instantly, cutting a towering mountain in the distance. After cutting the mountain, the sword light still had the remaining force and shot into the earth, leaving a deep ditch on the ground that was bottomless and endless. Boom! This, accompanied by a loud noise, seeing the collapsed mountain in the distance, Jia Xingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. The power of this sword actually cut a mountain in half. Jia Xingtian, choose, surrender, or die. Chapter 541 Jia Xingtian surrenders, 3 gold level lottery opportunities. Jia Xingtian, choose, surrender, or die. Standing on the shoulder of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, Bai Ji held the 7-killing sword, pointed it at Jia Xingtian, and said in a deep voice. We surrender. Looking at the upright body of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, Jia Xingtian knelt down dejectedly. It's not that he has no backbone, but the enemy has Gundam. Very good. Hearing that Jia Xingtian agreed to surrender, Bai Ji retracted the 7-killing sword with satisfaction, stepped out, and the space was torn. The next second, Bai Ji appeared not far in front of Jia Xingtian. Tearing the space, this is Douzun. After discovering that Bai Ji could actually tear the space, Jia Xingtian was even more horrified, and couldn't help but suddenly feel fortunate for his choice just now. Facing a Do Huang, he dared to show his teeth. Facing a Douzong, he could also be unconvinced. But facing a Douzun, he really had no temper at all, because the gap in strength was too big. My lord, I also surrender. Can you give me your blood essence? After adding Xingtian, the Yuhai Jiao beast also struggled and said to Bai Ji hurriedly. In the scarlet giant pupils of the Yuhai Jiao beast, there was a heat that could not be hidden. Facing the opportunity to turn into a dragon, almost no snakes and Jiao beasts could refuse. If it knew the result would be like this, the Yuhai Jiao beast would have surrendered long ago. If it could get Bai Ji's dragon Yuan, maybe it could turn into a dragon. It would not be like now. Everything might still be unknown. Thinking of this, the Yuhai Jiao beast's heart couldn't help but ache. It was uncomfortable. Grandpa, what happened to the father? Suddenly, a weak and childish voice came from not far away. It was a little Lolita who looked 5 or 6 years old. Yay, why did you come out? Seeing the little Loli, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but feel I heard a lot of noise outside, I was worried about you, Grandpa, so. Yao Ye said timidly. Yao Ye. On the side, Bai Ji's eyes lit up when he heard that the little Loli in front of him was Yao Ye. This Yao Ye, it seems, is the empress of the Jiama Empire more than 20 years later? Jia Xingtian, let her swear allegiance to me too. Bai Ji pointed at Yao Ye and said. My lord, she is just a child. Jia Xingtian said in shock. Child? What's wrong with a child? I am very optimistic about her. Her future achievements will definitely be higher than your son's. If she is loyal to me, I can teach her together if I accept disciples in the future. Not to mention making her a soul saint or Dou Emperor, but it is not a big problem to become a Dou Emperor. Bai Ji said lightly. Dou Emperor. Jia Xingtian gritted his teeth and picked up Yao Ye. Little Ye, this master will be the master of our Jiama royal family in the future, call him master. Pointing at Beg, Jia Xingtian taught. No need to call me master, just call me brother or big brother. Looking at Ye, who was as delicate as jade, Beg liked her very much, so he said. Big brother hearing Beg's words, Ye was very smart and called out obediently. So good. Beg rubbed the little lowly's head and laughed. What a beautiful little sister, my name is Kaidi, you can just call me Sister Kaidi. Kaidi also squatted down slightly and said happily. Hello, Sister Kaidi. Hearing Kaidi's words, Ye also called out obediently. Jia Xingtian, this time I came to you mainly for the problem of the snake people. I don't want to see your Jiama Empire restricting the merchant group from trading with the snake people in the future. When Cai Dai was teasing Yao Ye, Bai Ji turned his head to Jia Xingtian and said lightly. My lord, I know. I will call a meeting to lift the ban in the future. Jia Xingtian clasped his fists and smiled bitterly. In addition to this matter, there is another thing. I brought some specialties from the snake people in the Tagar Desert and asked Hai Badong to help auction them at the middle auction house. I hope that your Jiama royal family can cooperate with the middle family to promote it. Bai Ji continued. Hai Badong, my lord. Hearing Bai Ji's words, as if realizing something, Jia Xingtian's pupils shrank and he was a little shocked. Hai Badong is also my man. You can communicate with each other in the future. Although I have conquered your Jiama royal family, in principle, I will not interfere with you too much. You just need to cooperate with my actions. Don't worry about anything. I don't look down on your little territory here. Bai Ji said slowly. My lord. Jia Xingtian wanted to argue. But thinking that the man in front of him was a Douzun strongman, even if he was placed in the entire Douchi continent, he would be an absolute big man. He might really look down on their Jiama Empire, a small empire located in a remote area. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. By the way, this is for you. Your old friend should still have some old injuries on his body. With this, he may be reborn. As long as you obey me in the future, I have all kinds of elixirs, exercises and fighting skills. Reaching out and taking out the dragon yuan, Bai Ji gently threw it into Jia Xingtian's hand and said indifferently. Yes, sir. After taking the dragon essence and feeling the burning gaze of the Yuhai Jiao beast beside him, Jia Xingtian's pride was finally shattered. If following the person in front of him could get so many benefits, then he would be willing to accept it. Okay, I have something to do at the middle family. You can solve the affairs of the Jiama royal family by yourself. When your son wakes up, don't forget to let him swear allegiance to me. After taking back the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, Bai Ji spoke. Yes. Jia Xingtian said respectfully. With the butterfly, Bai Ji vibrated the holy demon wings and flew into the sky, flying towards the direction of the middle family, and the colorful butterfly followed him. System, calculate the reward and see how many lottery opportunities I have now. In the air, Bai Ji said to the system in his heart. Ding! Calculating congratulations to the host for getting 3 gold level lottery opportunities. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. 3 gold level lottery opportunities. Hearing the system's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little surprised. There are actually 3 gold level lottery chances. He originally thought there were only 2. Is it because of Yao Ye? In the original novel, Yao Ye also took up some space. Being able to become the empress of the Jiama Empire as a woman, Yao Ye should be considered a character favored by fate. It is not impossible to have an additional gold level lottery chance. Then the remaining 2 gold level lottery chances should be from Jia Xingtian and the Yuhai Jiao beast, and the entire Jiama royal family. System, I want to use these 3 gold level lottery opportunities. Thinking in his heart, Bai Ji said to the system. 3 gold level lottery opportunities have been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get. Chapter 542 Great Harvest, Mitre Yafei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art, Sword Controlling Technique, 10,000 Swords Technique. In his mind, the system's congratulations kept ringing. Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art, Sword Controlling Technique, 10,000 Swords Technique, why are they all sword techniques? Bai Ji was a little surprised. If he guessed correctly, the Divine Sword Controlling Thunder Art should be the supreme art used by Liu Sueki in the Zhu Xian world. It can trigger the power of heaven and earth with a sharp sword, and draw the 9-day divine thunder to resist the enemy. When it is launched, the sky and the earth shake, the wind and the clouds change color, and the power is incomparable. And the sword controlling art and the 10,000 swords art should come from some immortal worlds, because these two art forms are very common in various immortal worlds, so Bai Ji couldn't guess what world they came from for a while. System, receive. As his thoughts turned, Bai Ji chose to receive the 3 art forms. As the contents of the 3 art forms were transmitted into his mind, Bai Ji immediately knew the source of the 3 art forms. The Divine Sword Controlling Thunder art is indeed from the Zhu Xian world, and the Sword Controlling art and the 10,000 Swords art are from the Shushan in the Legend of Sword and Fairy world. It seems that I am destined to embark on the path of a swordsman. Bai Ji chuckled in his heart. But it was just right, anyway, he didn't like to hit people with a hammer. Although it looked a bit majestic, it was still too heavy and not chic enough, which didn't fit his temperament. On the other side, the middle family. The Ice Emperor Hai Badong was standing solemnly in the yard. Next to the Ice Emperor Hai Badong, a tall middle-aged man with a square face was standing. The man was none other than the current patriarch of the middle family, Middle Tengshan. On the other side of Hai Badong, there stood a little Lolita in a red long skirt and twin ponytails. Her name was Middle Yafei. As an ordinary little girl of the middle family, she was summoned by the patriarch today to meet a big man. The precocious Yafei was full of curiosity at the moment. Here it comes. Seeing the 2 streams of light flying from the horizon, Hai Badong couldn't help but whisper. You must be careful not to anger the adults. The adults are those unstrong men. If you can get the adults' favor, the future of the middle family will no longer be limited to the Jiama Empire. Remember, remember. Seeing the stream of light getting closer and closer, Hai Badong couldn't help but warn Middle Tengshan and Yafei. Brother Hai, Tengshan knows. Middle Tengshan said respectfully. Uncle Hai, Yafei also knows. On the side, Yafei also nodded obediently. Because Bai Ji specifically asked to meet Yafei, Hai Badong was not a fool, and naturally knew that Yafei might be special to Bai Ji. Although it was not clear how Bai Ji knew Yafei and what use Yafei had to Bai Ji, it did not prevent him from getting closer to Yafei. After Hai Badong gave instructions to Middle Tengshan and Yafei, Bai Ji finally landed from the sky with the colorful butterfly. After Bai Ji landed in the courtyard, seeing the holy demon wings behind Bai Ji, which were obviously different from the ordinary Do Huang Do Chi wings, Yafei's big bright eyes were a little colorful. Greetings, young master. Greetings, Lord Bai Ji. Greetings, Lord Bai Ji. Seeing Bai Ji, Hai Badong, Middle Tengshan, and Yafei all saluted. Hai Badong, how is the magic lamp I gave you? Bai Ji asked. My lord, I have asked the Mitre auction house to spread the news. It will only take 1 day. I guarantee that everyone in the imperial capital will know the news. Hai Badong clasped his fists. Very good. I have been to the Jiama Palace. I have already subdued Jia Xingtian. With the help of the Jiama royal family, this auction should be smoother. Bai Ji said it intentionally or unintentionally. After hearing Bai Ji's words, although he had expected it in his heart, Hai Badong couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in his eyes. On the side, Middle Tengshan was even more shocked and bent his waist even lower. Although Yafei didn't know what the name Jia Xingtian meant, she was precocious and knew how to read people's expressions. After discovering that Hai Badong and Middle Tengshan were shocked, Yafei immediately understood that Jia Xingtian might also be a big shot. But with her current knowledge, if no one mentioned it, she would never know that the Jia Xingtian mentioned by Bai Ji would be the retired emperor of the advanced Jiama Empire and the Earth Emperor who is now one of the top 10 powerful men in the empire. Looking at Bai Ji, who was dressed in white, silver hair and purple eyes, and had a handsome face that didn't look like an ordinary person, Yafei's face was slightly red. She was still the first. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful big brother. The clan leader and Grandpa Hai asked me to come and greet this big brother. I don't know why, but if I can hold the thigh of this big brother, no one should be able to control my fate at will in the future. Yafei couldn't help thinking in her heart. Although she is not much different from Ye in age, compared with Ye who has been infinitely spoiled since childhood, Yafei has suffered much more, and this has also made Yafei mature early. Sir, this child is the Yafei you are looking for. After reporting the planned auction process to Beg, He Bodong couldn't help but point to Yafei and said, "Is this little guy the Yafei I am looking for?" Hearing He Bodong's words, Beg couldn't help but look at the little Lolita in the red skirt next to He Bodong. Although the Yafei in front of him seems to be only 8 or 9 years old now, from the delicate little face carved with pink jade, it can be seen that she will be a stunning beauty in the future, especially the charm that is not suitable for her age in the corners of her eyes, which is even more rare. Haha, what a lovely little girl. Bai Ji smiled and squatted down. Yafei, come here, brother. Bai Ji waved his hand. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the sensible Yafei naturally came over obediently, pinching the hem of her skirt with her hands, and said shyly, "Yafei, meet the adults." "Why call me adults, just call me brother." Bai Ji pinched the little face of the little loli and said with a smile. In the past, Yafei, who was hot and charming in my impression, is still a little loli now. Bai Ji feels quite interesting. It seems that the various female characters in my memory now are either not born yet or are still little loli. Is he destined to play the role of a loli in Douluo world this time? Bai Ji suddenly felt a little funny. Before he crossed over, a big guy had specially analyzed that the strongest guys in Douluo world, whether it was Zhu Kun, Emperor Hun Tian, or Gu Yuan, were all lowly control. Now it seems that he is going to take this path too? Hai Badong, do you have money? I want to go out and have some fun. Thinking of Cai Dai's wish to visit the imperial capital before she came, Bai Ji stood up and asked Hai Badong. Yes, sir, this is our middle family's black card. All your expenses can be reimbursed by our middle family. Before Hai Badong could answer, Middle Teng Shan quickly took out a black card and handed it to Bai Ji respectfully. Chapter 543, Visiting the Imperial Capital, the Heavenly Demonic Method and the 3-point Return to Yuan Qi. You are very good, I will remember you. Bai Ji did not refuse Middle Teng Shan's flattery, but took the black card after taking a deep look at Middle Teng Shan. Big brother, are you going to the Imperial Capital? Yafei asked hurriedly when Bai Ji was about to leave. Well, we are indeed going to the Imperial Capital. What's wrong? Bai Ji looked back at Yafei and asked. Big brother, this is your first time in the Imperial Capital, right? Yafei is very familiar with the Imperial Capital and can take you around. Yafei's little face was a little nervous. She wanted to cling to Bai Ji's thigh, but she was not sure whether Bai Ji would be willing to let a child like her be a tour guide. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. After hearing what Yafei said, Bai Ji pondered for a while and said. The three of them left the middle family's residence and entered the Imperial City. The Imperial City is worthy of being the capital of the Jiama Empire. In terms of prosperity, it is not inferior to the Tiando Imperial City in the Douluo world. In the Imperial City, there are cars and people everywhere, and all kinds of hawking sounds are endless. It is so lively. On the street, there are inns, restaurants, shops, various jewelry stores and clothing stores, and Bai Ji also saw a transportation industry unique to the Douluo world, that is, the flying transportation industry. The flying transportation industry tames a huge bird called a mountain eagle and builds a cabin on it as an airplane-like existence. If you can take a trip on this mountain eagle airplane, it should be quite interesting. Selling candied haws. Selling candied haws. Suddenly, there was a shouting voice not far away. Kaidi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired old man selling things with a straw stick on his back. The straw stick was full of strings of crystal-clear red fruits, shining with an attractive luster in the sun. Master, take a look, what is that? Kaidi shook Beg's finger with curiosity in her heart, pointed in the direction of the old man and asked. That's candied haws, a kind of food. Beg smiled. Why, do you want to try it? Yet. Kaidi nodded, her face full of curiosity and desire. She had never heard of this kind of food in the snake tribe. Candied haw sounded delicious. Let's go, we go and have a look. Bai Ji knew all about Kaidi's curiosity, and he couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. Holding Yafei, who was still a little girl, and Kaidi, Bai Ji finally came to the place where the old man who sold candied haws was. Old man, how much is your candied haws? Bai Ji pointed at the candied haws and asked when he came to the old man. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, the old man who was selling stopped shouting and turned to look at Bai Ji. When he saw Bai Ji's handsome face, the old man was stunned, and then he couldn't help but admire what a handsome young man. Young man, my candied haws are fair to all, only 1 copper coin a string. The old man laughed and stretched out a finger and said. Well, give me 2 strings. After buying 2 strings of candied haws from the old man, Bai Ji handed them to Kaidi and Yafei respectively. Master, don't you want to eat? Kaidi was stunned after taking the candied haws. I don't want to eat it. I just want to eat it for fun. I've had enough of it since I was a kid. Bai Ji waved his hand. In his previous life, candied haws were one of the only snacks he had as a child. He was too lazy to eat them and was afraid of them. Besides, he himself was not a person who liked sweets very much. He was not interested in candied haws. Thank you, big brother. On the side, Yafei thanked Bai Ji politely after taking the candied haws from him. Little Yafei is so good. Seeing that Yafei's face, which was originally as white as a porcelain doll, suddenly turned slightly red, and she looked timid, Kaidi couldn't help but reach out and rub Yafei's head lovingly, which made Beg speechless. In fact, in terms of psychological age, Beg felt that the two were the same, but now Kaidi relied on her age to ravage Yafei. Yafei must be very helpless, but she couldn't resist. It was so fun. Beg was happy to see the forced smile on Yafei's face. Under Yafei's leadership, Beg visited various large jewelry stores and clothing stores in the imperial capital. Of course, it wasn't that Beg wanted to go shopping, but when he saw Kaidi next to him looking at the jewelry stores and clothing stores on the street, he looked so longing that his eyes were almost full of stars. Beg couldn't bear to pretend that he didn't see it. When visiting various jewelry stores and clothing stores, it was fortunate that although Yafei was young, she had a lot of experience. Otherwise, if Beg had been following her, he would have been exhausted. Although Beg had always heard that shopping was a woman's talent, he had never seen it before. This time, Beg finally saw it. It turned out that whether it was a woman on Earth or a woman in another world, shopping was a talent. The more they shopped, the more energetic they became. While waiting at the door of the jewelry store and clothing store, Beg was not idle. System, I have conquered the middle family, and I should also conquer Yafei. Now you calculate how many lottery opportunities I have left. Looking at the busy streets, Beg said to the system in his heart. The system is calculating. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won 2 gold-level lottery opportunities. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded twice. Beg murmured, and this time it was not beyond his expectations. System, use 2 lottery opportunities. Coming back to his senses, Bai Ji said in his heart. 2 gold-level lottery opportunities have been used, the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the heavenly demonic art, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3-point return to origin chi. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. Heavenly demonic art? 3-point return to origin chi. Bai Ji was stunned. The heavenly demonic art should be the heavenly demonic art that Zhu Yuan and Wan Wan practiced in the legend of the 2 heroes of the Tang dynasty. As for the 3-point return to origin chi, it should be the 3-point return to origin chi that Xiong Ba practiced in Fenjiun. Bai Ji pondered. These 2 techniques seem to have a big difference in power, but after so many draws, Bai Ji has a rough idea of the level of rewards. The rewards for the draw are not divided according to the power, but according to the potential. Although the power of the heavenly demon method is not as strong as the 3-point return to origin chi, according to the analysis of the big guys in the book I have read before. The heavenly demon force field cultivated by the heavenly demon method is actually a special electromagnetic field or gravitational field. If it is developed, it has infinite potential. Although the 3-point return to origin chi is also not low in intention, it is inferior to the heavenly demon method that can cultivate the 2 basic forces of the universe in terms of potential. Moreover, if the heavenly demon method can be changed into a fighting spirit cultivation technique, it seems to be just right for Yafei. Bai Ji couldn't help but look at the store, where Yafei was fighting fiercely with Cai Dai. Chapter 544 Xiaozhan? Wan Wan and the grown-up Yafei seem to be quite similar in appearance and temperament. They are both charming and seductive. The fairy of the soul. Bai Ji suddenly felt very interesting. I wonder what would happen if he cultivated a demon girl in this Douluo world. Master, we are ready. While Bai Ji was thinking about the feasibility of this plan with interest, Kaidi, who had finished shopping in the clothing store under the guidance of Yafei, finally walked out of the store happily. Master, how about it, do I look good? After picking a lot of clothes, Kaidi came to Bai Ji like a happy butterfly, turned around, and asked happily. Very beautiful. Bai Ji naturally praised with a smile. In fact, the Kaidi in front of him was indeed very beautiful. As a snake girl, Kaidi had a standard water snake waist, a slender waist, and a perfect figure. Because she has always been under the protection of her sister Cai Lin, Cai Dai has rarely retained the innocence and kindness that does not match her age, but her pretty face is as charming as Cai Dai, and with a gorgeous red long dress, she is mixed with the temperament of innocence and kindness, which makes people intoxicated. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Hearing Bai Ji's compliment, Cai Dai's bright eyes narrowed into crescents, and her heart was full of joy. Yafei, is there any restaurant nearby? It's getting late, we should go to eat. Looking at Cai Dai, who was intoxicated by the compliments, Bai Ji couldn't help but shake his head with some amusement and looked at Yafei on the side. Big brother, Yafei remembers that there seems to be a very famous Ziwixianlu nearby. Big brother, do you want to go and have a look? Yafei thought about it and said. Ziwixianlu, located in a prosperous area of Jiamatadu, is one of the most famous restaurants in Jiamatadu. Every day, there are not only wealthy merchants, but also noble children and powerful fighters. Under the leadership of Yafei, Bai Ji and Cai Dai came all the way to Ziwixianlu. As a well-known large restaurant in Jiamati, Ziwixianlu occupies a large area of more than 10,000 square meters, with a height of nearly 100 meters and a total of 5 floors. Each floor is nearly 20 meters high. There are people coming and going at the door, which is very lively. Big brother, this is Ziwixianlu. Pointing to the restaurant in front of him, Yafei said. Let's go in. Bai Ji smiled and took the lead to walk into the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a waiter came up and extended his hand with a smile on his face, saying, Sir, please come in. Following the waiter, he went all the way to the 5th floor. Compared with the guests on the 1st and 2nd floors, there are much fewer people eating on the 5th floor of Ziwixianlu, and most of them are dressed very gorgeously, and they should all look like children from wealthy families. Sir, what would you like to eat? After Bai Ji and the other two sat down, the waiter asked with a smile. What are your signature dishes? Please serve all your signature dishes. Bai Ji said. For him, it didn't matter whether there was a lot of food or not. He could eat as much as he wanted and wouldn't waste food. But since this was his first time to taste the food of Douluo world, he still had to taste it well. Do you want all the signature dishes? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the waiter was slightly stunned. If he ordered all the signature dishes, would he be able to finish so many dishes? All. Bai Ji nodded. Okay, sir, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Although he was a little confused, the waiter still enthusiastically wrote down Bai Ji's request, turned around and went downstairs to report the dishes to the kitchen. Maybe because Bai Ji ordered a lot of dishes, the dishes were served very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, dishes were brought up one after another by beautiful maids. Sir, this dish is braised scorpion tail. The ingredients come from the scorpion tail of the first-level monster scorpion-tailed leopard. The poison sac has been removed. You can eat it by peeling the shell. The meat inside is tender, juicy, plump and refreshing. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. This dish is stir-fried snake tendons. The ingredients come from the large tendons of the first-level monster ice and fire snake. The ice and fire snake is an extremely rare monster with ice and fire attributes. Due to the tempering of ice and fire power, its large tendons are crispy and delicious, fresh and chewy. It is one of the most famous signature dishes of our Ziwixianlu. This dish is spicy rabbit head. The ingredients come from the first-level water-attributed monster snow rabbit. Due to the nourishment of water-attributed spiritual energy, the meat of the snow rabbit is tender, delicious, plump and juicy. The snow rabbit head is the storage point of water-attributed spiritual energy, and the meat quality is even better. As the signature dishes were served one after another, a pretty maid in a black and white Zwixian standard dress was constantly introducing the origin and advantages of each dish. Not bad. Picking up the chopsticks and tasting it, Bai Ji nodded approvingly. Compared with Douluo continent, the cuisine of Douluo world is indeed more developed, especially using specific body parts of various low-level monsters as ingredients. The meat of the monsters has its own characteristics under the nourishment of different spiritual energy. With the appropriate cooking method, the effect is completely 1 + 1 greater than 2, far exceeding Bai Ji's expectations. Delicious. On the side, Kaidi's eyes lit up after tasting it. In the Tagar Desert, there are only yellow sand all over the sky and many earth and rock attribute monsters whose meat is not bad at all. Various materials are also extremely scarce. It is a problem for ordinary snake people to eat enough. Various dishes are far less complex and diverse than here. They are all made of flowers. Compared with Kaidi, although Yafei has not eaten these high-end dishes, the habit she has developed in the middle family for a long time has made Yafei know to pay attention to her image, eat slowly and chew slowly. Compared with the swift Kaidi, Bai Ji feels that Yafei is like a sister. When Beg and the other two were tasting the dishes, a man and a woman suddenly came up from downstairs. The man was handsome and majestic, and the woman was pretty and charming. The two can be said to be a perfect match. Seeing the man and woman, many young men sitting around Bai Ji in gorgeous clothes stood up. One of the young men laughed and said, "Brother Xiaozhan, I heard that you will have a wedding in 7 days. If you are not busy preparing for the wedding, how can you have time to come to Zwixianlu? Brother Lin, you are joking. I didn't come to Zwixianlu to eat today. I just accompanied Fixu to choose jewelry. I have been choosing for almost a whole morning. I am really tired, so I came to Zwixianlu to rest and eat something to replenish my energy." Xiao Zhan laughed. "Brother Xiao is really lucky to marry such a beautiful wife. I am not so lucky. Brother Xiao, to be honest, I am jealous of you. I will come to make trouble in the bridal chamber in 7 days. Brother Xiao, please don't mind." "Haha." Another young man laughed. "Haha, don't mind, don't mind." Chapter 545 Reward. Xiao Zhan? Hearing the conversation around him, Bai Ji's hand that was picking up food suddenly stopped, and he was slightly startled. "Xiao Zhan, this is not Xiao Yan's father, right? Xiao Zhan is getting married now? So the woman next to Xiao Zhan is Xiao Yan's mother, and Xiao Yan's ring seems to be inherited from her mother, so..." Thinking in his heart, Bai Ji couldn't help but turn his head and look at the woman next to Xiao Zhan. On the right hand of the woman next to Xiao Zhan, there was indeed an ancient black ring. The ring was full of mysterious and complicated patterns, and it looked quite mysterious. This ring was naturally Xiao Yan's golden finger in the future. It was a ring made of rare warm soul and soul. Seeing the ring, Bai Ji's eyes flickered, an array of mental power quietly attached to the woman. According to Bai Ji's analysis of Douluo, Xiao Yan's destiny line mainly has 3 lines. One is Yao Chen sleeping in the golden finger Wenling ring, one is Nalan Yanran's broken engagement, and the other is Xiao Suner. Each of these 3 main fate lines should represent a chance to win a god-level lottery. Then if there is any place to get a chance to win a god-level lottery, Bai Ji is optimistic about changing the fate of the snake people. After all, the snake people represent a race. After leaving a spiritual mark on Xiao Yan's future mother, Bai Ji continued to eat calmly. And Xiao Zhan, who was on the side, after joking with some friends, also sat down in Zwixianlu with his fiancé copyright Xiao Fixu, ordered dishes and started eating. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhan got up and took Xiao Fixu away from Zwixianlu. He would take Xiao Fixu to choose jewelry today, and he would get married in 7 days. After Xiao Zhan left, Bai Ji was still eating slowly. There was a spiritual mark left on Xiao Fixu, so he was not worried that Xiao Fixu would fly away. Since he had discovered it, Yao Lao's ring was in his pocket. "Waiter, check out." After eating for more than an hour, after tasting all the delicacies, Bai Ji paid with the black card given by Middle Tengshan before, and then continued to wander around the imperial capital under the leadership of Yafei. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. After finding a restaurant to have dinner, the 3 returned to the Middle family. "My lord, you are back." At the door of the Middle family, a middle-aged man saw Bai Ji and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Bai Ji frowned. "Nothing, but Lord Hai Badong and Chief Tengshan have prepared wine and food for you in the reception hall tonight. please give me a favor. The middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation and said respectfully. I. Bai Ji frowned and subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, he had already eaten dinner, but after thinking about it, Bai Ji still did not refuse. Ye Fei, Cai Dai, there is a dinner tonight. Do you want to come together? Bai Ji turned and looked at Cai Dai and Ye Fei and asked. No, master, I'm full. Thank you, big brother, but Ye Fei is full too. Well, you lead the way. Hearing that Kaidi and Ye Fei both refused, Bai Ji looked at the middle-aged man and said. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they came to the reception hall of the middle family. In the reception hall, seeing Bai Ji coming, Hai Badong and Middle Tengshan stood up and came to the door to greet him, and bowed respectfully to Bai Ji. Greetings, sir. No need to be polite, sit down. Bai Ji waved his hand casually, and then sat on a chair next to the big round dining table. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the elegant and luxurious purple wood round table in front of him, no matter in aroma or appearance, they are not inferior to the signature dishes of Ziwick Xianlu. After Bai Ji sat down, Middle Tengshan hurriedly stood up and filled a glass of wine for Bai Ji attentively. What kind of wine is this? It smells so good. Bai Ji sniffed the wine in front of him lightly, a little surprised. Sir, this is Baiwaniang, a fine wine made from the flowers of 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. It has a mellow aroma. Long-term drinking can improve physical fitness and increase the speed of cultivation. Middle Tengshan said with a smile. Hearing Middle Tengshan's words, Bai Ji tasted it slightly, and his eyes lit up immediately. He praised, not bad, it is indeed very mellow. I'm glad that you like it. I'll ask someone to give you all the bottles of Baiwaniang stored in the clan. Middle Tengshan smiled. Well, you are thoughtful. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction. By the way, sir, we have arranged the auction time for your magic lamp, which will be 3 days later. After sitting down, Middle Tengshan began to talk about the specific arrangements for the auction of the magic lamp. How to promote, how to auction, how to find someone to help, how to maximize the benefits, how to make the reputation of the magic lamp spread throughout the Jiama Empire as quickly as possible and let everyone know. Yes, the arrangement is very appropriate. I feel relieved to leave this matter to you. After listening to Middle Tengshan's arrangement, Bai Ji was very satisfied. Being able to gain Hai Badong's trust and develop the middle family to its current scale, Middle Tengshan is still quite capable. It is estimated that only Ye Fei will be able to surpass Middle Tengshan in business ability in the future. I said, as long as you do things well, I will not treat you unfairly. As Bai Ji spoke, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Middle Tengshan. As the index finger pointed out, the invisible mental power suddenly spread out, covering Middle Tengshan in it, and then a stream of information poured into Middle Tengshan's mind. This stream of information is a fighting skill called Pei Yun Pom, which is divided according to the fighting skill level of Dupa world, and the level is above the ground level. Then, Bai Ji pointed his index finger at Hai Badong, and his mental power enveloped Hai Badong again, and he also passed another skill, Tianchuang Fist, into Hai Badong's mind. The level of Tianchuang Fist is divided according to the fighting skill level of Do Po Shija, and it is also above the ground level. My lord. After receiving Pei Yun Pom and Tianchuang Fist, Middle Tengshan and Hai Badong were a little stunned. In the Jiama Empire, Xian level skills and fighting skills can be bought at the auction, but skills and fighting skills above the ground level are often the secrets of major forces. For example, Yunlin Sec's Zhenzong fighting skill Feng's Hiji is a ground level fighting skill, which is the strongest trump card of the Yunlin Sec's successive masters. Although the Tianchuang Fist and Pei Yun Pom that Bai Ji passed on to them are slightly better than Yunlin Sec's Feng's Hiji, they are definitely the best of the ground level fighting skills and can be used as a family secret. These 2 fighting skills are my advance payment to you. As long as you are obedient in the future, it is not impossible to obtain the earth level skills, and you will also have the opportunity to obtain various high level elixirs. Bai Ji smiled indifferently. Thank you, sir. I will die for you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Hai Badong and Middle Tengshan were immediately filled with passion. They knelt on one knee and clasped their fists loudly to Bai Ji. Chapter 546 Sees Yao Lao's Ring, God-level lottery opportunity, Bodhi Seeds. After dinner, led by a beautiful maid, Bai Ji walked through corridors and finally came to a quiet and elegant courtyard. In the courtyard, there were patches of bright flowers on both sides, and in the middle was a path paved with pebbles. "Sir, this is your courtyard. If you are fine, I will take my leave first." After opening the door of the courtyard, the maid said respectfully. "Yes." Bai Ji nodded casually, indicating that the maid could leave, and then pushed open the door and walked into the yard. Walking along the cobblestone path, Bai Ji came to the front of the house. "Master, you are back." In the courtyard, in a room with light, Kaidi and Yafei pushed open the door and saw Bai Ji. Kaidi greeted with a smile. "Yafei, why are you here too?" Beg was a little surprised to see Yafei there. "Master, Sister Yafei and I hit it off right away. We want to have a good chat, so we stayed together for one night," Kaidi said with a smile. Beg. Looking at Kaidi, who looked not very smart, Beg looked at Yafei again. Although Yafei was young, she was more mature than Kaidi in terms of mental age. "Can we chat together?" Beg shook his head with a little amusement in his heart. "Okay, then you guys go to bed early, I want to go to bed too." After saying goodbye to Kaidi and Yafei, Beg walked into an empty room. In the room, everything had been tidied up, it looked clean and tidy, and a new set of bedding was put on the bed. "I don't know what material it is, it feels very comfortable to touch, and it looks quite expensive, it should be worth a lot of money." On the walls around, there are many beautiful landscape paintings. On the table is a beautiful vase filled with colorful flowers that exude attractive fragrance, and there is also a plate of snacks and fruit plates. After closing the door of the room, Bai Ji did not go to bed immediately. He also had to get Yao Lao's ring from Xiao Yan's mother. Xiao Yan's mother seemed to be from the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan called her Fixu, so Xiao Yan's mother's name should be Xiao Fixu. Although he planned to do it now, before taking action, Bai Ji still planned to make a replica. After all, Xiao Zhan's wedding day is in a few days. If he directly seizes Yao Lao's ring, if there is a butterfly effect, causing Xiao Yan to fail to be born, or to be born by someone else, then things in the future will undoubtedly be out of his control. Taking out a piece of black ink patterned steel, Bai Ji used the ability of the burning fruit, and his right hand directly turned into a blazing flame to wrap the ink patterned steel. Under the action of high temperature, the ink patterned steel began to melt gradually, and then gradually changed its shape under Bai Ji's mental control, and finally turned into a black ring. Because his mental power was strong enough, when Xiao Fixu just appeared in Ziwick Xianlu, Bai Ji had already used his mental power to detect Yao Lao's ring and wrote down all the details on Yao Lao's ring. After the shaping was completed, Bai Ji retracted the flame, and his right hand turned into a real right hand again. Under the support of soul power, Bai Ji took out the carving knife and began to copy all the patterns on the original Yao Lao ring onto this imitation. After completing all the work, from the surface, there is almost no difference between the imitation made by Bai Ji and the original one, at least Xiao Yan's mother should not be able to see it. As for the weight problem, as long as he can make it look real enough, even if Xiao Fixu feels that the weight has changed, she will only think that she is wrong. Okay, it's time to go. After putting away the ring, Bai Ji used the spiritual mark left on Xiao Fixu as the coordinates, and directly tore the space and appeared in Xiao Fixu's room. Maybe because she was tired from shopping with Xiao Zhan today, when Bai Ji visited, Xiao Fixu had already fallen asleep, but this was also good, just convenient for Bai Ji to move. However, for safety, Bai Ji still flicked his finger and shot out a stream of energy, hitting one of Xiao Fixu's acupuncture points, causing him to faint. Is this the Wenling ring? He leaned over and took the Wenling ring from Xiao Fixu's hand, and then put a replica ring on Xiao Fixu, sensing the soul sleeping in the Wenling ring between his fingers, Bai Ji said to himself. Since he got the Wenling ring, Bai Ji didn't plan to stay any longer, and directly tore the void again. With one step out, time and space changed, and Bai Ji appeared in the room of the middle family again. Still very weak? It seems that I need to collect some herbs that can nourish the soul. Sensing the weakness of the soul in the Wenling ring, Bai Ji couldn't help but think in his heart. In the original work, Yao Chen began to absorb Xiao Yan's Do Qi when Xiao Yan was 12 years old. Now Xiao Yan is still 2 years away from being born. So it is conservatively estimated that Yao Chen should have been recuperating in the Wenling ring for 14 years before he woke up. If there are no special herbs that can nourish the soul to nourish Yao Chen's soul, it is unrealistic to want Yao Chen to wake up early. After all, even Bai Ji has not figured out the soul. But Bai Ji is now thinking about Yao Chen's alchemy and burning skills, so naturally he can't wait another 14 years. The sooner the better. However, it is not urgent for the middle family to collect herbs that can nourish the soul. Bai Ji put the Wenling ring on his left hand and sat on the big bed. System, I have seized the future Xiao Yan's golden finger Wenling Na ring. Let's calculate and see what level of lottery opportunity I got. Although he already had a guess in his mind, Bai Ji was still a little uneasy. The host's request has been received, and the system is calculating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a god-level lottery. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. God-level lottery opportunity? Haha, as expected, I knew it. Hearing the system's answer, Bai Ji couldn't help but stand up from the big bed, clenched his fists excitedly, laughed loudly, and was extremely excited. The three main fate lines of Douluo, the Golden Finger, the Broken Engagement, and the Pursuit of Xiao Suner, each had a huge impact on Xiao Yan's fate. Now that one of them was destroyed by himself, it really generated huge benefits. System, use this god-level lottery opportunity. After being excited, Bai Ji couldn't help but suppress his excitement. The god-level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a Bodhi seed of the immortal medicine seed. In his mind, the system's congratulations suddenly sounded. Immortal medicine seed Bodhi seed. Hearing the system's congratulations, Bai Ji couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then suddenly remembered. Could this immortal medicine seed Bodhi seed be the one that Ye first got in the Great Laiyan Temple in the film The Great Ruler? Chapter 547, Bodhi Enlightenment, Accepting Ye as a Disciple. Take the Bodhi seed out of the system space. Bai Ji looked at the Bodhi seed in his hand. Perhaps because the divine object was hidden, the Bodhi seed, which was the seed of the immortal medicine, actually looked nothing special. Compared with ordinary Bodhi seeds, this immortal medicine Bodhi seed was only larger in size, but it was only the size of a walnut, and its color was dark green, which looked dull and ordinary. If you throw it on the ground casually, it would be like a piece of soil, and you would hardly notice it. However, if you look closely, you can find that the natural lines on the Bodhi seed actually formed a compassionate Buddha statue, which was simple and natural, and it looked like a faint Zen. But it doesn't seem to be anything special. Does it need to be injected with soul power to work? Bai Ji said to himself. Although it was the seed of the immortal medicine, in the Douluo world, Bai Ji did not expect to cultivate an immortal medicine. For the Bodhi seed, Bai Ji valued its enlightenment effect the most. You know, the skills obtained by the system lottery are not completely mastered by Bai Ji after receiving it. If it is some particularly mysterious and powerful skills or magical powers, Bai Ji still needs to practice and master them by himself. Although this is also normal, if he can have the help of the Bodhi seed, Bai Ji will undoubtedly be much simpler in practice. And Bai Ji is also planning to transform the heavenly demon method into a fighting spirit method. But if you want to transform a skill into another different practice system, it is a big burden even for Bai Ji, who has an extremely strong soul. But if you can have the enlightenment aura of the Bodhi seed, it will undoubtedly save Bai Ji a lot of time. Give it a try. Looking at the dark and black Bodhi seed, Bai Ji's heart moved and injected soul power into the Bodhi seed. With the infusion of soul power, the Bodhi seed suddenly bloomed with dazzling green clouds. The originally grey Bodhi seed became crystal clear at this moment, like a peerless jade, emitting a glowing green light, and a strong breath of life continued to escape from the Bodhi seed. At the same time, Bai Ji seemed to have stepped into a fantasy world. A towering Bodhi tree with a trunk like a coiled dragon stood in front of him. The Bodhi tree was full of crystal jade green leaves, dazzling golden light flowed in the trunk, and there was endless Zen chanting echoing in his ears, making Bai Ji's mood extremely peaceful at this moment. Bai Ji sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, holding the Bodhi seed in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend how to modify the heavenly demon method into a version of the Do Chi cultivation system. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Bai Ji opened his eyes. After a night of deduction, with the blessing of the Bodhi seed enlightenment aura, he had figured out how to transform the heavenly demon method into a Do Chi practice version. However, although Bai Ji knew the cultivation ideas of the Do Chi system, because there was no specific practice method as a reference, it was difficult for a good cook to cook without rice, so Bai Ji had no way to immediately transform the heavenly demon method into a Do Chi practice version. But after this night of enlightenment, Bai Ji had a complete understanding of how to transform the heavenly demon method. As long as Bai Ge could get some Douchi methods as a reference, it would take less than 3 days for Bai Ge to successfully transform the heavenly demon method. After waking up, Bai Ge did not leave the room immediately, but continued to close his eyes and began to use the afterglow of the Bodhi seed enlightenment aura that had just ended to comprehend the several major techniques he had just obtained yesterday, including the divine sword controlling thunder true technique, the sword controlling technique, the 10,000 swords technique, and the 3-point return to Yuan Qi. After comprehending for about half a quarter of an hour, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. "Big brother, it's time for breakfast." Outside the door, little Lolita Yafei's voice, a crisp and tender voice. Hearing the voice, Bai Ge opened his eyes, took back the Bodhi seed, and then stood up and opened the door of the room. Outside the door, Yafei was standing there with a tray made of purple golden nanmu. In the tray, there were good white porridge, buns, steamed buns, a few side dishes and a plate of roast chicken. "Come in quickly." With Bai Ge's consent, Yafei carefully walked into the room with the tray and placed the tray on the wooden table in the room. "Yafei, you brought me breakfast so early, have you eaten it?" Seeing the little Lolita look relieved, Bai Ge asked with a smile. "I'll go eat it later." Yafei shook her head. "No, stay and eat together, there are so many, I can't finish it anyway." Bai Ge smiled and tried to keep her. "But Sister Kaidi is still waiting for me." Yafei was a little entangled. "It's just breakfast, it won't take long, and I want to ask you some questions." Bai Ge waved his hand, and a chair slid over from the wall and stopped behind Yafei. Bai Ge also moved a chair from behind him and sat down. "Okay then." Seeing that Bai Ge had moved the chair behind him, Yafei could only sit down obediently. "Eat." After moving the tray to the middle of the wooden table, Bai Ge touched Yafei's head with some amusement. I don't know if it was because of the influence of his previous life, he always liked to touch the head of cute little Lolita when he met her. "Yafei, do you want to practice with me?" Picking up a bowl of white porridge, Bai Ge took a sip, and then asked slowly. "Big brother." Hearing Bai Ge's words, Yafei was stunned, and a trace of entanglement appeared in her eyes. The big brother in front of him must be a strong man to be able to make the famous Ice Emperor Hai Badong and the tribe leader Middle Tengshan so respectful. If she said she didn't want to, it would be a lie, but the problem was that her talent for cultivation was not good. She had been practicing Douchi since she was 6 years old, and for nearly 3 years, she was still hovering at the first stage of Douchi, and had not yet broken through to the second stage of Douchi. This talent could be said to be terrible, so she made up her mind early on to focus on how to do business. Big brother, if possible, Yafei would naturally like to practice with Big brother, but Yafei's talent is very poor, will it cause trouble to Big brother? Yafei said hesitantly. Hehe, don't worry, what trouble can this cause? In fact, the reason I asked this question is that I just happen to have a very suitable practice method for you. Since you agreed, come and practice with me after you become a fighter, but before becoming a fighter, you can also learn how to do business. I think your talent for doing business is likely to surpass your clan leader. Bai Ge smiled. Big brother. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Yafei couldn't help but be slightly startled, and her bright big eyes were a little red. From the age of 6 to now, because of her poor talent in cultivation, she has always been discriminated against and excluded by her peers. No one has ever encouraged her, no matter in any aspect. Now hearing that someone is so optimistic about her, Yafei has to be moved. Chapter 548, Teaching the Douchi version of the heavenly demonic art. Then, Big brother, should Yafei call Big brother master in the future? Yafei said hesitantly. Call me if you want, if you don't want to call me Big brother, or brother. Bai Ge smiled slightly. However, after hearing what Yafei said, Bai Ge suddenly thought of a question. Should he accept all the heroines and female supporting roles in Douluo as his disciples? It sounds quite exciting to use his disciples to beat others. After breakfast, Bai Ge went to find Hai Badong and Middle Tengshan, saying that he had accepted Yafei as his disciple, and asked Middle Tengshan to mobilize the power of Middle Auction House to collect medicinal materials that can restore soul power and find some Douchi techniques. After getting the Douchi techniques, Bai Ge entered a closed-door state again. This time, he wanted to transform the Tianmo Dafa into a Douchi cultivation technique in one go. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In the room, Bai Ge sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and held the Bodhi seeds in his hands. Under the stimulation of soul power, the dark Bodhi seed bloomed with brilliant green clouds, and the dazzling green clouds penetrated the body, making the whole Bodhi seed seem to have turned into a piece of green divine jade. At the same time, endless life essence also surged out of the Bodhi seed. Behind Baiji, it transformed into a compassionate Buddha from time to time, and transformed into a sacred Bodhi tree from time to time. The Zen chanting full of Zen rhyme always lingered in Baiji's ears. As the Do-Chi practice version of Tianmo Dafa was deduced, Baiji slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light could not help but shine in his purple gemstone-like eyes. Flashed by. Finally succeeded. After putting the Bodhi seeds back into the system space, Baiji let out a long breath, got up from the bed, walked to the bedside, and stretched his body facing the sun. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Baiji couldn't help but start thinking about the changes to the Heavenly Demon method. After transforming the Heavenly Demon method from a martial arts method to a fighting spirit practice method, the Heavenly Demon method lost its emphasis on comprehension. It no longer has the effect of sudden enlightenment and rapid progress in cultivation, but instead pays more attention to the accumulation of fighting spirit. The stronger the fighting spirit, the more powerful the several secret methods can be. After Baiji transformed the Heavenly Demon method into a fighting spirit practice method, the Heavenly Demon method lost its emphasis on comprehension characteristics, and also lost its shortcomings, and would no longer be constrained by emotions for the method. The Heavenly Demon method has a total of 5 secret methods, namely Heavenly Demon Chi, Heavenly Demon Sound, Heavenly Demon Art, Heavenly Demon Dance, and the Heavenly Demon Force Field that Baiji attaches the most importance to. Among them, the Heavenly Demon Chi, Heavenly Demon Sound and Heavenly Demon Dance are all auxiliary skills. The Heavenly Demon Chi can be used to take the enemy's fighting spirit for its own use during the battle to reduce consumption, while the Heavenly Demon Sound and Heavenly Demon Dance are fighting skills that disturb the enemy's spirit and have almost no destructive power. The Heavenly Demon Art can only be regarded as an offensive fighting skill. It can inject fighting spirit into various objects. Whether it is bare hands, weapons, or clothes and ribbons, it can be used as a weapon to fight the enemy. It can be hard or soft, ever-changing, and kill people at will. Although the Heavenly Demon Art is extremely strange and can turn any object it touches into a weapon to fight the enemy, it is still too poor in destructive power. If Yafei practiced the Heavenly Demon Art and used the 4 secrets of the Heavenly Demon to fight the enemy, facing an opponent of the same level, if the opponent is just a little smarter, knows how to keep a distance, and then bombards with powerful fighting skills, Yafei will not be his opponent. But if the last secret of the Heavenly Demon Art is added, the shortcomings of the previous 4 secrets will no longer be shortcomings. The 4th and most powerful secret of the Heavenly Demonic Art is the Heavenly Demonic Force Field. After Baiji's analysis and deduction, the Heavenly Demonic Force Field is actually a special energy field simulated by Do-Chi, which has the characteristics of both magnetic and gravitational fields. In the world of the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, due to the limitations of the world and insufficient cultivation of true Qi, it is difficult to bring out the true power of the Heavenly Demonic Force Field. Even Zhu Yuan, the head of the Yin Kuei sect, can only pull people to her side by using the Heavenly Demonic Force Field. However, after Baiji changed the Heavenly Demonic Art into a Do-Chi cultivation method, the Heavenly Demonic Force Field, combined with the strong Do-Chi that can be cultivated in the Do-Po Keng-Chi world, has undergone a qualitative change. The power of launching the Heavenly Demonic Force Field with Do-Huang level Do-Chi is absolutely comparable to or even exceeds the Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan in the Naruto world. If the control is sufficient, the Heavenly Demonic Force Field can also be used to launch the Earth-Shattering Star. Although the other 4 secrets of the Heavenly Demonic Art are not destructive enough, if they can be cultivated to a certain level, the Heavenly Demonic Force Field can completely make up for this defect. If the other 4 secrets are used in battle to disturb the opponent's spirit, they can also provide an excellent opportunity for the Heavenly Demonic Force Field to attack. It can be said that a Heavenly Demonic Force Field completely activates the other 4 secrets of the Heavenly Demon. When he was in Douluo continent, Baiji had the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit. After awakening the gravitational and magnetic fields, Baiji also developed the Wangxiang Tianyan and Shenluo Tianzheng, which were really useful in battle. Because there was no sign of attack at all, the enemy could be said to be defenseless. However, because the clone he bred did not have the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit, Baiji lost the gravitational and magnetic fields. Originally, Baiji was a little disappointed, but when he found that the Heavenly Demonic Force Field could actually play the same effect as the gravitational field, he had to be excited. After deducing the Do-Chi version of the Heavenly Demonic Art, Bai Ji went directly to Yafei. Although Yafei's current cultivation level is only the Doqi stage, she cannot practice the heavenly demonic art. But now Yafei can practice the other 4 secrets except the heavenly demonic force field. In addition to teaching Yafei the 4 heavenly demonic secrets, Bai Ji also taught Yafei a martial art from the 9 Yin Manual, Yijin Xi Sui Pian. Although practicing Yijin Xi Sui Pian cannot make Yafei a genius instantly, it can also effectively improve Yafei's cultivation qualifications. After teaching Yafei everything he wanted to teach, Bai Ji continued to retreat. This time, he wanted to comprehend the 3-point return to the original Qi, the true art of the divine sword to control thunder, the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords technique. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed again. After these 5 days of world, with the help of the enlightenment power of the Bodhi seed, Bai Ji has comprehended the 3-point return to the original Qi, the true art of the divine sword to control thunder, the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords technique. Bai Ji has cultivated the 3-point return Qi to the point where he can trigger the 3 major weather conditions of wind, cloud and frost. With the power of wind, Bai Ji can trigger a hurricane with all his strength. With the power of cloud, Bai Ji can summon continuous dark clouds. And with the power of frost, Bai Ji can freeze a small mountain with a full strength attack. And the magic sword Bai Ji has also cultivated the thunder controlling technique to a very high level. By activating the divine sword thunder controlling technique, Bai Ji can turn the area of 10,000 miles into a thundercloud, trigger endless thunder, and cut a small mountain into dust with one sword. As for the sword controlling technique and the 10,000 swords technique, they are advanced relationships. Only after practicing the sword controlling technique and refining a sword into a lifelong magic weapon can you control the sword to kill the enemy, fly the sword, and activate the 10,000 swords technique to stimulate endless sword energy into sword shadows, and at the same time control the 10,000 swords to resist the enemy. When the sword moves, thousands of swords fall like rain, and no one can defeat it. After comprehending the sword controlling technique and the 10,000 swords technique, Bai Ji summoned the 7 killing swords, carried the 7 killing swords martial soul with him, and constantly refined it. Although he can fly now, flying with a sword is always the dream of every Chinese. Chapter 549 Go to Yunlin Sect. Because the 7 killing sword is Bai Ji's martial soul and is closely connected to Bai Ji, it didn't take Bai Ji much time to sacrifice the 7 killing sword. In less than 3 days, Bai Ji had already completed the preliminary sacrifice of the 7 killing sword and was able to do basic flying and performing the 10,000 swords technique. In the world of these 3 days, Xiao Zhan had also held a wedding, but Bai Ji didn't go. If Xiao Yan was born, Bai Ji might still go. Because according to Bai Ji's speculation, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran's engagement should be arranged, so the engagement between the two should be made when Xiao Yan or Nalan Yanran was born, by Xiao Lin of the Xiao family, that is, Xiao Yan's grandfather and Nalan Ji, Nalan Yanran's grandfather. So whether Xiao Yan was born or Nalan Yanran was born, Bai Ji would go to join in the fun. But it seems that it will take at least 1 or 2 years for Xiao Yan or Nalan Yanran to be born. At least, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran will be born after Xiao Yan's brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li are born. However, although he intends to destroy the engagement of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran to see if he can get another chance to draw the god-level lottery, Bai Ji is not going to take the blame, or in other words, Bai Ji is not going to show up for this matter. As for the target to show up, Bai Ji has already found it, that is Yunlin Sect. Yunlin Sect is a force with a strong color in the original world line of the Dupo Kangsheng world. Bai Ji has obtained 3 lottery opportunities from the Jiama royal family. If he can conquer Yunlin Sect, the lottery opportunities he can get will definitely not be less than 3. And Bai Ji also has a bad taste in his heart, that is, if Yun and Nalan Yanran become sisters, what will it be like? After finding out that among the heroines and famous supporting actresses that can be contacted now, except for Queen Medusa Cai Lin, the rest are either not born yet or are still Lolita, Bai Ji has decided to break the jar. He wants to learn from Zhu Kun, Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan, subdue all Lolita, and train them all into strong ones. Except for Xiao Suner who can't accept disciples, the others are Yafei, Yun, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yuxian, Qing Lin. None of them can escape. He Bai Ji will complete the achievement in Dopo World Lolita Cultivation Master. After refining the 7 killing swords, Bai Ji prepared to leave for Yunlin Sect. However, this time, after possessing the divine sword Yu Lei Zhenju, Yu Jianjuo, Wang Jianju, Tianmo Force Field and Sanfen Gui Yuan Qi, Bai Ge does not plan to use the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body again. This time, he will rely on his real ability. Without disturbing anyone, Bai Ge quietly changed his clothes in the room, tied his silver hair into a bun, and then equipped the 7-killing sword with a scabbard and carried it on his back. Although he didn't change his clothes, he tied his hair into a bun, and with the 7-killing sword on his back, Bai Ge's temperament changed immediately after his face became indifferent, from a gentle and handsome boy to a cold and fierce swordsman. Fast! Bai Ge shouted in a low voice, pinched the sword formula with his hands, and with a clear sound of clang, the 7-killing sword behind him was unsheathed, quickly turned into a long sword nearly 1 meter long and 2 feet wide, and floated in front of Bai Ge. Cool! Looking at the 7-killing sword in front of him, Bai Ge couldn't help but admire. Although he could fly with the holy demon wings, he just felt that it was not as cool and handsome as stepping on the flying sword. Slowly stepping on the 7-killing sword in front of him, Bai Ge's mental power instantly tore the void. With a thought, the 7-killing swords disappeared from the spot, and in a flash, Bai Ge appeared outside the imperial capital, and then flew towards the Yunlin sect on his sword. On the other side, Yunlin sect. Yunlin sect, as the largest sect power in the Jiama Empire, is located on a majestic mountain only more than 10 miles away from the Jiama imperial capital. And because of the existence of Yunlin sect, this mountain is directly named Yunlin Mountain. Because of the strength and size of Yunlin sect, the Jiama royal family has always regarded Yunlin sect as the biggest threat, so only 2 miles away from the foot of Yunlin Mountain, 50,000 cavalry are stationed. Although it is nominally for guarding the capital, in fact, it is the Jiama royal family on guard against Yunlin sect, a fierce tiger near the capital. With his feet on the 7-killing sword, Bai Ge flew at supersonic speed. It took less than half an hour for Bai Ge to cross the Bailey Liana Ying stationed on the ground and arrived in front of Yunlin Mountain. Yunlin Mountain is steep, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, and there is only one road leading to the top of the mountain. It can be said to be a dangerous place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, in order to guard against the iron cavalry below the mountain, Yunlin Mountain is patrolled closely by disciples of Yunlin sect all over the mountain. The entire mountain is like a small fortress. When Bai Ge was flying with his sword, because the flying altitude was relatively high, the iron cavalry stationed on the ground did not notice him. But when he began to approach Yunlin Mountain, because the terrain of Yunlin Mountain was towering, and Bai Ge lowered his altitude as he was about to reach Yunlin sect, he was soon discovered by the patrolling disciples of Yunlin sect. Look up in the sky, someone is coming. What? This guy is flying in the air on a sword. Flying in the air on a sword, is this a Do Wang? Whether he is a Do Wang or not, we can't deal with him. Go and inform the sect master. Bai Ge's arrival immediately alarmed the patrolling disciples of Yunlin sect. Several patrolling disciples quickly went to the back mountain to inform the sect master Yunshan. At the same time, in the back mountain of Yunlin sect. This is a mountain top, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Not far from the cliff, under a big tree, a girl wearing a green dress and a delicate face was sitting cross-legged on a protruding rock to practice. As the girl made seals with her hands, with her breathing, wisps of light green air were constantly inhaled into the girl's body. Not far from the girl, a white-haired old man wearing a Yunlin sect uniform robe was standing with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the misty clouds outside the cliff gather and disperse. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and the girl couldn't help but show joy. Yuner, have you made a breakthrough to the 8-star fighter? The old man turned his mind and smiled faintly. Yet. The girl nodded heavily, and then said expectantly, Master, can you teach me Feng's Hiji now? Yes. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and laughed. But suddenly, a messy sound of footsteps interrupted the conversation between the two. Not far away, several disciples wearing Yunlin sect uniforms were rushing over. What's wrong? Yunshan couldn't help but frowned and asked. Master, an unknown strong man is approaching my Yunlin sect. A disciple half knelt on the ground and reported. Unknown strong man. Yunshan was stunned. Chapter 550 10,000 Swords Art shows its power for the first time. Is it Do Wang? Yunshan couldn't help asking. In the Jiama Empire, there are only a few Do Huang masters. Yunshan doesn't think that they will come to his Yunlan sect. As for Do Wang, it is possible. Maybe they come to join their Yunlan sect. Master, I don't know. The disciple who reported said awkwardly. I don't know? Didn't he fly here by turning Do Qi into wings? Yunchen frowned. Their Yunlan sect is not a weak sect. If a disciple can call him a strong man, he should not be Do Wang. No, he flew here on a sword. The disciple who reported looked a little strange. Flying here on a sword. Hearing the words of the reporting disciple, not to mention Yunchen, even Yun beside him was stunned. When these disciples went to the back mountain of Yunlan sect to report, Bai Ji had already arrived above the mountain gate of Yunlan sect. Looking at the misty stone steps and the tall mountain gate below, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and he lightly tapped his toes. He immediately jumped up from the 7-killing sword, and with his sleeves flying, he floated down to the Yunlan sect mountain gate below. At the same time, under the control of the sword controlling technique, the 7-killing sword also made a light hum, whistling rapidly from the sky, and when Bai Ji landed, it heavily stabbed into the stone slab in front of Bai Ji, making a trembling sound. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Yunlan sect? Stop right there, or I'll kill you. This is Yunlan sect, don't be so presumptuous. As Bai Ji flew down, a large number of Yunlan sect disciples also shouted angrily, surrounded him from all directions, and surrounded Bai Ji. Although they saw Bai Ji flying over with a sword, for the disciples of Yunlan sect, they didn't know what this meant. So even though Bai Ji's appearance was very impressive, it did not shock the Yunlan sect disciples. Most people still thought that Bai Ji flew with the help of the 7 killing swords, a special magic device, or some special fighting skills, and they did not recognize Bai Ji's strength. 10,000 swords technique. Seeing some Yunlan sect disciples preparing to step forward, Bai Ji smiled faintly, slowly grasped the 7-killing sword in his right hand and turned it violently. Countless sword chi condensed into sword shadows and struck out in all directions, knocking out all the Yunlan sect disciples who had surrounded them. Amidst screams, all the Yunlan sect disciples who had surrounded them flew up at the same time, then fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. This was also Bai Ji showing mercy, only using the sword body to strike horizontally. If he had used countless sword shadows to pierce through the sword, I'm afraid these people would have died without a complete body. Dare to hurt my Yunlan sect disciples, you're looking for death. Suddenly, a roar of anger came, and an old man with green fighting wings on his back was seen flying rapidly from the air. Seeing the Yunlan sect disciples who were lying on the ground and groaning, the old man couldn't help but look angry. Facing Bai Ji, the old man quickly stretched out his hand and pointed. With a whistling wind, countless wind thorns condensed and formed quickly, and then shot towards Bai Ji like a storm. 10,000 swords. Looking at the wind thorns falling like rain in the sky, Bai Ji was not afraid at all. He pinched the sword tactic directly with his hand. Under the effect of the sword control technique, the 7 killing swords inserted on the ground suddenly shot up, and countless sword shadows were separated in the air. The sword energy was crisscrossed, and the countless wind thorns shot down were instantly annihilated. Seeing the sword shadows in the sky that Bai Ji used the 10,000 swords technique to separate, Yunchen was a little shocked. What kind of fighting skill is this? It's so wonderful. When Yunchen was shocked, countless sword shadows separated by the 10,000 swords technique had already annihilated all the wind thorns sent by Yunchen. Although many sword shadows separated by the sword energy disappeared at the same time as the wind thorns were annihilated, the sword shadows separated by the 10,000 swords technique were still far more powerful than the wind thorns. After all, if the 10,000 swords technique is classified according to the fighting skills level of the Dopo world, it can definitely be classified as the heavenly level. How could the wind thorns that Yunchen condensed casually be a match for the 10,000 swords technique used by Bai Ji? Looking at the sword shadows whistling and shooting from below, Yunchen's face was a little solemn. Although he did not use his full strength in the wind thorns just now, it would be impossible for him to take it if he was not as strong as Do Wang. Bai Ji could take his wind thorns so easily, and his strength must have reached the Do Wang level. The sword shadow fighting skills in front of him looked amazingly powerful. As a wind attribute fighting chi practitioner who was not good at defense, if he was injured, he would definitely be seriously injured. Yunchen did not dare to be careless. Wind wall. Facing countless whistling sword shadows, Yunchen shouted loudly and directly launched a wind attribute Xian level defensive fighting skill that he knew. As Yunchen finished speaking, the sky suddenly blew violently, and the rich green air flow quickly stirred up. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge dark green wind wall that spanned half of the sky quickly condensed and formed. Countless sword shadows separated from the 10,000 swords art continuously shot onto the wind wall, and the wind wall then emitted a series of white light that flickered, but it still persisted. But swoosh! Although the wind wall could reach the sword shadows separated from the 10,000 swords art, it could not resist the real 7-killing sword. The 7-killing sword hidden in countless sword shadows penetrated the wind wall almost the moment it touched the wind wall, and pierced Yunshin with a whistling sound. Not good. A strong sense of danger came, and Yunshin's pupils shrank. The powerful intuition of the Dohuang realm made Yunshin react at the critical moment, and his body quickly turned to the left, and he actually avoided the sword. The sword that was supposed to penetrate the chest only scratched the skin and flesh of the ribs under the armpit, and tore the clothes by the way. Under Bai Ji's control, the 7-killing sword whistled in the air and circled around, and then stabbed into the stone slab in front of Bai Ji again, but Yunshin was sweating profusely in the sky. He was just a little bit away from death. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his wide sleeves, Yunshin looked at Bai Ji again, his eyes full of fear. Although he was injured by the 7-killing sword just now, part of the reason was that he underestimated the enemy, but the 7-killing sword could penetrate his wind wall, which proved that Bai Ji was qualified to threaten his life. And at this time, Yunshin noticed that Bai Ji was unexpectedly young, and looked like he was only less than 18 years old. A rare silver hair, eyes like purple gems, handsome face, and cold temperament. Such a young Do Wang, and the fighting skills are so unfamiliar, this is definitely not from our Jiama Empire. Looking at Bai Ji, Yunshin couldn't help but feel fearful. On the side, Yun finally arrived. Seeing the master in the air confronting the boy in front of him, Yun couldn't help but blink and walk to a tree to eat melon. Young man, where are you from and why did you trespass into my Yunlin sect? Because he was concerned about Bai Ji's sword just now and the forces that might be hidden behind Bai Ji, Yun Shan asked with a serious heart.